I'm hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on, and a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else, cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound, I'm chained to the same lame brain, wanna be big dreams. Just a loser with a bad scheme, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Quite literally, afternoon. Fucking hell. Early stream today. Chilling out. Because I want listen, I need to sort my fucking body clock out. I'm dying. How we doing? How we doing, everybody? Rage, Gol, Olivia, Beetle, Priestess. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh god. Okay, I was called out. I was mentioned in a Diesel stream, and they said, "You have to look at this. You have to see the insanity, the madness." I'm gonna level with you guys. I've watched bits and pieces of this, and it's easily the dumbest fucking drama I have ever fucking seen. But I do want to point this out. Apparently, this is the response Diesel had.
The annoying orange right now. So you defend abusers. I'm Alex, and
the chiral opposite of Beckett.
The chiral opposite of Beckett. Listen, I think Diesel is fucking racist. Racist. Well, I think it's just pure racism. He sees another ginger guy who's slightly camp and flamboyant. He's like, it's Beckett. It's Beckett right there. Deeply, deeply hurtful. From one of my closest friends in the content space. Fuck. So, Diesel went over this. Also, where is it? Is it this one? No. Papa Gut went over this and ended up talking to these people. So we've got quite a bit to go through to work out what the fuck is going on. So I saw somebody say, I don't know who anyone in these dramas is. Neither do I. So, okay. The guy who did this video is Lewis. Is that Lewis or Louis? Lewis, yeah. Lewis McClung. What a fucking name. That's someone whose parents were like, our second name means he's fucked anyway, right? He's screwed. Call him Lewis. Fuck it. Beckett can pull off a vampire way better. Listen, I don't think I could pull off that waistcoat. That is in luck. Okay, listen, my computer apparently can't take two people in a fucking waistcoat. Jesus. Nicandros. They named him after the thing that Greedo says in the Display Plus version. Jesus. Coming in fucking hot. Coming in fucking hot. We back. For all those wondering, we back. We back. Okay. I think we're back. I assume we're back. Holy fuck. Okay. That's not a waistcoat. I think it's an underbus. Jesus Christ. Are there really 100 of you here? Fucking hell, guys. Like, listen, I was very much thinking that I was going to have absolutely no chance of getting any viewership going live this early. It's nice to know that none of you have anything better to do. It's a corset? That's not a fucking corset. That's not a fucking corset. I don't think that counts as a corset. What are you talking about? It's meant for cleavage. Okay, yeah, that is, listen. This is actually twink. I used to be that thin. Listen, this guy said that he's like 20 in the call with Papa Gut. I used to be that thin. I remember. I remember. Holy shit. Okay. Oh. Us feds got the day off due to Jimmy's funeral. Oh, okay, fair enough. You mean 20s in the waist? Yeah. Staffo corset? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh, I did see earlier. Hey, welcome to Seething, Saint. Thank you, buddy. Based membership. I saw Carmen say that oh fuck, what was it? That Mama JF was apparently eaten by JF. I haven't really looked at that story in about 6 months, but if that's, I heard he was on the run. I would be interested in looking at it again. I kind of want him to get arrested. Anyway, fuck, what was I saying? I was trying to explain who the fuck these people are. This is a guy named Lewis McClang. And he is making a video on this guy, Dankey Jabo. Dankyjabo? Jabo? Whatever the fuck it is. Well, I'll bring up his channel. And this guy is apparently like a former editor for, or current editor, we're assuming former, for I Am Alex. So obviously, I Am Alex got cancelled at the start of last year. Well, like midway through last year. For abusing his partner, Alice. They sent some, there was some leaked calls, and yeah, it was a bit of a fucking mess. I think I had some takes about like the iNabber shit as well. I think iNabber got off very easy in that situation, is my honest look. But essentially, this guy has done an expose on this guy on the basis of this girl. Because apparently, well, we'll get into it. But I'm going to be honest with you. This may be one of the most serious dramas I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it, guys. I was stunned and shocked. I was shaken to my core. Okay. Listen, so what we're going to do is, rather than starting with the twink, we're going to start with the swerve. So I've been informed that this woman is, and this is directly how she was described to me, by the way. This so these aren't my words, these are somebody else's words. But she's described as a crazy sex positive radical feminist, sex work positive radical feminist. And that's literally it. That's all the information I was given. But apparently she's friends with Alice, and she didn't like that this guy made a joke. So we're gonna I went it forward a little bit just to get her past whatever. But we'll have a look. We'll have a look. Maybe she's spitting. I don't know.
Video on demand. We're going to be talking briefly, not for a long time, about Dankey Jabo. If I'm butchering the name, I'm sorry. But Dankey Jabo is a commentary YouTuber you've probably seen, covers abuse stories, DV stories, all the commentary stuff. And
all the commentary stuff. Is that even true? What does this guy actually look at? I just want to see what his content is. Schoolboy. Oh God, fucking hell. How are you talking about Schoolboy 9 like 3 weeks ago, bro? What the fuck? Is this all like TikTok shit? Shocking truth about Mercury Stardust. This is an hour. It's a fucking hour, bro.
Creator Mercury Stardust has recently been exposed for forms of misconduct that cannot be repeated this early in the video, so instead I'll just show you a clip of what's to come.
Rebecca, though, was 15, I was 19.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Nothing ever happened. You
were just flirting.
We got hot and heavy one night, but she didn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
Which was a good choice.
Yes.
But I was 19, and
of course, you have a different mindset.
Something was going to happen.
Now I'm sure we can all agree, hopefully, that clip looks and sounds pretty bad, all things considered. However, unfortunately, those allegations are only really just scratching the surface of what she's...
Alright, fucking... Can we... Is commentary just great, like, rape stories now? Is that it? Is that all we're doing? I sent you proof that it's a corset. That is okay. Listen, I clicked on it, but that is the gayest picture I've ever seen in my entire life. Listen, I know I get referred to as the like as the soy version of Chud Logic. But even by my standards, this is pretty fucking gay. You know, I'm really glad there's this whole thing with femboys at the moment where they're sort of just getting bullied because it's like a massively attention seeking. And I'm glad we've hit that point. Okay, I don't care about this. Right, let's have a look at this shit.
And sorry, I'm reading comments. Obviously, I made the video about how commentators, you know, need to start calling people out. Therefore, my audio's low. I'll see if...
Gamma in chat. Gamma, you and I need to talk about the internet anarchist allegations. The sweeping is wild, bro. I don't know what's wrong with all of you. Fucking hell. Right, okay, we'll get to that at some point, Gamma. We'll get to that at some point. You and I will have a chat. I'm very interested as to how the whole of commentary has come to the conclusion that somebody spending their time in a sex tourist Discord server discussing sex tourism after going to a ping pong show is fine. We'll do it now. We can have 5 minutes. We can have 5 minutes. Not busy currently. Okay, cool. You can come give me a take. As your hair. Gamma of sweeps a lot. How you doing, bro?
Stream and close my door so I'm not loud.
I'm not busy currently. Call me. Not ready for a call. Shocking. Shocking behavior. There we go.
All right, lay it on me. Just let me have it. Let me have it. Fucking eat me alive.
Okay, yeah.
No.
Listen, I've been through the Discord messages. I've been through the actual Discord.
Through all of
Internet
it.
Anarchist timeline makes no sense at all. Like, I'm not accusing him of being a predator. I don't think he's a pedophile. But he was clearly in a server where he's saying, "Oh, when the not safe for work stuff started, I should have left." He was directly asking the questions of like what people's age preferences were, and getting answers
and
for
like
it.
whether a harem would work.
Yeah.
Etc. and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying in Chud's chat when that interview was going on. Like he pretty much answered every concern that I had, except for maybe like after reevaluating my take, he like answered pretty much everything except timeline. That's what I was,
I mean,
sort of hard
the timeline, as far as I can tell, is fucking wild. Am I right in thinking that his claim is because he kind of muddles this in his conversation with Chud? So
Go on.
Is his claim that he was on a family holiday with his girlfriend and went to a ping pong show?
Or that there were two different, or that there were two different visitations, or maybe even multiple than just two. Honestly, I mean, I guess, like since he told the story that when he went to a ping pong show, he was kind of just like pressured in, and after doing some like more research, following my fucking embarrassment, that does sound like a very possible, likelihood of occurring. Especially like in that region where people are trying to get money for what is considered technically a popular tourist attraction. I wouldn't really put it past him to have been like hassled into an area.
My question would be, if you were like hassled into a ping pong show where you felt uncomfortable, even stating it was uncomfortable, would your next step be to go to a Discord server where there are clearly conversations of people having like sex tourism conversations, engage in those conversations, because that is what he is doing. And that's only the messages we have that haven't been deleted, right? Like he redacted by his own claims a fair amount.
I mean, most of those messages were near like the beginning of 2023. Around that time, he would have been between like the age range of 18 to 20, right? He said he was 19. I wouldn't really put it past him for being 19 and just being a little bit curious at the time, especially if it doesn't seem like he.
Well, how much more curious can you be after a ping pong ball show? I mean, at that point, you kind of know if you like it or not, right?
Like that's obviously obscenity, right? It's not like that is obviously obscenity. It's considered obscenity in Thailand, right? If he was like for example, an example I want to bring up is like if he was participating in like fucking massage parlors but not getting a happy ending, like I could.
Well, I mean, like what other kind of? I mean, he talks about massage parlors, right? Like what other context is there in a Thai sex Discord?
What other? I don't know. Maybe he might want to be one of those guys that just like wanted to fucking
maybe he needed to sort his back out. Like listen,
noped out, like just noped out.
How many of us? Listen. So how many of us haven't gone to a ping pong ball show with our girlfriend? I mean, you're walking down the street, you see a sex show, and your girlfriend's like, "Hey, what if it, listen, I won't put things in my vagina, but like maybe we could have a look at someone else do it." That's a likely story, isn't it?
For me, it's like I'm still under the same. I'm still maybe it like might be on a higher extreme, on a bigger like a more extreme end. But for me, it's I want like at least 90%, like possibility that he was definitely doing this for depraved purposes before I can cast any judgment. Like the way that I observe it now, call it sweeping, but I feel like he just made a mistake. That any young person who was touring Thailand and during for that specifically would make without knowing like the full
don't get me wrong. As I started this conversation, I don't think he's a pedophile or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just the fact that like he's clearly into some shit, and or at least was. And I found it very funny watching everyone go over this and be like,
I'm willing to give
it's probably nothing. So the video's really bad. I'm like, okay, even the video's fucking terrible. He goes off about like weed and like drug smuggling and shit for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
But it's,
there's obviously overreaches here. Yeah, there's obviously like some insane fucking gaps and leaps of fucking logic here that made that guy go to the most insane conclusions.
Yeah, it was just I mean, everyone wants to do an expose video kind of thing, but I just saw it and I was like,
I actually got a message from an anarchist on Twitter about when I was trying to reassess my claims, and I was saying like, well, he did fund a ping pong show, which is pretty bad. And then he DM'd me saying like, okay, I did like necessarily, I did not necessarily do it willingly, right? And he was kind of like forced into it. So I had to reassess how much guilt we can actually
okay.
throw his way.
Listen, here's where I come up against a wall here.
Mm-hmm.
In his conversation with Chud, he's like, I was with my girlfriend, and he switches the kind of pronouns from group to singular quite a lot. And he said, well, I bought a drink, I finished my drink, and I left. And I was like, okay, it's really interesting that in that entire conversation, your girlfriend doesn't come up until it's convenient that she's there with you, so it doesn't look like you're on your own. and let's be clear, he says in the Discord that he set his Tinder for the region and had got sus messages. So he was trying to...
Yeah,
he was trying to pick up Thai
obviously,
chicks, right?
He was trying to see what he could, what he could get in the area. I don't think he necessarily was trying to like voluntarily engage in like this trafficking aspect of everything, right? Or like the more degenerate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be the
he was
basic
a
thing that
lonely
he's
guy.
like he's openly talking in Discord about the fact that he is in some way leaning towards purchasing sex, which I think is
I just
funny. I just
think I just think that a young guy joining discords for for places that he's visiting, trying to see if like he can like intermingle around isn't that far of a reach.
Sure, but he was there for
assume...
he was there for a significant period of time, was aware what it was, and still continued to engage with it, right?
Yeah, engaged to it. Like to what extent? So far, we only got like apparently one visitation of a ping pong show, and one time he got a massage at a Thai place that he admitted to.
Well, I mean, there's like, so for example, around the same time he's having a conversation, I'll bring up on stream. Okay, so he sends these messages where he's like, okay, I'm hoping to find some nice 18 and 19-year-olds. Yeah, what's the oldest you'll go? This is 2023. And then he's like mentioning that. And then at the same time, like slightly later, about like by 5 minutes, this answer comes in. Man, I've dated quite a few girls, 16 to 22, and I'm not the best looking. That's fine. That's fine.
Someone in your chat says in one of the countries with the biggest rate of sex trafficking. Yes, I'm aware that sex trafficking and the likelihood of possibly engaging unbeknownst to you in sex trafficking is higher, but I just don't think that that's particularly what he was pursuing. To try to like retroactively apply something like that onto him, I feel is a
no. I think the trafficking is like, I don't think we need to go that far, because again, like. I don't think that needs to be that high. I think the baseline is, it's quite clear this Discord was particular things. I mean, there was a quick search for, I think it was underage. Let me see if I can.
Oh, and there was a
find
lot
it.
of results that came up.
Yeah, so for hookers, there are in this Discord, for hookers, there are 2,482 results. For prostitute, there is 1,345 results. I'm not showing these on stream, you guys are gonna have to take my word for it, but I can display if anyone cares. Underage is 181 results, and Monga, which is a term for like essentially shopping around for sex, is 2,425 results. You can make the claim that he wasn't like aware of this until the point where he's actively engaging in the conversations with members of this server about these topics, which he was. And that's kind of like the problem I have. It's like it's this middle ground. Like everyone seems to have gone full sweep.
Based on like the text interactions, it appears that he like it appears that he like maybe like based on the text interactions, it appears that he maybe participated in some of these things before discussing about like the rampant sexcapades in the Discord. Like he had experienced the ping pong show before he started conversing with these guys, or maybe it was that he experienced it a couple days beforehand and then started retelling his experiences in the server after that. I like you make a point where
well, like, to be clear, he talks about the ping pong show like I think it's 10 minutes after he has a conversation about people's age preferences. So he sits down in this Discord, which is like, so I'll just bring up the timestamps for this. So this is at 12:08 p.m. On the 1st of the 7th, and then on the 1st of the 7th, 12:24, he comes back after that person said, yeah, I kind of shop around for younger people. and I've been with like 16-year-olds, and he's like, all the massage ladies were full grabbing me, trying to get me in. I visited a ping pong show. So he's like engaging in this conversation actively. He's like,
of what occurs.
yeah,
now I see
he's
what
like,
you're talking about.
oh, you fucked young prostitutes? Well, I've been to a ping pong show. It was uncomfortable, but like that's clearly engaging in the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, on the bright side, he acknowledges that it is messed up. He says right there on your stream, from what I'm looking at, I visited a ping pong show on Bank.
It was uncomfortable to
It was
watch.
fucked up. Yeah, it was fucked up. Uncomfortable to watch. I'm just like, yeah, people. Some people are sweeping. I heard Tom's and Larry's takes. They're still unwilling to like see, like, you know, the potential harm that could have occurred there, right? Like, I do agree that there is a bit of sweeping going on, but at this point, I feel that even maybe he was just trying to save face because he was embarrassed about what occurred, or like, you know, what he was doing in Thailand, but I don't necessarily think that he was actually doing anything predatory,
I think it's compounded by the fact that he's moved there. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's one of these things where, look, I'm not sat here being like, oh no, we need to cancel internet anarchist. I don't fucking care. I kind of just want to call us. I kind of want to just call a spade and be like he called in, did this whole kind of, I know it's really bad and everything else. I'm not accusing him of like sex trafficking. He's like a young guy. He was like 19 at the time, but he clearly saw all this and was like, I wonder if I can have a harem. And you know, I know there are ping pong shows out, and then was like, I should move here. Like, I was just like, come on, like a balance of probability of what's you know.
Yeah, that's man. I just wish that he would have talked to. I feel like Chud did a good job, as good a job as he could have, without, you know, like completely, like, you know, being, what's the word that I'm looking here, going to one, like the other side of the pool or whatnot. But I feel like at this point it's pretty much done and over with. I don't really think he has much more to answer for.
Yeah, it's not really an answering thing. It's more just one of those things of, you know, we see so many things. I maybe also I'm feeling more aggressive because of the way people have handled the Destiny stuff.
Yeah, I feel bad in my. I feel like I definitely took a failure in my assessment the first time around. I completely thought it was like, oh, you know, thank fucking, like God forbid a man tries to get his fucking dick wet or whatever, right? like you know, God forbid a man does what like fucking people do on a normal basis in everyday life. Right? If it were like him, like, you know, going to parlors in some sects of America, I'd be like, okay, whatever, you know, guys do that all the time, it's normal, and for the most part there is a legitimacy to sex work, right? But after taking into consideration like the risk factors of being in Thailand, I was like, okay, there is something to criticize here.
Do you think the birds were alive or dead?
They were probably fuck. That's a good question, man. That's a good question because researching into like ping pong and the obscenity like behind it, there is a question of animal cruelty and where like sometimes animals are deceased or sometimes they are alive for like the added shock factor. Right, so it's fucking hard to say. Maybe, hopefully, I don't know what would be worse. Actually, would it be worse to like make them go through cruel and unusual punishment being alive, or would it be like better to like put them out of their misery so they could go through that? I don't know. I can't even begin to imagine which one would be worse, which one would be better. Well, I can't even say hopefully either or because I don't know what's worse.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay, yeah, no, I just thought I'd bring it up. I saw Aiden cover this, and Aiden was also incredibly fucking sweepy. I think a lot of people were. I was just like, look, we see so many accusations like this, and I don't think it's people being like internet anarchists is really big, because I don't think this is career ending or anything. Though I do think the fact that he doesn't really have much personality with his content, accusations like this can obviously do more damage to him than say other people. Like if Chud Logic was caught in like a fucking ping pong show, I don't think anyone would give a shit.
He could just lean into it.
Yeah, he could just lean into it. I don't think that's the case for internet anarchists. So, you know, I get where he's coming from, but
that's what I was thinking. Like that was going through my head the entire time while I was like, you know, trying to do my coverage. I thought it was like completely slanderous from the get-go, and I didn't think there was anything actually there. So I was arrogant, went headstrong, and I was like, yeah, there's nothing here, no point in like, you know, criticizing the guy. Right, and like might as well like lean into it and play defense for somebody that's currently being slandered. Until I realized again, like the likelihood of what he could be doing could in fact be a little bit more negligent, a little bit more reckless. So I reevaluated.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think what's a good way to put it? I think there were obviously layers to the internet anarchist stuff. but at its base, it's like it depends whether you care about people going to.
I don't know. I'm just
To
really
sex
hyper
shows,
cautious right
but-
now. I'm just really hyper
I
cautious.
think
right
everyone.
Now
I
because
think
even
everyone.
though-
I think everyone is. I think part of the problem
Yeah.
is as well, like people want to take things to like extremes. It's either he did nothing, or he engaged in sexploitation kind of thing. And it's like, well, both are kind of true, but it's also I think the intent matters. I'd be far more interested in what his activities are like.
Yeah.
Now
There's levels of like, did he continue to do it? Was he aware what was going on at the time? Was this, purely for his interest? Was it against his will? Was he pressured into it? Which seems to be the case.
I mean, listen, it might be the
there's so
case
many
that he was
factors.
dating like a girl who was like just really into that stuff. She was like, "Babe, I will leave you if we don't go to this ping pong ball show." Like,
You think she was like dating, maybe perhaps dating a local that like enjoys the cultural aspect of going to these types of
See,
shows?
I will never get an answer for this, and I don't know if I could believe it if I could now, without like flight logs, but the internet anarchist flight logs, but the way the story he told Chud sounded to me watching it, like we went through it, because I was interested. It sounded like he went on a family vacation with his girlfriend in tow, who's never been mentioned before, is mentioned nowhere else in any logs I can see, and seemed to be a short enough term relationship that they broke up and he's moved to Thailand. So listen, I'm not saying his girlfriend doesn't exist. I am saying it sounds like she went to another school.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I do agree with like 90% of the stuff you're saying. It's just that because of like I'm this is fucking stupid, but I'm still kind of sore from taking an L that I'm just playing it super
That's
fucking
fine. That's
super
fine.
fucking cautious,
I'm just-
and I don't want to speculate negatively. I
Sure,
don't want to
sure. And, like,
speculate
listen,
negatively at all.
I want to say publicly if internet, because apparently internet anarchists are taking very deep interest in what lots of people are saying, even though so if he sees this, I want to point out, I'm being incredibly bad faith because you sound incredibly weaselly. But
I mean,
like...
I understand why he feels this way. Like I feel like he like he's a guy that's making videos.
I've just got a lovely image of him coming
His
back from this
personality.
ping pong show with his girlfriend in tow. They've paid for the flights out with his girlfriend. She's with his whole family, and they sit down. The dad goes, "So kids, what did you get up to today?" And she goes, "We saw a fish in a vagina," as like his parents just like mouth agape.
What the fuck are you talking about? Well, he is Australian. There's a non-zero chance that his parents at one point in time also toured Thailand, and saw similar things.
Well, here's
they
another
might not be
problem
too
with this shit
surprised.
as well. Like, I don't buy that he didn't know. Firstly, because ping pong shows are not like an unknown thing. They are they're widely known. And secondly, because warnings about sex shows in Thailand are all over Australian airports. It is not like listen, Australia is very aware that many people fly from Australia to Thailand for sex tourism. So
That's what I was trying
there
to
is
tell
a
Eric.
much higher public awareness. Yeah, so I'm kind of like, what do you mean you don't know? Yeah, I saw that it was free entry and I didn't know you had to buy a drink. Which, by the way, that explanation of his is worse, actually, because what it sounds like is he like, oh, well, I had to buy a drink when I was there. So you wandered into a sex show, and listen, I can't show you this on stream. Can I just show you what one of the flyers for one of these looks like? I'm just going to DM it to you. And
you can show it.
in fact, this is a flyer for one of these sex shows in the location that he was apparently in. This is from TripAdvisor. Just give it a second. It's just running through Discord. Are you really telling me you didn't know what that was?
Wow. You know what that does? You know what that looks like to me, right? I'm not sure if you've ever been like down weird internet rabbit holes, and this might sound like incredibly self-report, but I don't really care. This looks like fuck. They pop up on Twitter sometimes with like Chinese text all over it, like advertising a model and a number attached to it.
Yeah.
It looks like that, and I know for a fact that those are probably not legal, but that's what that reminds me of, like immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it says free entrance on it. And it also says free show, only buy a drink, and fucking show. It's pretty explicit what these things are.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just, listen, I hope that his narrative is true, because it is actually funnier if he was walking down a street a sex street in Thailand with his girlfriend, and then like having this lovely romantic moment, and he goes, "Hey babe, do you know what would make this night magical? If we went and saw a ping pong show." Oh, I'd love that, internet anarchist. That would be wonderful.
Look. Me personally, if I were a 19-year-old man going in from America, right? Because America doesn't really have fucking flyers about Thailand as far as I'm concerned. I've only been like in an airport a couple times, handful of times, right? if one of my friends was like, "Hey, let's go to Thailand. I got cheap tickets." And I was walking down whatever the fuck this place is and saw one of these flyers and wasn't aware of ping pong shows or didn't know like the full extent of legalities here, I'd probably consider this to be like just a wilder version of a fucking strip club, to be honest. I wouldn't think there was anything necessarily like, too wrong going on here. But that's coming from like a place of complete ignorance in good faith. I'm not like I'm unwilling to say that he didn't know completely.
Sure, like, and it's one of those where like, listen, I don't know. So I can see Ellie in chat. He left the show, but left his GF there. Yeah, that's how it sounds in the story. He's like, and then I finished my drink and I got up. Doesn't mention her at all. Just like she's enamored with it. She's like, where you go? I finished my drink. No. Get another one. No wonder he broke up with her.
I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. He DM'd me about something that I said, and I also feel pretty bad because it did kind of like paint him in a negative light. So I'm playing it really safe, really cautious. I do.
Yeah, look, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I didn't want to turn this topic into like a full stream because, I just couldn't do it. I just was like, I don't care that much. But this has been good. Yeah. Hey Sunday, how you doing, bro? Okay, so. Well, yeah, I'll get back to Dankeyjabo. I think we've talked this one out to death, but it's been fun.
All right, later.
Cool.
Take it easy.
Salman. Bye. We go. Right, I did get a super chat during this. Give me a second. Let me Oh, I got two. Fernando with the two. I will give them my attention and more. Much appreciated. Sony Lyrics, 9 months membership. Jesus. 9 months, fucking hell. At Molding, base, let's go. And 328 Crash with a 5. I've been to those ping pong shows. Apparently you're not supposed to catch the ball with your mouth like a hibachi restaurant. That is good advice, thank you. Sunday, I watched your stream on the Destiny sweeping, by the way. Say stream, I watched your VOD on it. I think you had some. Listen. I think Oggie's position on that kind of makes sense for Oggie. Oggie's been right wing for a while, and a conservative for a while. I think it makes sense why he hates Destiny. God, I do think Tom is sweeping though. Poor Tom. Fucking hell. Okay. Where were we? Twink Beckett. Right, we're gonna have a look at what this chick has to say. So. Let me wind back into this section again. So this girl hates Dankeyjabo because Dankeyjabo is friends with I Am Alex. I Am Alex is obviously evil. And this guy did something. I think he made a joke. We're going to find out. Gets a berry with the 5 months. He left her there. Now she does ping pong shows. Listen, I'm sure he'll find her on the Twitter app, on the Tinder app. Maya Chavez, we all 9 months, gang. So true. Thank you for the 9 months. God, fucking hell. Listen, it's a strong start to the year. Let's be honest. Right.
If what anyone else says, if it is, I can try and turn it up, but maybe I'll talk. Is that better? We good? Can you hear me? So again,
Well, we all know who licked the cream out of the Oreo now, don't we? Have a good stream, British. Thank you, buddy. I'll catch you in a bit.
It's not. Okay, cool. Right. We roll.
Growing my
I
hair is
said I
going
was
to
going to
kill me.
start
I'm
calling
dying.
people out, therefore I did. Haven't really got very
I'm going to start calling people out. I'm going to make it known to the world what these people did. Because I Am Alex hasn't responded. Listen, last year was I Am Alex's year. Like, last year, right, I Am Alex got accused of terrible shit. And then nobody cared about it after, like, a week because everything else kept happening. Every time I Am Alex must have been, like, constructing a response video, something else completely insane happens. And he was like, guess I'll give myself another couple of weeks. Come on. Sent you the Mum.js stuff. Watch the preview. Baze, thank you. Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
far because he's deleting and hiding my comments. But he was an editor
really
for
messy.
Alex and for Lewis Buchan, which is just, you know, like someone said earlier, well, that's not cancelled.
Can I get away with pausing stream halfway through to go and shave and like trim myself and like tidy myself so I don't look like I've been dragged through a hedge? Listen, I don't. No, I don't think I can get away with that. Fuck it.
Worthy. I know, all right, and I also know that I'm not intending to cancel him. I've spoke about this before. I don't particularly believe in cancel culture. It's kind of cringe. It defeats the whole purpose of holding people accountable because it just is ridiculous most of the time. So
I'm not here to cancel anybody. Please watch me as I bring the most ridiculous accusations physically possible. Awesome.
basically,
Just
Dankey
do it on
Jabo
camera like Wick.
got a DM
No.
from someone who Alice knows, Alice being I'm Alex's ex-girlfriend, saying, "Is there a reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit?" To which Jesse, Dankey Jabo,
I'm not here to cancel anybody, but you are following the wrong people on Twitter.
replied and said, "I'm so sorry, mate. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now." Which, I mean, for one, all right, ignore the stutter there.
Why draw attention to it? Can you imagine if I did that every time I fucked up? Spoiler, I actually do that quite a lot. It's cringe.
Yeah, it's not insane. That's not an insane thing to say. It's slightly strange to make a joke out of the fact that you still follow someone you worked for. And especially knowing that Alex was an abuser and it's a pretty crazy thing to say. I mean, you're asked why you're following them, and instead of going, "Oh yeah, you know what, mate, I'll unfollow them," or instead of ignoring it, instead of just completely ignoring it like a normal person, he decided to
Wait, hold on. What? Is this worse than I thought it was? For context, Alex has called himself the annoying orange for years. It's a joke, all the Brits are at him. I'm sorry, wait. So this whole controversy started because they asked him to unfollow I Am Alex, and he just agreed to do it, but he didn't do it in a way that they liked? They didn't like the tone of him doing it? You fucking kid.
decided to say, "Yeah, mate, I'll unfollow the annoying orange," which is really funny, by the way. Definitely not giving, like, year 10 behaviour. I don't really know why we're bringing up the annoying
God, she's such a fucking chav. Do you know what's really bad? And this is really classist of me. God, this is so fucking classist. I was just thinking that. I was literally sat here like, oh, this is a chick that has not been out of Adidas very long, isn't it? Fuck.
orange. I that's just, it gives me the ick even repeating that, to be honest. So the person then said, "So you defend abusers, I'm Alex, and work for them." Because there is some speculation that he may still, and again, don't hold me for this because I do not know, but there are still speculation that he and Alex may be working together behind the scenes. Again, I can't say that is a fact because I don't know, to be honest. But it wouldn't surprise.
Like, I hate this drama. It's nothing and just a bunch of moral effing. Listen. Did you see my tweet about it? I was like, I'm shaking. This is the worst thing I've ever read. Yeah, I know. This whole thing is just incredibly dumb. I think that's why I wanted to cover it. It's so stupid that it feels like it's been a while since we've had allegations that are this fucking wonderfully dumb.
Me based off of these reactions. And he said, I would never defend or support the annoying orange. He gaslights all the fruit in the kitchen. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? Dankey Jabo unfollowed the annoying orange, but not Lewis Buchan. Unreal.
Okay, to be clear, follows are not endorsements. People have tried to do this to us before. They're like, you're followed to this person. It's like, yeah, I want to know what they're fucking tweeting. I make content on them. Of course I'm fucking followed to them. What else am I going to do? Randomly search them every now and again just to check if they've tweeted something. Fuck off. Come on.
What is that currency, Joe? I don't know what that currency is, but thank you for 200 of that currency. But yeah, so this is the first screenshot, which, right, for people that, are, employed and like, don't care, they might look at this and think, well, it's not, it's not cancelable worthy, it's not insane. And I do understand that there could be a way for him to talk himself out of this. But saying, I would never defend or support the annoying orange, he gaslights all the fruit in the kitchen. It's kind of ironic that you'll joke about that and joke about gaslighting when that's legitimately a lot of what Alex actually did to.
He's agreeing with you. What is this? This is so much worse than I thought it would be.
Alice, like that alone is low-key insane. And that alone, so these screenshots alone, which if you want to actually see them, are in the commentary video that I did called like Why Your Favorite YouTubers Are Terrible People. Sorry, I'm reading comments briefly.
Oh my god.
Wait, what didn't he do? Well, we don't know right now.
I'm not here to... Oh my fucking god. She's acting like Janky is the abuser. Yeah. This is fucking so weird.
Sorry, I'm catching up with your guys' comments. It's like £2. Thank you for the £2, Joe. So yeah, that screenshot exists, which, again, it's just taking the mick out of a serious situation, which I just would not do when, first of all, Jesse, you're following Alex. You're following him.
You're
someone
following
you work
him.
For, right?
How dare you follow I Am Alex? How dare you? Fucking hell, I'm having flashbacks. Love the chest tattoo, money shot target she has there. Thanks for the 5. Crash. Listen, there is something about chicks. Like, you get 2 types of boob tattoo, and it's either the under boob thing, or the, like, right in the middle of the chest. Both say something. I'm gonna be a total dick today. No, like the I Am Alex stuff is weird because the particular audience that is interested in this are teenage girls who are insane. That's the reality. Like we pointed out that Alice called Alex in her phone. She like named him that N-word, whatever. Used the full word, and we just pointed out because she put it in the Google Doc. She just badly cropped the images. And we got loads of criticism. How dare you? How dare you call Alice racist? And it wasn't anything we did that stopped that discourse. Because, honestly, based, as far as I'm fucking concerned, call him the M-word, it's funny. It was the black fan base who started going after the white teenage girls, being like, why are you all excusing racism? Why are you excusing the racism? Whole fan base, fucking crazy. Gets Barry with the 5. This is like watching The Quartering, read an article he didn't read through that sides with him.
Right? Anyway, I had this screenshot and it made me feel deeply, deeply uncomfortable because Jesse actually reached out to me ages ago when we were on the same sub count. He hasn't done anything.
When we were on the same... Oh, God.
That's the problem.
Wait.
He hasn't done anything. That's the problem. Jessica.
She's right! What are you talking about? What is going on? What is this? So yes, well, what happened to Alice is wrong. I would believe she is also probably mentally unwell since those initial DMs were her, from what I know. Yeah, like, look, I said this at the time. What I Am Alex did is, like, terrible. He's an abusive piece of shit. But let's be honest. They're both pretty fucking crazy. And the reason people are interested in that story is not because they're defensive of Alice. Don't fucking kid yourself. The reason people are interested in that story is because they hate I Am Alex. Loads of us do. Like, we're very happy to take whatever we can get to get rid of I Am Alex. Literally, Alice could have come out and said that he once, like, I don't know, made her soup and it was too hot. And we'd all be like, right, cancel him, fuck him, get him off the internet. It really didn't take much. So Alice kind of gets, like, a completely free ride from the rest of commentary. But that's it. Listen, if people are really like, no, that we're only going after Alex because what he did to Alice was really serious. You guys are fucking coping. It's not true, and you know it's not true. Alex made his career off going after people for abuse allegations. That's what he's known for. So this was the thing to take him down. Doesn't matter what Alice is like. It literally no one cares. She could be a neo-Nazi. No one would care, okay? She's the worst bit about this, from someone like Alice's perspective, by the way, is she is literally an object in this to most people. That no one cares about her as a person. They only care about her as a vector for going after Alex. Which, listen, is really fucked up. That's really evil, guys. But also, I don't care. I'm just honest. I'm just being honest. That's just the truth. That's the reality. You can hate me for it all you like, but it is the truth, and you will know it's the fucking truth. Okay?
Jessica, shut up.
She has no idea.
Silly, Jessica.
She has no idea how to respond. That's fucking amazing.
You haven't even heard the story yet. Justice for I'm Alex. You should genuinely bite the curb. Like, I don't know, find a curb and just chew down on it. The lights are on, but nobody's home. I know, making comments, Jessica, okay, about a scenario that you don't even know.
Jessica. Oh my god. The problem is everyone involved in this are such fucking assholes. Everyone's such a dick. Don't be silly. Imagine getting to the point where you're talking about, like, abuse allegations being this unlikable. So several people came to me with this story, and I should be clear, right? My audience, the audience I have generally, can be pretty. Listen, you guys can be mean, but you're pretty soy sometimes, guys. Just a little bit, okay? We're getting some of you out of it. We're pulling you back, but even some of the people who are usually like, this is a really serious story, were like, my god, this woman. Beckett, be classist, please. I cannot take it. Oh, it's like she's like Frankie without the charm.
About yet is low-key wild. But also I don't really care what you have to say. Opinion.
Then why are you saying fuck?
Irrelevant. I'm just letting people kind of catch up because I know there's some newcomers here that are probably wondering what's happening. So unfortunately, there's probably going to be a little.
Some of you merit.
What did the annoying orange do?
Not all
man.
Beckett viewers.
Don't bring the annoying orange into this. Anyway, again, Dankyjabo making a joke out of it to someone he could have just ignored seems a little bit weird considering you're still following him. That's fine though. None of my business. All right. So ages ago, when we were on the same sub-account, Jesse, aka Dankeyjabo, for those who have just joined, messaged me and said we should call.
We're 8 minutes in.
And like, you know, like give each other advice. And I was like, yeah, go, I guess. So yeah, it's an easy follow. I'm confused on how so many of you are also confused. Alex is an abuser. Dankeyjabo worked for him previously and is now defending him. It's really...
Wait. How's he defending him? How's How's he defending him? That's a very interesting statement. Crash with the 2. I want to use her bangs for geometry homework. Look at that face. She looks like a pissed off duck.
I fear it's not that hard. Love your videos. I've only just tuned in, so I'll have to catch up. What's this one about? Thank you very much for the £5, Stephanie. We're talking about Dankey Jabo defending an abuser who he worked for, and just exposing a little bit more about it. Justice for the annoying orange. For real, man. The annoying orange just kind of got bored into it. I fear there may be an influx of Dankey Jabo fans here, and I'm sorry to, you know, shit on your parade. I don't really know what you want me to do about that. It's not my fault he's a weirdo.
Listen. You're gonna have to explain to me how the fuck he defended I Am Alex. It's a follow defense. Is this what we're doing now? Am I following Dr. Disrespect? Am I defending Dr. Disrespect by following him? Is the fact that I've like actively made jokes about him being a pedophile not enough? Do I need to unfollow him on Twitter? Fucking hell.
Sorry, I'm like zoning out on the chat. Anyway,
listen, whatever medication you're on, take more of it. Holy fuck.
So if you've got any questions, I'll look at them in a minute. He reached out to me. I didn't really want to call him, to be honest. Nothing personal. I just don't like calling people I don't really know. But then I received this screenshot, and I was like, wait, how do I ask him about this? How do I confront him about this? So I messaged him maybe a couple of months after and was like, yeah, sure, let's call. Right? A bit snaky. All right, I know there was ulterior motives there from me. Do I care? Not really. So we call, and I listened to him give me YouTube channel advice for about 2 hours. It wasn't 2 hours, that's an exaggeration. It was like an hour. And he gives me loads of advice about how to improve my channel, kind of picks apart my channel a little bit. But that's
okay, she says on the Papa Gut call, we'll get there. Because I've skimmed through some of this, obviously. That she's still got this call. She made some comments about like her editor, I think who's her boyfriend or something. And she's like, well, I don't know if I can release it. There's been listen, you're coming out and accusing him of defending an abuser with no evidence other than a screenshot about the annoying orange. Listen, I'd release the fucking call if I was you. I would have released it. I would have released it when this came out a month ago. Are you fucking high? What?
That's not relevant, all right? I won't get defensive about that. And he then, at the end, I'm like, I've just got one question. I've got one question for you, Jesse. I just need to know. Because obviously you approached me, you've seen my channel, you've seen I talk about abusers, you've seen I'm friends with Alice, and you've seen I've been abused myself. So,
shocking information. Fucking colour me stunned.
Decision to reach out to me out of all people. So I say, I've got a screenshot, Jesse, and I'd like you.
Sorry, listen. I'm not trying to make light of anyone's abuse stories. I'm very sick of people doing this thing where they talk about like how that it's valid that they can talk about abuse because they've got the previous. Listen, everyone's been through trauma. Can we please stop doing this? Can we have no trauma dumping 2025? You can. I know this is shocking information. You can just comment on a thing. Okay? You don't need a personal investment as to why you give a shit about it. Okay? Fucking hell.
To expand on it for me. All right? So I send it to him. And he's like, oh, and it's all awkward, right? We've got our cameras on. It's giving very awkward. It's giving awkward. Okay? And, what's happening? What is happening? I'm just going to let the people... Sorry, Jesse. All right? I'm just going to let... Look, I'm continuing anyway.
Go on.
That's my train of thought. So, yeah, I ask him, he looks uncomfortable, and I say, look, man, I've got to know before we're friends. I've got to know, do you still work with I'm Alex? What does he say to me? I'd rather not talk about that. Immediate suspicion in general, because you could just say, no, I don't, which is what I would do if I was a normal person. If I was normal.
Guys, I found this crazy thing today. You can write your feelings on a piece of paper and no one will laugh at you because they don't see it, unlike when publishing on social media. Shocking information from Nicandros.
Normal, and someone was accusing me of being friends with someone I was friends with that abused his girlfriend horrifically, by the way. You know, all the evidence is online. Just search I'm Alex and you can see the
Okay, let's... Fuck. I want to preface this with I am Alex is a piece of shit, okay? But if you think that the abuse that Alice went through was like horrific domestic violence, I'm sorry to tell you guys, there is worse out there, okay? Like, it's bad. It's like he hit her at one point. It's not good. It's not something that like he should ever be allowed to come back from. But there are like other reasons for that as well. He like on the scale of shit that I Am Alex has done, it is always going to be accusing Slazo of being a rapist. It's far fucking higher. And all of you fucking wore that for years. And also, I'm going to bring this up again. If the shit with Alice is horrific, and again, I'm Alex, total bastard, not disagreeing. Can we get some justice for Inaba's girlfriend? Because that shit with the dog, that dog sent her to hospital and she like bit her multiple times and he kept moving it back in the house. And he is so weaselly in his responses and everyone's like, no, guys, we need to focus on Alice and I Am Alex. There's no time for this Kirsty shit where she's like got stitches and shit and has been ravaged by an animal. And Inaba does not give a fuck at all. Fuck off. Hey, Chris, how we doing? Like, yeah, no, listen. None of these people fucking care. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They are only doing it because they're playing fucking high school politics. And to an extent, to be clear, so am I. Listen, I want to see the back of I Am Alex. But this shit, it's the worst thing ever. He didn't like rape a child, okay? Let's just have a little perspective, please. Fuck.
Vile, disgusting things that horrible, trampy little worm of a man did. You know, it's not really secret knowledge. You know how bad this is, which again, look at his account. No Alex content, obviously, because they were friends. And he basically goes on to say to me in this call that Alex gave him a career. Alex kickstarted him and that he had respect for him still. And I'm there like, well, yeah, that's a really strange take, because I don't care what someone does for me. If I find out they've done some messed up stuff, you're gone. Yeah, you're out the door. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is the first thing that she has said that I actually agree with. Like, I agree with this. If somebody you're friends with, okay, actually, let me refine this take. If somebody you are friends with does something really fucked up, you can like scale this stuff, and it's scaled largely against your own ethics and morals, right? Right. If Chris the Narc came out and said something really racist, I'd be like, that's Chris. I wouldn't care. Like, you know, it's whatever. But generally, I've burnt bridges with people who have like I've had good relationships with because they've done fuck shit, and I'm just like, listen, I can't co-sign this as a content relationship. That said, though, like, no one can really compel you to make content. And being like, I just don't want to talk about it. I feel like we were friends. I don't want to make content on them. I don't want to make money out of this. It's not like we're not doing public things together. I think it's fine. I think that's a completely reasonable position to take. Because, again, I'm not seeing positive stuff out of him other than the fact that he's making like a little community joke, and it probably sucks. He's somebody it sounds like he was friends with. You know, you can judge him for like having terrible taste in fucking friends and being friends with I'm Alex, but somebody he was friends with has been exposed, and now he has to deal with the fallout from that and that friendship. That's you know, that's a reasonable thing for someone to struggle with. Are you familiar with the underflow drama? Underflow drama, and if so, what's your take? Seems like an overreaction from what I know. Thank you for the 5, Maya. I'm actually not. Do you want to DM me about it? And I might have a look at it over the weekend. Underflow drama. Sounds interesting. Crash with the 5. Alex made Dankey's career, says the woman milking the Alex drama for a career. Got it. Fantastic. No notes. Listen, yes. Do you know why? Do you know why as well? No one milked the I Am Alex stuff. Do you guys want to know? I'm going to give you some behind the scenes. It's because it didn't get any views. It's true. Even people, it was so immediately oversaturated that people stopped talking about it just because it didn't get any views. It did really badly in the algorithm. That's why a lot of people dropped it as a topic.
Oberyn, I'm so sorry if I just butchered that. Thank you for taking the trash out and your honesty. Thank you very much. Thank you, Flower Girl, for the £20. I really appreciate that.
Well, what does he care? He isn't dating Alex. I'm sure he won't hit him. Listen, as far as I'm aware from the accusation, I Am Alex slapped or pushed her once in the entire thing. That's like the strongest allegation. The other one is I Am Alex like was verbally abusive and threatened to hit her with a brick, or like made the illusion of hitting her with a brick. I'm like, these are all bad. Don't get me wrong. They're just not the worst abuse I've ever fucking seen in my life. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're really bad. Let's cancel. Legitimately. I Am Alex is one of the few people I will say this about because he makes false rape accusations and tries to ruin people's lives. Fuck I Am Alex. I don't care how flimsy the evidence is. Fuck this guy. I don't give a shit. But can we just have some perspective? Is that okay? Is that too much to ask? I feel like... Come on. Is that unfair? Am I being unreasonable, chat? I feel like that's a completely reasonable position to take.
Sorry, I feel like I'm lagging on responses here, but thank you guys for the...
Listen, is a brick really that bad? Do you know what? I saw Tommy C's take on this, and Tommy C was like, listen, I'm an aggressive guy, I've got anger issues, but I've never threatened to hit a woman with a brick. And I'm like, I mean, I've never threatened to hit a woman, but I've said things in anger to like other people. I mean, to be fair to me, when I get in fights with like partners and things, I just shut down. I'm like, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I go full silent treatment. I'm really, I think it might be worse. I once left it. We were staying somewhere. I once left a girl in a hotel and went to another hotel. I was so pissed off. We had a massive argument. I was like, I'm not staying here tonight. Have fun. Fucking hell.
For the money, I really appreciate that. You don't have to. You're making me feel like Elphaba. Thank you very much, Rick Sanchez. Thank you very much. I like his videos, but I feel like he hates doing it, and he only does it for the money.
Becca acts like a woman in conflict with a partner. It's what they don't expect. I'm so passive. No, listen. I have like 2 settings. I'm really, really chill, and then I get annoyed, and then it's either like I'm just done. I'm just like, I hit a done point where I'm like, I'm not dealing with this at all. Fuck off. Who paid for the first hotel? I did. Listen, she got a free fucking hotel stay out of it. She was the right bitch as well. Listen, I don't say that about a lot of my exes, by the way. That one in particular, though. Fuck her.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really be surprised, to be honest. But anyway, I'll continue, because I know people are going to get mad at me for making them really work their attention span. So, as I was saying, he basically just says, like, I, like, wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for Alex, which, okay, I mean, that's not really relevant. Like, someone could literally give me my career on a plate, give me loads of money, give me loads of clout. If they do something terrible, if you're a commentator who's covering similar stuff, you're gonna be like...
Okay, here's my question. Here's my question. I'm going to go out on a limb here with this chick. So this girl, and okay, I mentioned earlier that we got a lot of shit for the Alice stuff. I'd have to go way back in our Twitter to find it. I'm not sure I even could. It's like right back at near the beginning. It's one of the first threads we did. I'm guessing this is somebody who cares about systemic racism. So despite everything else with Alice, despite the fact she's your friend, I'm guessing you'd criticize Alice for using the M word then, right? I guess that would be a problem for you. See, for me, it's not a problem. If Alice, in my opinion, if Alice wants to call Alex the M word, I think that's based. I think that's fucking hilarious. More power to her. Rise up. But I'm guessing for someone like this, that would be an issue, wouldn't it? Right? That would be a problem. Did you sit down with Alice and go, listen, I know you're going through all this stuff, but this racism stuff, I'm not sure I can co-sign that? Or did you completely ignore that part of the story because it wasn't convenient? I'm just interested, because what you're saying here... what you're saying here is that it really matters to you that you're, like, that you're consistent. And if someone does something bad, it doesn't matter what else they've given you. It doesn't matter what other situations are going on. Nope, it's all performative. Of course it fucking is! These fucking people, bro. The racism was reactionary abuse! To be clear, it's not abusive towards Alex. It's abusive towards all black people, okay? A white person even using the M-word. And listen, I don't say it on stream because I don't want a recording of me saying the M-word. But I've been real open that I use the M-word in private literally all the time. I'll be walking around my kitchen and spill something and I'll just be like, I don't give a fuck. Completely. Listen, I own my shit. I know what I am. I don't pretend. I'm not here to lie to any of you. Okay?
Like, get out the door. All right, and I do also understand that maybe he doesn't want to cover it because it's too personal. Some people say that. For me, I'm kind of like, well, if, for example, I don't know, someone in the group, someone in my friendship group that do YouTube, if they did something, I'm making a...
Thank you for talking about this. Listen, the racism conversation's really simple. Really simple, guys. Actual bigotry is shown in how you act. It's not the words you use. It's just how you fucking act. If it, like, and I say this all the time with transphobia, homophobia, all this shit. If you can show me actual examples of it, then I care. But if it's just a word, it's like when people get angry over saying retard or something. It's like, if you are ableist, but your only point is you can't use the ableist language, you're still fucking ableist. That's it. I'm sick of having this fucking argument with people. Okay? Like, listen, one of the big reasons as well is, like, I have like, some of you will have seen in chat recently, because he started coming around again, which is really nice, Black Yamato. I've known Yamato now for, like, nearly 3 years. He'd like come on stream and say the M-word because, like, I couldn't and I was on Twitch. But, like, yeah, actual bigotry exists. I just hate this fucking performative stuff. Also, the M-word's a great word. Sorry, it's a good word. It's a good word. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. And also, here's the really inconvenient truth. Everyone who does shit like this, eventually their stuff's gonna come out and they're gonna look really fucking bad. Sorry. You're fucked.
A video on it. Because like I've said before, I do feel as if when people don't cover their friends, it's because maybe their friends have something on them. Thank you very much, Shah, for the $1.99. And honestly, I'm glad I'm talking about it. It's been driving me insane, to be honest. Thank you, yeet yourself off whatever that says. I can't see the rest. Thank you very much. I've only ever seen one of his videos, and the 30 minutes I listened made me feel like he was just repeating the same points on a loop. But thank you very much for the money. I appreciate that. Someone said they all posture as so feminist, and genuinely, That's something that kind of I've noticed a lot with male commentators. I'm not saying, you know, all male, of course it's not all male commentators, but there is this whole kind of, oh, I'm a great person, I stand up for women's rights, I love women, you know, I love them, I definitely wouldn't abuse them, and I definitely protect them. But then when it comes to actually doing stuff in real life, there's nothing. It's like radio silence, and it's genuinely just, it's boring. It's like, how hard is it to just carry what you say in your videos into real life? And if
super hard. No one in the real world cares about any of this. And also, most people don't have any fucking principles, okay? Most people don't fucking care. They don't give a shit. Like, oh, fuck. Also, let's be clear. I'm going to say it again. Male feminists are a red flag. They are a living, walking red flag. Every single time you meet, especially the online ones. Fuck. Every time someone's like, listen, I'm a male feminist because I need to use my voice to help women. Every time, they are the creepiest motherfuckers possible.
Dankey Jabo, Jesse, had done that, he would not have replied.
I like that, Nicandros. Principles are cheap when they don't cost you anything. True.
Being like, I would never, like, follow the annoying orange. Like, you would have just been like, yeah, maybe I should take abuse seriously considering my channel and my bills are built upon talking about abuse. It's virtue signaling. It is. It is. And it's annoying because, like I said on my other video, it's so easy to do that. I mean, literally anybody can set up a camera and go, guys, I love women, I love abortions, I love women's rights, and I definitely think abuse is wrong. But from my experience, so many people that do that don't really expand on it. They tend to be wrong'uns, to be honest, because they don't actually believe in what they're saying and acting on it. They just know to say it because it appeals to the masses. And a lot of people like to say to me, well, how do we know, Katie, that you're not doing that? How do we know that you yourself...
It's a good fucking question. That's a good question, Katie. How do we know?
Don't pretend to be a good person and you're not actually horrible, which is a great point, okay? I understand that totally and completely. Obviously, I can't prove that I'm a great person. I can't do that. Jake Baz,
people come to me and say, hey, can you just prove that you're not a complete fraud? Which is crazy. How could I do that? Come on. I don't know. Here's the thing. Maybe not trying to, like, I don't know, randomly come up with cancellation stories on people because they made a joke. Maybe. That's fucking wild. Also, who fucking cares? Who cares? I hate the whole kind of, you need to be a good person. You need to do the right things in all situations. Listen, you want to be a good person? Become a fucking vegan, okay? Become a vegan. Start working at charities. I don't fucking know. Help the homeless. So many fucking things that you could do to be like, even if it's performative, let's be honest. Like, I know generally speaking in my life, two types of people. The people who, who will go and work or help with a charity organization or with their church, like once a week or once a month, and they will post endlessly about it. Guys, I met somebody at the soup kitchen, and they changed my entire worldview. I didn't realize that really the person who was homeless was me in my heart. And then you get the people who once a week will go to a soup kitchen and they never fucking mention it. Because they don't need to. It's real fucking simple. Also, I'm not a vegan, by the way, just for anybody who doesn't realize this. I'm not a vegan, but I do think veganism is the correct moral position. It's obviously the correct one. Animals suffer. Stop making animals suffer. There's limits to that as well, right? Like, you can cut out certain meat. You could be like, maybe I don't want to eat lamb, for example. But personally, steak is fucking delicious and very sustainable. Steak is like incredibly sustainable as well. It's like actually not that environmentally terrible, in my opinion. I'm not a farmer. Well, Beckett looks homeless. That's true. It's true. I look like I live in a hedge. Which is ironic, because I think on this platform, I'm one of the few people that actually owns their house. Anyway. I'm pretty sure Jesus complained about virtue signaling in the New Testament. Yeah, it's like, look, if you want to appear to be a good person, I get that. Lots of people want to appear to be the good guy, but I don't know. Maybe the more important thing is to do good things. You don't have to be perfect, by the way. You don't have to be perfect. I kind of like consider myself to have like a good grounding where I do lots of good things and try and be helpful and try and make like a decent, I guess, positive impact day to day. And then I come online and I'm mean to people without any particular reason or recourse. And that's like my karma, right? Like I get to do good things. And then this is like my cheat day where I get to come and be a dick online. That's how this works. That's fair, right? What kind of outfits do you have to wear as a bartender? Or did you have to wear as a bartender? I was like, I'm not a bartender anymore. Generally, I think it was like white shirts and waistcoats or like plaid or something. Depends where I worked. Right? Like I worked for some really chilled out places where it was just like kind of whatever. But not many of them. If you think I'm gonna stop clubbing baby seals for sports, you're nuts. You're nuts. True. Becca owns his house and has been in a relationship before. He is an oddity in the community. Listen, okay, no. That counts like series of failed fucking relationships. But anyway. Should wear a corset? Could you fucking imagine? A mixologist? No. Listen, I've got friends who are actual mixologists, but that is a very different thing. I've got friends who were like fucking using chemical equipment to like make drinks. Took them fucking ages. They were great, but complete waste of time. Imagine if you did videos with that outfit. It looked smarter and more sophisticated while talking about the new peed on block. What's my hold on. I think the smartest I've ever looked on stream. Funnily enough, actually. Funnily enough. Give me a second, let me. A noble and upstanding thing to do. Simply from seeing a Reddit post, Mudahar was ready to sit down, make a video, talk to his community. Except for you today is a tale of lies. And there you go. That's smart looking Beckett. Look nice. That's a terrible tie though. I have way better ties than that. Nice plaid. The shirt's terrible actually. I literally found something that was like on the floor. I was like, I'll just grab that. It'll do. I need new shirts. I don't know what the fuck has happened to all of my shirts. But I cannot find them anywhere. It's ridiculous. Oh fuck. Okay. See, when I go out, like generally, I don't dress like this when I like go to the shops and things. I'm usually in like a super dry top, and I'll have a scarf on. I tend to wear jeans and like quite nice boots. I actually don't look anywhere near as homeless day to day. Okay, listen. We'll give her 5 more minutes. We'll give her 5 more minutes to explain to me what the fuck her problem is. Okay.
Virtue signaling on YouTube is a new one.
English professor coded. Jesus. Hey Gallagher, how you doing?
In fact, Jake, I'm gonna make you a mod. It's like, yeah, you could say that to me. Like,
tattoo placement is key for corpo jobs. Collars and cuffs. Collars, cuffs. That's the rule. Yeah. Never had any problems.
I could be a bad person, but I feel like, sorry. Thank you very much for the $1.99. Who's your favourite Animal Crossing villager?
Who fucking cares?
I don't want to lose my trail of thought. We do, Stan.
What's the super dry top? Just brand.
Where was I? This is not good. My ADHD brain.
So Beckett dresses like a bisexual, got it?
No, I'm just
pretty much
out on the chat. So as I was saying, we'll get back to it. We went on a bit of a tangent then, but I'll give more of my opinion at the end and talk about the facts now so people can really get a good sense of why I'm annoyed at Dankey.
I would really like some facts, yes. Come on.
Doesn't deny working for Alex still, and I feel deeply uncomfortable by this. We end the call. I'm there like, the hell just happened? I'm like telling my friends about it. I'm talking to my partner. I'm like, what a strange guy. I mean, the call alone was weird. He was quite patronizing in general. And then to not just deny it to me and tell me how great Alex was to you was
You need to, this shit needs to release that call.
a really strange move. And I said to him, I said, look, man, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm not. I don't know. But these screenshots, they're not looking good. Alice is my friend. I'm going to defend her. It doesn't matter if Alice wasn't my friend. I've got somewhat of a moral compass. So I'm going to try and, you know.
Guys, what you don't understand is that I am a moral being. Fuck off. It's like the iDubbbz thing. Like, I hit 30, guys, and I realized I learned empathy. You learned empathy at 30, motherfucker? What's wrong with you? I've got something of a moral compass. I'm something of a moral thinker myself. Fuck off. What absolute cap. You're doing it for the same reason as all of us. You hate Alex and you like making money from content. Okay? Fuck, if anybody here is like morally clear, okay? I don't take a paycheck from my channel. I don't take any money from this. Okay? I've got a day job. I do shit. I pay other people. I am contributing to the wider ecosystem. What the fuck are you doing? I'm kidding. I'm just being shitty.
Not be a
Something
twat.
of an empath myself, yeah.
So then we don't talk for a couple of days, and he unfollows me on Instagram, which boo fucking who, all right? I'll get over that. And I know a lot of people are going to think, you know, well, why are you bringing it up then? But it is important here, because I messaged him and said, why'd you unfollow me? And he airs me, that's fine. And I messaged him again because the call's still weighing on my mind, and I say...
He airs me? What the fuck does that mean? You kids need to stop being so fucking young and shit.
I'm trying to be fair here, but right... and then he said, oh yeah, I was going to say this doesn't make sense. I realised he deleted messages, so I'm going to have to get them back up. So I said, bro, I'm trying to be fair here. And he says, can we call quick? And I said, I can't call, but I can text. And he says, okay, all good. My bad for not responding. I genuinely got caught up. To be honest, recently I found... This makes no sense. Type challenge. But to be honest, recently I found I kind of just want to do YouTube for myself and stay away from a lot of the drama. Well, I'll give you some advice, my guy. If you want to stay away from the drama, it's so simple. It's actually crazy. Like, it's actually so hard. Like, I understand why you struggle. All you've got to do is not defend abusers. Oh, sorry. Like, I know that's crazy.
I hate this chick. I feel so sorry for fucking young men. God, can you... What am I talking about? I've dated women like this. Oh, fuck. It was the worst. Oh, fucking hell. I can't anymore. Okay, listen. This is just fucking so infuriating. Like, oh my god, I'm so quirky. Fuck off. Wow, she's a bitch. Yeah. This is fucking awful. Like, everything about this is terrible. It's really funny. Okay. Let's have a look at Lewis McClang. Now listen, I have to stand in solidarity. I have to stand in solidarity with a fellow ginger, okay? I don't want you guys to worry. Both of us are going to be replaced with black people before long, if Disney has its way. So... Have you guys seen those charts of, like, people that are, like, casting? And it's always gingers. Like, why is it always us? Take some of the other white people. There are fucking loads of them. We've had enough shit. Stop taking us. Stop replacing us. It's not fair. It's not fair. Where's my representation? Dude, I skipped the stream and holy fuck, it's awful. It's fucking unwatchably boring. Time to race swap back in. It's true, and the race swap is basically going to be Diesel. I guarantee it. One day you're going to turn on Cope and see there's just going to be Diesel sat here with a fucking dinosaur plushie. So that'll be all it is.
Hey, one, the hell's going on? I either kind of don't.
Okay. Okay, I take it back. Maybe we should be replaced. What is that?
Welcome back, members of the audience, to just a delightful show. One of my favorites, you reap what you sow. And today, there's a case that needs to be cracked by yours truly, Detective McClung.
Listen, you'll all be aware that Diesel is kind of gay, okay? Diesel has an air of homosexuality, which I love him for, but is very prominent. This man is another level, okay? This is just... Listen, this is the sort of thing where if this guy appeared in a gay bar, everybody in there thinks you are trying too hard, bro. This is dramatic. I also... Which I love him for, would I? By that? It's Diesel, I love Diesel. We know this. Such a good pause. True, Diesel. Oh, yeah. Listen. Wait till VidCon. We'll both go to VidCon and it'll all go downhill from there.
On the case, there are 3 types of people who have clicked on this video today. One, the hell's going on? I either kind of don't or do know who this guy is, and I'm wondering what's going on. 2, those who are in defense of the man we are talking about. And 3, the man himself, because I know he clicked on this video. I know he did. And
I am none of those. I am literally just here to see, like, what I would look like as a long-haired twink. That's it. That's the whole reason we're watching this. In fact, that's the whole reason we're doing this content segment, okay? I just want to look in the mirror at Twink Beckett. That's it. That's all I want to do.
And to all of you, I have
Also, McClung, if you see this stream, if you somehow stumble across it in the future, it's what you're gonna end up looking like, buddy. It's all fucking downhill from here, okay? Kairos too. This feels like a throwback to the 90s. Look, I was very androgynous when I was a fucking, like, late teens. Well, late teens. Like, I was a goth kid, so... But I don't think I ever hit these levels. Get to Berry with a 5. I blame commentary channels for making it look easy enough for anyone to take it on to their viewers. Good more content for channels and chatters. Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is, like, anyone can talk about this stuff, and the stakes are pretty low. This has nearly, like, 300,000 views. And the comments are... What are they? For anyone who's saying he was always giving me a weird vibe, I can vouch for, because I felt the same after watching a few of his videos. Guys, the vibes are just off. Oh, come on. I'm a woman from the southern US. I have heard beef curtains outside of Jesus Christ. I originally watched his Smart Schoolboy 09 series and tried to get into his other content but couldn't get past how he talked about the subjects. Katieism discussed him on live a month or so ago and phrased everything I felt perfectly, and seeing no change in his fanbase or growing support has been so upsetting to see. I appreciate this video so much. Hopefully people start realizing who they're supporting. You people need to get a fucking life. Okay? Femboy Beckett confirmed. I was never a femboy, okay? Androgynous. I was never a fucking femboy. Let's not fucking get ahead of ourselves or anything. Okay? I wasn't going around in fucking maid's outfits. Jesus. Listen. I resent those accusations. Oh.
Something very clear to say to you. This is a situation in the dark, a feud between multiple people that Jesse, aka Dankey Jabo or Dankey Jabo, has gotten dragged into because of his own idiotic decisions. I have spoken.
Jack Walker with a 5. I can guarantee this guy was an annoying band kid. Yeah, that seems probably pretty likely. Let's be fair.
With Jesse, that is his first name. And through our brief interactions, being two people in the commentary YouTube sphere, he was actually quite sweet. But put yourself in my shoes for a second.
Hey, if Falgi wore a maid outfit and rockticked, listen, I have never been into wearing dresses or anything like that. I've always been very comfortable as a guy, never questioned. I'm good. So you guys can have your listen. You guys are welcome to your fantasies. I have fun with it. Every one of these guys has that damn mustache. Noah Sampson, Hassan, Jake Weddle. I think these mustaches are brain-eating parasites in disguise. Crash with the 5. Yeah. I don't get the mustache thing. Then again, I can't really pull off a mustache, so maybe it's envy or jealousy. I don't fucking know. Cleft, Jesus.
Let's say you have a brief interaction with another creator, and they're nice to you. And then you will learn that they are not the person that they portray themselves as online. See, I am not a Jesse fan. I don't watch his content.
I'm sorry, wait, hold on. What was that?
YouTube sphere, he was actually quite sweet. But put yourself in my shoes for a second. Let's say you have a brief interaction with another creator, and they're nice to you. And then you will learn that they are not the person that they portray themselves as online. See, I am not a...
Shocking. Look. I'm pretty close. I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty close to what you see on here. I'm actually, if anything, I'm slightly nicer in like reality. I'm a little less mean. And I was about to say I'm probably more professional, but actually I largely get away with being good at what I do and a total dick. But largely, content creators are going to be different people. Obviously, because I mean, unless this guy like literally is like this all the time, and if he is, bro, that's a lot. Scroll through this guy's community posts, I beg you. Why is Carrot Top on screen? Thanks for the 2 Gatsa. Let's have a look through the community posts. Thank you all for 300,000 and counting. All of you are beautiful and amazing. I can't believe you chose me as your commentator. That's so many who had so many other options, yet here I am. Wait, what do you mean? Who had so many other options? Lots of people. Listen, you share audiences with people. What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you for also to all of your beautiful members of my audience. Oh my god. New video about a freaking conservative musical. Who let this happen? New VOD. Maybe go watch if you want. Oh my god. Your favorite detective is taking cases, and by that I mean to tell you all the crazy stuff you want me to look into. Who is being terrible? Where? Who is being terrible? Where? This is very gay. What? Have you guys noticed how little about my actual life I post? Ginger Russell Brand, yeah. Thanks for that too. Crash, yeah. This guy can't research shit. Oh, well, that's always the fucking case, Diesel. That's why people pay us money. Oh my god. He has far too many thirst trap pictures. Yeah, it's kind of, this is... Should I start doing this? This is so gay. Bro, what? What? This is like if Weird Al started an OnlyFans. Okay, listen. I have one physical criticism for this guy, okay? I'm being 100% with you here. And again, I look like I've been dragged through a hedge. But if you're going to post pictures like this, you need to shave your arms, because your arms do not match the rest of this fucking image, okay? Shut up, Becca. I like Weird Al. Just looks like, he looks like he's going bowling here. I'm going to be honest with you. I really like this jumper and I may buy one. I quite like, listen, that jumper looks really fucking comfortable. Someone find me where I can buy this jumper. That looks comfy. Oh my god, I feel like I need an adult. His waistcoats are terrible though. Jumper's good, terrible waistcoats. That's alright. I like the tie. Like, the tie's nice. Okay, is that enough thirst trapping? Not enough ties. Not enough good ties, okay? Invest in good ties, there's my advice. Okay. Why is he posting thirst traps on his YouTube community tab? Fuck only knows. I might start doing it though. Listen, you got to get that sub growth somehow, right? To be fair, his channel's doing well. His channel's doing well. I think he had like a 1 million view video like a month ago. Did he confuse his community tab for his Instagram? Listen, I don't have Instagram, so like I only ever hear rumors of what people do on there. It sounds like soft degenerate. Okay.
Jesse fan. I don't watch his content. I'm not a big fan of it. I actually personally, and we'll get to this later, do not like the way he talks about women. Specifically. But there is a time for everything, and now is the time for exposition. The accusations against Dankey Jabo, aka Jesse, go as follows. Lying to your audience, using hateful, derogatory speech towards women, silencing those who are against you, and lying to and manipulating your audience, those who hold you as sanctity.
I bet if we start looking through his shit, we'd find some absolute banger mistakes. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Boogie Fan 199. Why is Harry Harold on the left and why is he evil? Fucking hell. Oh god. Guys, do I give up? Do I just cut my hair early? I was gonna grow it. I just keep fucking starting to annoy me now. Might go back to short again. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted by my own hair watching this motherfucker's hair. This guy would get bullied by theatre kids. Thank you for the 5, Artemis. Listen, you're right. Research is asked for free. I'll see what my investment feels like after this. Okay, so oh fuck. His treatment of women, is it going to be one of those fucking things? Guys, If you treat women badly, what happened to equality? Why can't women take care of themselves? The last time I thought I was going to get some proper fucking pushback about a month and a half ago. When I started, like, I went on a whole tirade about how women had bad taste in men and they always trusted creeps and this whole thing. And then I found out that half my audience, which is kind of crazy actually, like 50%, like I think it's like 46% of my audience are women. And they just completely agreed with me. It's like, based. I got the good ones. Beckett, wigs exist for a reason. Don't grow your hair out because it takes forever. I'm not wearing a wig. I'm trying to hit a point where I can stop caring about my hair. I've been trying to hit that point for the last 15 years. It never happens. We like the arrogant ones, that's why. True.
Honestly, your audience is literally all you have as a YouTuber. That's it. That's all you have. And to lie to them, to manipulate them, to avoid the truth, maybe not so much lie, but to silence.
Okay, this is true. Your audience is, you owe your audience more than a lot of YouTubers want to accept, okay? Your audience is like, especially if you're like one of these people who gives a shit about clout, your audience carries that for you. That said, and this is important, I want to see some example of this guy actually degrading his audience. I don't want this fucking twink just telling me that's to be the case.
The truth, it might as well be lying. Let's get something straight. Being wrong is no crime. There is nothing you can ever do to somebody who is just wrong. If they mess up, if they were lied to, you don't know, okay? You cannot cancel somebody, and frankly, I'm not here to cancel somebody. I'm here to get the truth. This video is a rock thrown into a lake that will send ripples out so that maybe we can actually find the truth. Because man, Jesse is running from it with everything he's got. I think it's good we start with the man named I'm Alex. I released a video about it about 6 months ago, and that's a good time frame to think about. In the past 6 months, Jesse has grown his audience in a very steady pace since that incident.
I thought my cuts were bad. What the fuck is that? What was that? Lulled me into a false sense of security. What was that?
Alex. I released a video about it about 6 months ago, and that's a good time frame to think about. In the past 6 months, Jesse has grown his audience in a very...
In the video I'm currently working on, there's like a fucking note for Max going, hey, can you just like put something here? Because the audio lineup is like fucking terrible. I don't care what it is. Oh, fuck, that's funny.
Steady pace since that incident, and this incident is the catalyst that starts everything, and I mean everything. I'm Alex, if you don't know, and if you don't want to watch that video, I don't blame you. It was a while ago. I'm Alex was an abuser, confirmed to be an abusive asshole towards Alice, his ex-girlfriend. As far as we can tell, Alice did not deserve this. It was not warranted. He was not in self-defense. It was...
Wait. As far as we can tell, Alice did not deserve this is a fucking killer line. Listen, as far as we can tell, Alice, for all her faults, didn't deserve the comments about the brick, and she didn't deserve him like, pushing her. Fucking weird way to put it, bro.
Purely aggressive behavior to his now ex. Well, it turns out over the pond in England, I'm in America if you don't know, I'm Alex was basically the head of the England community of commentary YouTubers. And in that sphere was Dankey Jabo, or Jesse. Again, I don't know how to say it. Dankyjabo, Dankyjabo? I don't like, okay, it sounds too British for me. I'm just gonna say Jesse, okay? I don't like it, all right? I'm American. If there's anything...
I am deeply, deeply struggling to get through this. This is pretty bad. This is pretty fucking stupid. This guy isn't British. No, he's American. He's American, okay? He wouldn't survive in Britain. He'd get fucking... Listen, in America, you can get away with being a theatre kid. In Britain, it's a little bit more brutal. Why does he have a fan blowing his hair? Oh, God only knows. Listen. Don't hate on the twink too much. He's doing his thing, okay? He's doing his thing. Wait, this is off-brand American Beckett? This is off-brand American Beckett. This is what happens when you leave the Empire, okay? Listen, I'm not saying colonialism was a good thing. I am saying that it was better than whatever the fuck this shit is.
Anything American people hate, it's experiencing other cultures. No, I'm kidding. Dankey Jabo just so happened to be an editor.
Listen, okay. Okay, let's talk about normie commentary for a second, because holy fuck. I wanted to talk about normie commentary for a little while now. And normie commentary is fucking awful. It's so fucking boring, guys. Like, it was boring when they were doing the fucking dog pack shit. It's boring when they do this. Like it's the whole, it's bad. It's terrible. I'm so upset about this. This is why everyone fucking revolved around Keemstar for so fucking long, and people like Leafy. And listen, Leafy sucked. I didn't like Keem back in the Drama Alert days. I actively think like it was fucking boring. Like there's a reason why I was watching far edgier content. Crash with the 5. Man has 1930s horse racer announcer hair. Hooked up on estrogen IV drip. Yeah, it's fucking like... There's this whole thing of... Guys, these are really serious accusations. Bro, just, I don't know, do what the rest of us do. Go and fucking, go and talk about pedophiles and groomers. At least then, it's legitimate. And even that, fuck. Max sent me a video. There's somebody who we're going to go over. And this guy is legitimately, from what I can see, a nonce, okay? And even the fucking video for that is this guy going, I'm disgusted. I think I want to throw up. And I'm just like, dude, just tell me the fucking... Listen, I just want to hear about the fucking VTuber pedophile, okay? I get it. You're very disgusted by the dude who's like a fucking pedophile. You don't need to reinforce it every 5 fucking seconds. It's not necessary. I believe you. Okay? Fuck. I hate normie commentary. It's so gay. Because, again, it's a virtue signal thing. They have to do this. Guys, I didn't want to be the one to bring this to your attention. I didn't want to have to do this. But I understand that it's a really important story to tell. As far as I can tell, I have been here sitting through this for at least an hour and a half. And I don't think this guy has fucking done anything. VTuber pedophile, yeah. We'll do it either tomorrow or Saturday. We'll do it because it's gonna. It requires more focus. Okay.
For I'm Alex, or at least one of his editors at some point in time. You can even tell the blatant mentoring through the exact same thumbnail design. They use the exact same thumbnail design. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just more proof that he mentored him or taught him his ways. This apparently made him feel as though he owed Alex some gratitude. If you ask me, that sounds like you're willingly let somebody manipulate you, but that might just be me. Oh, you gave me my career, but you're going to exploit me for something because of it? Yes.
Do you know just... Okay, this is a really interesting thing. He's like, oh, so you're going to exploit me for something. What, motherfucker, what? What is I Am Alex exploiting this guy for? What's he doing for him other than, continuing to follow him on Twitter and not making content on him? Which, again, that doesn't necessarily... it may just be the fact that he could... And this is a legitimate position. Hey... Me making content off the person who gave me my career is a shitty thing to do. I find that... I've had that before with people, actually. Not like in a serious way, but I've been like, I don't want to talk about this for such and such a reason. Either I was friends with this person. I'll end the relationship, but I'm not going to make content out of it. Actually, I'm saying this now, and I don't think I've actually ever done that with anyone. I think I'd do that if Chris got cancelled, but I don't think I've actually ever... God, I'm such a bastard. No, I've completely eaten the people who I've gone after. No, Evan, I fucking burnt Evan very publicly. And Evan didn't give me my career. Okay, let's be clear. They're they're acting on Dankey is working on bringing Alex back. Yeah. Like, again, I think my biggest thing is, like, listen, you can't show me what he's done. Just show me something. But he's saying something and he's making it cutesy and this is a distraction, by the way. This is, the irony of this is I'm kind of getting annoyed because it feels like what you're doing is legitimately drumming up drama for this other content creator who you don't seem to have anything on. Other than a vague sense that they were friends. Listen, I'm fucking... Oh, fuck.
Because you owe me. Every woman in Hollywood ever. But... apparently, and still now, Jesse followed and still follows I'm Alex on Instagram. This is important because one of Alice's friends decided to reach out to him and ask why, if it was an accident, if he meant to unfollow him, or if he just didn't know what was going on, which was unlikely and is still unlikely and is very impossible now. Instead of many options handling this in stride, ignoring it, confirming that it was just a mistake, no, he responded like so. Is there any reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit? They're talking about Alex, and there's nobody else they could be talking about. I'm so sorry, mate. I'm not doing an accent. I'm not, you can't, no. I'm
sorry, what's this? Wait. Does this just get layers of fucking worse? Is there a reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit? I'm so sorry. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now. So you defend abusers, I am Alex. This guy is agreeing and like straight up going, oh, I'm sorry, like you've just said, oh, he could have said it was an oversight. He could have ignored it, but he responds to it, apologizes for it, makes a joke about like him being the annoying orange, and then gets accused of defending abusers? No, fuck everyone involved in this. Listen, this just gets so much more annoying. Oh my god, guys, why don't people online take abuse situations seriously as you make content out of what? Like, just like a guilt by associating someone who's agreeing with you to unfollow the person. Release the fucking call. Release the call. Actually release the call with this guy. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro. Both, like, literally, legitimately, both of you pieces of shit. Absolute fucking piece of shit if this is all you've got.
Sorry, mate. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now. So you defend abusers. I'm Alex. And work for them. And that means they said it there. That means you can't ignore it. That means, yeah, maybe they could have meant something else. Maybe they could have meant the annoying orange. I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe the annoying orange was an abusive prick. I wasn't part of the show. I don't know.
So you've done an investigation where you don't know that the annoying orange is a reference to Alex. He's agreeing to unfollow them. There's no fight back. There's no push. There's just, yeah, I'm just agreeing to, and you don't like the tone in which he's agreeing. Is that what I'm getting here? He never defended him.
But the response will baffle you.
He conveniently lost the court. I bet you fucking did.
Support the annoying orange. He gaslights all the fruit in the kitchen. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? Let's just, in good faith, which there is none here needed to show you what's going on, but let's just say in good faith he was, instead of saying the annoying orange, saying I'm Alex. Then this wouldn't be so bad. But he didn't do that. What he did.
What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, Gay Beckett sucks. Gay Twink Beckett is awful. Okay? Bro. What a fucking loser. He's obviously referring to I Am Alex. What the fuck are you talking about?
Alex. Then this wouldn't be so bad. But he didn't do that. What he did is he made a joke out of a woman's abuse and also the person who he knew and worked with, and he ignored that and instead made a joke out of this. This pissed off A lot of people. I was literally live streaming the other day when people started talking about this. Check out my Twitch. Go check. Out of the small amount of people who watch my stream on average, talked about this. And that means that this is starting to spread. And Jesse is just ignoring it harder. So that's why I'm making the video.
So you said that he could have ignored it and that would have been a better response, but now he's ignoring it. You have an issue with it? Oh. Listen, I can't imagine waking up and being this dude. I'd actually kill myself. Yeah, guys, someone made a joke and I didn't like it. So they're defending abusers. Nobody with a voice like this guy has should criticize anybody's tone. True, thank you for the 5, Crash. Jesus.
Because I'm done with allowing him to ignore something that he probably did. And that he's probably still doing. This isn't a problem on the surface, okay? He's being a dickhead, a doofus, even kind of a, you know, intolerable cringe bastard, but that's fine, that's your right. The problem is that he makes almost only content, almost entirely, almost exclusively on content about either women being abused or abusive women. Like that's, if you scroll down, in the past 6 months, that's it. And the problem isn't that he's making this content. The problem is he's making this content, and then this is how he actually treats a case that he is involved with, involving the abuse of a woman. Do you not?
Guys, how with the 5? Jabo was making a joke and was not talking about Alex with the annoying orange comment. Have we got evidence of that? Yeah, you can phone me, Diesel. Because as far as I'm aware, that is a reference to Alex. And it's pretty obvious what he'd be asked about, right? I'm literally just waiting for Diesel to phone me. There we go. There we go. Hey, buddy.
Oh, boy. Okay. So, these people are my new obsession. I hate these fucking normie commentators, dude. Holy shit. Okay. I got something for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, they were saying how Dankey Jabo's content was like all him talking about women. So I went through all of Dankey Jabo's commentary videos to find out what the gender spread and subject spread was. Okay?
That's wonderfully autistic. So what's his content look like?
All right. Here. So here's the document. Hold on. I got PNGs of the graphs.
You made graphs? Oh my god.
I made a pie chart, dude. I made a fucking pie chart. So one of them is a spread on topics via gender, and then one of them is the topic, like the genre, you know. So like he does a lot of covering like.
Okay, so it's trending stories. About 12% is abuse victim stories. Abusive TikTokers. What's the other half of that?
So abusive TikTokers / creators. So it doesn't have to just be TikTokers. And I'm using abusive because, for lack of a better term, it's everything between like some of the people that he would be covering are like a transgender woman who's like abusing her she doesn't really pass really well. And then she'll like turn around to minimum wage workers and then like insult them. So it's like, you know, Karen content is treated at the same level as like parent, who's also like a massive piece of shit. And a majority of the time, those people that are like he's covering that are abusive TikTokers are people investigated by the CPS or that have a criminal record. So they're not like good people that you would ever go to bat for. These are like people that have like outstanding criminal related issues, right? And then abuse victim stories is like stories covering stuff from like the perspective of victim, right? So that's
Yeah.
like actual him being serious.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know. I think looking through this guy's content, it's got Onision on there, Jesus.
He's got Onision twice. He made 2 videos on Onision. He's done a lot on Schoolboy 9 or whatever, that pedophile.
Yeah.
And that usually ended up in true crime, but you know, I mean, I will say this. He definitely does cover a lot of abuse adjacent things, but like we got to really extend the definition of that to really get there.
I think part of the core problem I'm having with all this is like, because I can see, like, let's say I'll go with like Getzerald's comment. Jabo was making a joke and was not talking about Alex with the annoying orange comment. Like, I think that's a stretch, because like he'd be aware of what he was being contacted over, and even if that is the case, even if it is the case that he turned around and said, "I don't care who I'm following, fuck off." I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable, actually, because like somebody came to me and was like, "Well, you're followed to Chris Tyson." It's like, yeah, of course I fucking am. I do content on them. I need to. I want to know what they're saying, and I don't want to have to seek it out. I think that's a completely legitimate way to reason to follow them. But also, like with this whole friendship thing, or the fact that Alex has given him his career, yeah, it's completely reasonable to maintain a friendship with somebody, even if you're not defending them publicly. Alex hasn't murdered anybody. He hasn't, like, unless you're truly of the stance of, like, if you do something like this, you're completely cancelled from fucking society. In which case, I mean, I think you're going to be cancelling an awful lot of fucking people because relationships are messy. It feels like they've just gone after this guy for content.
Danky was like, you know, he was Alex's editor and stuff like that, so they had like a professional relationship too. So it's like, if somebody is your client, why would you just turn around and just like burn that bridge with them? You know, I mean, you're just like, that's like if I went, like I said it on stream yesterday, but that's like if I went to an Amazon worker and was like, do you know that Amazon abuses their employees? It's like, yeah, dude, like I'm paid the bills. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. This is fucking dodgy. Is there anything else in this video that like you caught that you were like, oh, that's interesting? Did you watch the like conversation between them and Papa Gut?
I watched a little bit of that. Those two did not know their head from their ass. Like they're very clearly like super sheltered, weird young people, which isn't an excuse for the behavior, but it's why a lot of this stuff always happens, right? Papa Gut actually handled them pretty well, because like watching it, I could even tell they were like getting argumentative when he was having like reasonable, good faith questions. But there's some outrageous things that come up in this Lewis video that are like the biggest stretches on earth, and are really insane. You'll get a real good kick out of them.
This was also a rando asking them about it. It wasn't. It was Katie. Those DMs were between him and Katie, right?
So I had only listened to Katie's stream on yours, so I'd need to double check. But listening to what Katie said, you know what? I'll check Katie's Twitter because she posted them on Twitter. But I have this feeling that it was perhaps Alice sending those.
Okay, well then, if it's
now.
Alice, then it's even more of a case of why, right? Like he's not going to be unaware of that. I don't think any of them could be. So, like, and again, if you want to come out with a criticism of any relationship maintained with Alex, you're a shit person. I'm like, fair enough. Like, just say that then. You don't need. I don't know. It seems like you're stretching of all these other things. I need to be included. We need to paint this guy as the worst person ever. And I just don't. Dude. I think I think part of it is people are desperate for the I Am Alex cancel. And because Alex isn't around anymore, let's be fair, I don't think Alex is coming back. I don't think he's coming back. Like,
No, I don't think he's coming back ever. I heard rumors back when this first started. I asked people that were close to Alex. I'm like, is he gonna like do a response? Does he have like something he's working on? And apparently he did. But since that's time, he's like ghosted pretty much everybody that he was talking to. And whoever's in his circle, it must be very small because I don't know many creators who would be talking to him now. And the ones that I'm on good terms with said they're not. So that's a fair few amount of people too.
And I think that's frustrating for people because this was when this like kicked off. It looked like it was going to be one of the biggest drama cycles of the year, and it just kind of died.
Yeah, because he shut the fuck up. I mean, it was so open and shut too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't actually. She doesn't actually say who it came from. On her tweet. But from what I heard on the stream, it sounded like it was somebody else, not her. I'm probably gonna go double check on that because I kind of want to look into them because they're annoying the shit out of me. I hate their vibe. The vibes are off, just like the comment said.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, but
like, again,
Lewis says some stuff in this video where he's like, I don't have any skeletons in my closet. I know I'm a good person. And it was like, buddy, you're really invoking the monkey's paw is curling when you say that.
Everyone has things that they're not like proud of or happy with, right? Like everyone's got a relationship somewhere where they were a dick in it.
But yeah, that's what I was like autistically working on for like 2 hours. Because I just wanted to see like what the gender spread looked like.
I wonder what this guy's this Lewis guy's actual content is like. Let's just have a look at the videos.
I was looking through it. I wanted to be like, oh, I wonder what Lewis covers. I mean, it's really just the same shit as the other guy.
Hold on a second. Is he really criticizing Dankey for having similar thumbnails when he also has similar thumbnails?
I know.
What? These are like the same thumbnails. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's literally the same fucking content. I think it's really funny that Lewis McClung, who by the way, he's a massive male feminist, so that's like a humongous red flag for this video.
Yeah, that's always a fucking
but he
case.
he did a video on the Nick Fuentes "Your Body, My Choice" thing. Never wanted a man to not speak about women's reproductive rights more. He also covered ACC, Beckett.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. It says art community has a terrible problem. That's the video.
Where is that?
Hold on.
Let me just search art. No. Okay, let's see what the sections are. The problem. Let's go for the problem.
When it comes to art, for instance, about a year ago, Cooley.
Okay, let me share this. I'll share this to the call. Hold on a second. We'll have a little watch party. What this guy's fucking content's like.
Is the epitome of a terrible artist, somebody who is just a stain on the art community. And Colleen just so happens to be this way because of her racist ways. And this is nothing new. This is proven. This is who she is. This is what.
Colleen removes ethnic features on people of color.
She does, okay? Colleen has a history of calling anybody with dark skin a gorilla. Mostly just African Americans and African people. That's what she does. That's what she does. It's this isn't new news, guys, but she is an example.
Can we get like evidence of that? Can we get like a video clip of this Kool-Aid person calling somebody a gorilla?
I feel like I need Thuman. This is her wheelhouse, not mine.
We need a subject matter expert in the room right now.
of just the kinds of people who are found in the art community, which again has nothing to do with the individual person in those communities. It's all just about how wild it can be. We do kind of have three people to talk about today. The two biggest controversies in recent history are Ooneko and Cinny Bear. Okay, I'm sure if you are in those communities at all, you've heard about them, and you probably know almost all the details.
Okay, I covered both of these.
Of them. But for all of you who are looking at this from an outside view, kind of like I am, though I used to draw, though I used to be a big artist, weird Lewis lore drop, I used to even have a tattoo apprenticeship. So that's pretty cool. For the people who are looking at this like me from the outside and just seeing
Aren't
this,
you like
remember
20?
that it's
When
not
were
the
you
community-
apprenticing, bro? Like,
Oh, fucking, yeah, I mean, could have been apprenticing when he was like, I don't know, he's been doing this for like a year, so maybe when he was like 18.
yeah,
It's a
I guess
possibility.
so.
that are necessary.
By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, tattoo apprentice, most insufferable fucking people.
Really the problem in this case. It is the fostering of this behavior in the sense that people kind of either blow it too far out of proportion or excuse people when they are not deserving of that excuse. Does that make sense? I've seen plenty of cases when it comes to different sides of the art community where people will be excused for their terrible and negligent behavior. It's kind of gross. But two people who were definitely tried and held accountable for what they did were Ooneko and Cinny Bear. So let's talk about the nuances of these situations starting.
Let's have a look at AI art. Oh, this is Oneko's AI art thing. Yeah. I don't care. They actually did a quite funny response video. Right. Sure, that's this Cinnabar stuff. Just a robot. Just a robot.
No,
Now
dude.
deleted, you'll see a theme here. Is this video by Just a Robot? I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it because it got deleted. But there was a video by this.
There was like 17 re-uploads of this fucking video. What do you mean you couldn't find it? You could just
It was
type
so
in
easy
Just
to
a
come
Robot
across.
Cinny Bear. Like,
Holy
you
shit.
find it. How bad are you at your job?
This guy called Just a Robot who released a video where he interviewed Cinny Bear about how she felt about the situation, how it went about, how she feels, her opinions. And there was a lot of insight that I want to talk about, but I will save it for when we're talking about Jack in that situation. But the big thing that I want to talk about is her response that is now up, still up, she still stands.
So he just skips over the entire context of the Just the Robot video being this weird sweeping
Oh
story.
my fucking
Dude,
god, this is...
Just the Robot was trying to sweep for Cinny Bear, motherfucker. Like, what?
This is awful. What does he say about Jack? Also, hold on.
Let's just go in the order I asked you them. Did you...
This is a section of the interview.
Oh, okay. Now we're blaming Jack, which is a little strange. And again, we'll get to him later. But Jack, and I'll say this straight up, is not to blame for what Cinny did. There is no chance Jack is to blame for that. And it's so weird that she, for some reason, takes it upon herself to bring up all these things that people are saying to apologize for what she has done, kind of. A lot of people have been like, well, technically, it's not grooming because she didn't get to the point where she was gonna do something. Is that how that works? Is that how that works? So because she didn't get to the end goal, or because we'll never know what end goal she had, that means she's not a groomer. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with she's not a groomer. Okay, she's a creep. She's a freak. She likes talking to kids about sexual stuff. And we don't, I'd say as a society, we mostly don't like that. Society. But in this case, I agree with society. I think it's okay to shoo people away from talking to kids about sex.
Okay, hold on.
Okay? I think.
Let's just go in the order I asked you them. Did you take your apology down, and if so, why?
I privated it because
Wait, so you did find this video? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm making a video, kind of going
What do you mean?
over why I don't believe I'm actually a groomer.
Why don't you think you're a groomer? It's because there's
Why are you painting? Oh, fuck.
legitimately no evidence of you grooming. Is that why you think that?
I didn't even consider it to be grooming until Jack told me it was grooming.
Oh my God, of course you did. Of course you did.
What happened in the moment?
Okay, let's see.
Just a Robot is definitely an apologist for Cinny Bear,
Okay,
and
there we
it's
go.
fine. He's allowed to have whatever
Okay,
opinion he so
Jesus.
pleases about the situation. But what he did bring to light that I actually kind of agree with is that
Nah, he's
Jack's
not allowed
kind
to
of
have
in
that
the
opinion, actually. He should be beat over the head with a diamond sword in Minecraft.
Listen, guys. If you are followed to an abuser, you're a terrible person in life to his audience. But if you're sweeping for a pedophile,
Yeah, it's just your opinion, and you're entitled to it. I actually
Wrong
think there's an
here.
objectively wrong take, and that was it.
it's like the whole kind of there's no such thing as a stupid question. It's like, turns out.
in a couple different ways. Jack being the roommate slash friend of Cinny Bear, ex-friend of Cinny Bear, where they had, I wouldn't say they had a friends with benefits kind of situation, because according to Cinny Bear, she is entirely straight, which means that she could then be with Jack because he's a man, but I don't know. I don't know exactly the semantics. It just feels like Cinny Bear is slightly in the wrong with everything and kind of confused, but she says, oh, I'm straight, I can never be with Jack, even though Jack is a man.
Oh, shut up.
And he lied to me about a bunch of stuff, and he's
What's that
super
section
dumb
labeled,
and
"I'm
a
so
dumbass
horny"?
and stupid, and she's, and like, oh, you weren't flirting with this kid. Enno is the kid, by the way. Oh, you weren't flirting with them? So saying, oh, I'm just so horny all the time. God, send me to horny jail.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh,
Okay,
that stuff,
right. We're
okay.
gonna. Is there another one? What is this guy's content? Is this what normal commentary's like? Holy fuck.
Yes.
There is no way this guy doesn't have skeletons in his closet. Just none at all. Oh my god. The entire internet hates this man. I've got literally no idea who the fuck this is.
It's a completely different world, dude. I just the way that he talked about the I'm Alex stuff in the the Dankey Jabo video, it's just like, motherfucker, like I was there when the fucking commandments were written, okay? I was there in the room where it happened. Like, motherfucker, everybody knows the annoying orange thing. That drives me fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, listen. Get Sold knows that I love them. They're great. They're very, like, a constant, they're a constant joy in my chat. Like, not even kidding. Yeah, this just seems like it's a reference to I Am Alex, which he would know, being his editor. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. This is just, it's an obvious fucking hatchet job. That's kind of the issue. I don't know what else to say about it. It's a fucking hatchet job. I will watch the rest, and I am interested to see this conversation with Papa Gut. Diesel, can you like entertain my chat for like 5 minutes while I go and get another drink?
Sure,
and
sure.
also
I can entertain in your chat.
and also shave a little bit because it's starting to annoy me. It's been annoying me for like 2.5 hours.
Shave. You keep talking about it. Go shave.
I know I don't know why it's annoying me, but I'm just like, it's annoying me. Right, okay, cool. Right, I'll be back.
Yo, what up, guys? Diesel, autistic commentary, Lewis, male T. Is that what I am? I'm autistic commentary? What the fuck about me is autistic commentary? Bro makes one graph in his career. He's autistic. That's fucking wild. I'm definitely like edgy drama commentary. I'm like not, of the pie chart. Well, the pie chart is like to prove a point, right? Like I want to reach out to Lewis and have a conversation with him. So that's why I put together the graph. So that way I could turn around and be like, I have a graph. Diesel, what's your female percentage for followers? It's actually pretty high. I don't know why. I get a lot of women who watch me. It just be that way, you know. But did you make your charts in Excel? No, Google Sheets. Google Sheets, because it was just what was readily available. It was nice and easy. But you know, both are great. Both are great. I fuck with both. You know. But dude, I ever since because I streamed about this yesterday, chat, right? And I was at first like I was like, okay, I mildly dislike this guy. But the more I've seen of him and this Kate chick, the more I've been like, oh, these motherfuckers like got some baggage, dude. Because you're adorable, thank you. I know Beckett and I just make the cutest couple. So also, I think it would be real. Okay, not that now. I'm kind of hankering for blood sports a little bit right now. So I'm looking at Lewis McClung, and I'm circling him like a shark right now. And oh, he's got a VOD up. Does he stream? Okay, all right. Oh, he's got a Twitch. Oh, he's got a Twitch, dude. But yeah, I'm definitely circling him like a shark in the water right now. Okay, I'm waiting for one little oopsie daisy on him, and I'll end up jumping on that. I really wanna. I don't even want to defend Dankey Jabo because this motherfucker was acting like a fucking moron. Like he did all this like weird shit. But I do in a scale of awfulness. Diesel sensing blood in the water. Well, that was the same. I got like I don't know. It's like a vibe. Like I got it with Jake Doolittle. Maybe it's just that I don't like these like weird soy commentary guys, dude. I don't know. Somebody earlier in the chat was like, "What's like necessarily wrong about being a male feminist?" There's nothing wrong with it, by the way. The thing is that when men publicly go around saying, "I'm a male feminist. I support women's rights. I'm an ally. I support women's rights." That's like a guy being like, "I'm nice, please fuck me. I'm nice, please fuck me." Right? Like if you are a lady and you're watching this stream, if you've ever like ran into a guy who is like really, really like rah women's reproductive rights, like to an obscenely vocal degree, there's something weird about it, right? Like there's like, okay, this guy has like an ulterior motive, right? Because the guy's doing it, you know, on the most basic way of doing it, like a guy who does that is being performative because he wants to get laid, right? Think of someone going around saying, "I'm really super not racist," and well, somebody who's like, they put like anti-racist in their bio, and they'll like talk about it all the time, right? Yeah, and then it ends up being a "I'm not racist, but" type thing. I was hoping there would be more than a janky Katie beef, but alas, this curtains seem to be closed on this drama. The beef curtains, if you will, according to Dankey. Yeah, like I don't know. It's like this guy definitely presents himself as like, yeah, okay, all right. Lewis McClung comes off as a male pick-me. That's a great way to explain it. That's a great way to put it, right? I mean, don't even get me wrong. I'm a bit of a pick-me too, motherfucker. Like I do plenty of thirst traps. Okay, like last Halloween picture I did, I was grabbing my nuts. Hi Beckett, I see you unmuted, so you must be back.
That's an interesting interesting thing to come
Dude,
into.
it's always the worst moments, man.
I know, I'm skilled.
It's the worst
It's a talent,
moment.
man. It's a talent. Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
We were talking about male feminists and what's so weird about them.
Everything's weird about them. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, I feel better now. It's gonna stop annoying me. All the way through stream. If anyone, like, flips up the VOD, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? That's really funny. Fucking hell. Okay. Right. Yeah. So, what did I miss?
Nothing, because I can't hit play on the video.
Right, okay.
All right, listen. The thing is that he'll show evidence for Danky outside of the messages later on in the video, right? And the evidence is the opposite of damning, or whatever the opposite of damning would be as a word.
I can see Steve Shives got a mention.
Steve Shives.
Steve Shives. You listen, Steve Shives. The worst thing about Steve Shives, like current era Steve Shives, is the fact that he makes the worst Star Trek content on the internet. It's like shockingly fucking bad. I have literally no idea how he's achieved it. It's kind of incredible. Okay, well, are you gonna stay and watch some of this video with me?
Sure.
Let's have a look.
Not see the problem there? I mean, I'm sure you see the problem. That's why you're ignoring it and suppressing anybody who talks about it, like other YouTubers who are in that sphere and who are hearing about it through people like Cataclysm, who is the only person who I've seen make a video about this, okay? Or a stream, which was actually kind of smart. But in this stream, Cataclysm talks, and I don't know if that's how you pronounce it correctly. But Cataclysm was approached by Jessie not too long ago. I think it was also about 5 to 6 months ago when she was approached by Jessie, and Jessie wanted to talk with her, okay? They made similar content, they had similar subcounts, this is her words, and so he asked to call her, which, if you ask me, calling people has a stigma around it for a reason. You can just text people, man. If there's no reason to call...
Oh, this is the most Zoomer fucking... Calling people has a stigma. Like, you can just text. It's like, listen, can your entire generation get its fucking anxiety under control, please? It's bleeding into my workplace. Okay, everyone's got this whole thing at the moment where, oh, we can just message on Teams. I don't want to... Listen, I have a work phone. I have a work phone for a fucking reason. Phone me. I got a message from somebody who said, listen, I haven't seen you very active in the Teams chat for the project. I'm just making sure that things are okay. And I'm like, yeah, you could phone me about it. We have meetings about it. It's fine. I don't need 24 messages about shit that is nothing to do with this fucking project. Please shut up.
Just message. It's so much easier. It'll produce less anxiety. There's so much that fucking... I went on like a 30-minute rant about this yesterday, Beckett. Imagine how many things get misconstrued over DMs. In fact, the annoying orange bit at the beginning of this was that exact thing.
I hate Teams. Yes, I fucking hate Teams. I mute them. I mute Teams like project chats out of principle now. Because it'd ping every 5 fucking seconds. How am I meant to do any work?
Call, like if it's not urgent or anything, there shouldn't be any reason. But according to Cataclysm, there was some kind of air of superiority complex while they were talking. For lack of a better term, he mansplained how to be a better YouTuber to Cataclysm for like 2.5 hours.
I hate this twink.
And then, at the end of those 2 hours, apparently Cataclysm jumped on the opportunity to ask him why he said the...
It's not even 2 hours, by the way. She clarifies in the stream that was, like, hyperbolic. It's an hour, like, and again, she went in with, like, an ulterior motive. Which, by the way, just to give, because apparently the call's gone, I just want to give some, like, fucking charity here. If you ever get on a call with somebody and they don't want to talk to you, they're probably not going to talk much, so all you can do is kind of talk at them. I've had this happen before. I've been on the other end of it, where I'm just like, listen, you can keep talking, I just don't care. So, like, again, she's sat there waiting for the moment to bring up these fucking DMs to him.
The annoying orange bullshit, into which he hung up ran away, and unfollowed her. And later, from a couple weeks to a couple months after that, they had a text conversation that I would just love to, I'd love to talk about. Bro, I'm trying to be fair here. Do I have to do the act? Guys, do I really?
Dude, okay. First time you do the British accent joke thing, fine. Second time, you're pushing it. Third time, Carrot Top, I'm gonna shave you, okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh God, it's painfully unfunny, isn't it? Fucking hell. I feel like this guy must have built a following out of fetish stuff. There's no way. There's no way people. Listen. You know when you see something, you're like, maybe the neo-Nazis have a point. Like, listen. I'm not saying we need to go whole hog with like the Third Reich thing, but like I get a bit of it. Like I understand where you're coming from.
But I mean, he's kind of got the build that they like, though. You know.
That's true. That's true. This man would absolutely be Fuentes' type. Oh fucking hell.
I don't wanna. Can we call real quick? I know why you wanna call. You don't want it to be in text message so that she can't screenshot it, so that she can't prove to the world that you might not do as you preach. You sly bastard. You thought you could just hide around being kind of a quirky, weird dude. You know, somebody you might just call because they don't like the
Okay, so this bit here, like, I kind of get. I will give him this. Like, I've said, like, the reason it needed to be abuse allegations with Alex, and I said this earlier, these abuse allegations against I Am Alex could be really flimsy, and we'd probably have all still run with them because we all hate I Am Alex, and he has slandered and tarred people on far less. And if this guy is, like, making this content, there is that kind of thing of, like, you should do as you preach kind of thing. I get that. At the same time, though, that is just an issue for YouTubers, basically. Very, very few people live their lives like they present online. Not just for YouTubers, like, how many Instagram girls are, like, faking it so that their lives look amazing? How many people, like, pretend, like, the virtue signal shit? Most people are pretending to care. They don't really give a shit. We know this. I don't understand why it's... Well, okay, I do. It's because it's I Am Alex and he needs to make fucking content out of it. That's why. This guy sounds like D-Max. That's brutal. Listen, let's not do this guy like that, okay? That's just fucking mean.
Text. No. You don't want the chance of there being receipts out there. That's even more weird. That's even worse. Oh my God. That's even worse, dude. You can't just... I'm glad I pieced that together.
Oh my God, get to the fucking point. This guy editorializes so much, all right? He's literally speaking out of his ass with no fucking proof for anything. It's like he asked this guy questions and he didn't even fucking call him to ask him questions.
I'm glad I realized that. It's like, you know, he could just lie in DMs. Many people, like, you could record the call. I would prefer a recorded call to DMs. There is too much, like, out of DMs that, like, are missed in context or could be edited. I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just saying general rule of thumb. I prefer a call. I prefer being able to hear people speak and be able to, like, nail people in that way. It's just easier.
Made that point yet. Yeah, Detective Lewis McClung, baby. Right now I can't, but I'll text you. Okay, oh good. Yeah, my bad for not responding. I just genuinely got caught up. But to be honest, recently I've found it kind of just want to do YouTube for myself and stay away from a lot of the drama side of things. You're a drama YouTuber. What the fuck are you talking about? To be honest, I only unfollowed because I noticed you unfollowed me. I thought that was fair enough from you. According to Cataclysm, she hadn't unfollowed him. I don't know if she has now, but apparently back then she hadn't. Hold on. If you're a drama YouTuber, or a commentary YouTuber, which is basically just a better drama YouTuber, no shade, but a better drama YouTuber, that means that you want to...
I wonder what he means by that.
I wonder what he means by that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's all... Commentary is all drama. Like...
You know this guy would probably be like, the stuff we do is, like, drama, slop. He's definitely one of those guys.
Oh, yeah. It's funny how everyone throws this kind of shade at people like us when they can't do, like, a fucking tenth of the fucking work. Every fucking time. Like, professional pride getting in the way here. Fuck these people.
not be part of the drama, you just want to talk about it and make money. Got it. Yeah, my issue is I don't really see it as drama because my initial problem with you wasn't drama based. It was about defending my friend who was abused by your friend. So he's basically a middleman in this situation and could have easily avoided all this by not saying anything. Honestly. And I don't think that would have been a good thing because we now know the kind of person he kind of might be. Again, I'm not trying to cancel this guy. I'm not trying to expose him as the worst guy ever. Obviously,
I'm not trying to cancel or expose him. Please allow me to paint the worst narrative possible of his intentions. Bro, this is, I've said this so many times, but this is like the basic thing of, you know, the disclaimer at the beginning of videos. I don't know if you do this, so I'm throwing shade, I'm not even sorry. Of like, this video is not to encourage harassment towards anybody. You know those disclaimers?
Yeah, it's just to cover your ass.
I know, but I fucking hate them, Diesel. They're awful. They're awful.
Yeah, I'll just say it because I am trying to protect myself from litigation, but I mean, I can't control your ass. Like, you motherfuckers do whatever you want.
The reality is that if you don't want people to target the people you're talking about, don't talk about them, because it's obviously going to have a knock-on effect. It's just a reality. Like, I know it's to cover people's asses. I just fucking hate it.
See, I do it with no preponderance of like morality, right? Because the implication when people do it is that they're like, oh, I really don't want people to go harass them. When in reality, it's just like, I don't want to be blamed for the harassment.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Yeah. And I get that. I still think it's a weak position though. Man up. No, I'm kidding.
I'm just saying that you could have easily avoided all this just by not doing that annoying orange bullshit, not having this stance or opinion, because it's so easy to denounce an abuser. That's fair. I did something that annoyed you, and I thought it was weird someone who I don't know was trying to almost police what I do with my social media. So we both did something that rubbed the other the wrong way. I don't think she was policing. When I hear policing, what I think about is, get on the ground! Put your hands up! I don't think she was doing, sorry, she wasn't doing that. What she was doing was asking you questions. She literally hadn't told you to do anything. She just
No. You guys are drawing assertions and like conclusions from something as simple as a follow. That is policing someone. Like, it's fine, by the way. Like, I hate this like weak source thing of like, listen, we're not policing anything. It's fine just to say, yeah, I absolutely am policing somebody around me to their actions. That's actually okay to say. You can do that. That's the majority of commentary content, by the way. We are policing each other, like, and other content creators. Any sort of like accountability content or any sort of call out content. That's what it is. Just be honest about it. Is that an unfair take, Diesel?
No, I don't think that's an unfair take. I say the same thing. Just be like, yeah, I was policing your follows. That's like fine. Like, whatever. Great. That tells me I don't need to care.
Gay,
yeah,
but it's like just
it's gay. I don't need to care about your opinion now. There you go. Like,
yeah, I said recently with the like dev shit. One of my biggest things with the whole dev drama is because when I talked to him in DMs about it, he was like, you clearly think I've done something wrong. Like, your first position when Kirsch came to you and started talking about fucking your mod, like gay-opping them, is you should have told Kirsch to KYS. It's not your problem. You should have told her to get fucked. And you didn't. And now you look like an idiot because you tried to engage with this. That's what involved you. Like, that's fine. Just, I guess, like, with all of this, everyone's going to criticize what you do. Like, listen, I'm sat here criticizing Twink Beckett right now. Just own the position. It's fine. It's really not that complicated.
Wanted to know why you were being the kind of person you were. And for you to be so defensive means you know you did something wrong. Police, bro, I was trying to tell you that screenshot of the annoying orange stuff is you blatantly mocking abuse. And you came to me, out of all people who have you, which you clearly had, been on my channel, you'd realize I've been abused too. I'm sorry you've been through that, Katie. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. It's not my place, okay? As somebody who hasn't been abused in a relationship, I will not comment on that. But what I will comment on is that
there's no way this motherfucker's ever even been in a
maybe we should relitigate Katie's abuse. I think we should look into what happened to Katie. I wonder what happened.
Listen. I don't know how bad Katie's abuse was, but I don't care. I
Bad enough
care.
that she needs to defend her friend over the internet from some random stranger who isn't involved.
It's like, part of the problem with this is I feel kind of like an asshole, but once you throw this out there, when you're like, I'm an abuse victim, it's like people are going to laugh at you for it. Right? I've said multiple times, I said this during the Himpleton stuff, when Himpleton was talking about the fact that, like, he was, like, a rape victim. And I'm like, but you've turned your rape into your content. You've actively put it out there in the public, in videos, and used it as a reason. The same way Katie is. I can talk about the I am Alex thing because I'm an abuse victim. It's like, I've said so many times that I suffered with PTSD. Like, I've talked about that, like, really openly. I have never said what caused that, or, like, really, like, drawn any wider allusions to those things. Like, you pick and choose what you point at, what you put out to kind of an audience and, like, the wider internet. It's, again, not that difficult to draw, like, your own boundaries with stuff. We even played a clip of him admitting he's never been in a relationship. Thank you, Sapient Powerwood, for the 5. I fucking... Shocking. This is the sort of guy who needs, like, to date a right-wing guy. He needs to find a right-wing bear. It'll fix him.
Yeah, that's a little stupid of you, you know? To come to somebody and be like, I know how to YouTube better than you. You should ask me questions and we should, like, call and stuff. Honestly, it sounds like he was trying to, like, flirt. I don't know. I don't want to assume or presume. He might have been But again, how can you be a commentary YouTuber who talks about abuse, like, solely, almost entirely about abusive situations and then mock abuse? I just don't. Just make different content. Honestly, that might be what my main point is. Just make different content, dude. I know they might not get as much attention, okay? But if you can't handle the conversation of abuse with some class and decency and some kind of nuance, then you shouldn't be allowed to do it. The reason that these topics do well is because they are interesting and intricate and require...
Parallax, I did not see your super chat, by the way. Fuck, I'll have a look for it. Sorry if I ignored it, buddy. I literally didn't see it.
Nuance. They require an ability to understand it and put yourself in the shoes of the people who suffer and the people who do it. And if you can't do that, you know, when somebody approaches
I literally haven't got one from you.
You just ignore them. You just make stupid jokes mocking the gaslighting and abuse of a random woman who you might have known or might have not known. Either way, it's fucking weird.
Okay. Let's be clear about something. Non-moralized content does worse. Like, it just actively does worse. I've noticed this with, like, pickup. If I did the whole moral flag thing, like, constantly, especially during the ACC stuff, I would have gathered more of that general audience who are interested in watching that kind of stuff. But because I don't, because I'm like, listen, this guy might do the whole kind of, I'm not trying to cancel anybody. I'm really not. I don't give a shit. I am literally just here to laugh at drama. It is meaningless to me. I'm not here to get anyone arrested or anything else. That obviously does worse. The problem is that everyone knows that, and that's why most YouTubers don't live up to their moral standards. Because really, if they cared about this stuff, like particularly people who do like predator hunting stuff, they just go to the fucking police. They'd involve the feds like immediately, in like a serious story, which Diesel has. Because you look at it and you go, well, actually, I think in Diesel's case, you just realized how bad it was, to be fair.
Yeah, it wasn't like I didn't know I would have to go to the feds until I was like, oh, damn, this needs to go to the police.
Beckett is a completely amoral monster. Enjoy your own pleasure. Yeah. I go, just be open about it. It's worse for people like me, because I know it's bad, and I still do it. Okay? It's fucking funny though.
I think he did know her. That's the worst part, okay? That's the dumbest part. Right, well, there's no hard feelings on my end. I'm just gonna put an end to this because it's making me uncomfy. Uncomfy? Really? How about you put yourself in the shoes of somebody who's been abused? Pretty sure that'll be pretty uncomfy, actually. Ah, God, you couldn't have said uncomfortable? Sorry. That's petty of me. It is, really. Deleting all the messages, too.
This is petty.
Oh, that's how you... Oh, you fucked up there, buddy. Oh, that was stupid. Saying that and doing that, we have images here of proof that he started deleting messages so that it was harder to read and whatever. Oh, that hurts my head. Okay, I don't understand how you can...
Redact.dev. He just went in and deleted a bunch of messages.
Listen, in his defense, I think he realized that he was being farmed for content because it's pretty fucking obvious what, like, Katie's doing.
Dude, he was being set up from moment one. But the thing is that this asshole still responded to them. Like, I don't know why he did that. Like, he put himself in this position.
Well, I'll be honest with you. If anything, that actually probably speaks more in his defense that he responded. Because if he really was in the position where he's like, yeah, just fuck these people, he wouldn't have done. He would have just been like, I'm not getting involved. I don't want to deal with you. I know what your agenda is. Because again, if you're being ambushed in a call, that, like, it sounds like, to me, it sounds like he wanted to set up a call with Katie to, like, have a conversation with another content creator. Lots of us network, and that call went a bit weird, and then he still wanted to reach out, like, and be like, hey, this has been weird. I'm sorry I unfollowed you. I don't know. It's just women, man. Never trust women on the internet.
So true.
So fucking true.
This way. And then literally type out, yeah, I'm gonna delete this now, mate.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna delete all these now.
I'm gonna stop doing that. I actually didn't want to do it, but now it's growing on me, okay? But you deleting the messages means you understand that people seeing this would ruin your reputation. People seeing this would understand that maybe you don't deserve to be talking about these situations. You have no right, some would say. But there are a bunch of clips from his actual literal videos, past or new, that he says just some fucking weird things in. Like this one from Madagascar 2, I think.
Oh,
Sorry,
boy,
I never
this
saw
is-
that
this
one.
is
I
gonna
just
be
watched
really
1
good,
and 3
Beckett.
because
This is
those
gonna be
movies
really
are
good.
infinitely better.
Speaking of whoring out, Gloria from Madagascar is an annoying whore, whose lines consist only of men and ogling men and having sex with men.
Oh my God, you can't just suppress your hate for women for 1 second? You can't do that. Hold on. So,
do you know what? No, full Dankey, whatever the fuck his name is, defense, base take. The hippo woman in Madagascar's a whore. Dude sounds based. You're just jealous. It's cap.
Shit. My chat was telling me her entire character is about how she wants to, like, have babies. Like, quite literally is, like, the breeding hippo, and that's, like, the entire thing about her. And then, by the way, Moto shows up in Madagascar too. You know when that hippo, like, comes out of the water and it's like, I like them big, I like them chunky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So then the man's whoring himself out too. So it's like really, we're gonna Gloria from Madagascar. This is who we're coming to the defense of.
Look, if there really is a clip of this guy saying he's never been in a relationship, let me help you, Voltel. Women don't like male feminists. I know, shocking information. It's a really big red flag. And listen, I'm not saying that this is true of fucking Twink Beckett, but more often than not, the whole kind of, I need to defend and white knight women, and women have been so oppressed. It's usually by guys who, frankly, are covering and compensating for something. And I'm not saying that's the case with you, but that has been the vast experience of women who've dated male feminists. Okay? And frankly, listen, there's a reason that there are so many liberal women out there looking for relationships with more traditional guys, because it's just, they lied to you. Nobody wants this. Okay? Nobody wants this. It's okay, to be fair to women, it'd be weird to be such a huge simp. Yeah, like, guys, don't do it to yourselves.
let me get this straight. Being a woman and then thinking about only men, let's say there is somebody who does that, makes you a whore? Huh? Who made that decision? Hey, who made that rule? Hey, who made that rule?
If you're a man and you only think about fucking women, yes, that makes you a whore. That's weird.
Yes,
yes,
you should have more to your fucking character and personality than sex shit. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Gloria from Madagascar 2 doesn't pass the Bechdel test. Sorry, guys.
Do you know what's really frustrating? Every time I have one of these fucking conversations, I'll either get a DM or somebody will mention, you know, Becky, you say you hate male feminists, but you like clearly believe in equality and like women. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm not saying that women don't deserve rights. I'm just saying that it's too far. It's like doth protest too much kind of shit, you know? Like women are fine. They don't need your help. They actually don't need your help. They're all right. Okay?
We all agree with, oh, that's right, nobody did. That's just a weird fucking thing to say. Or maybe this one about Lola Bunny. Just hold on. Just wait till the end of the clip. Just wait. Just give it a second.
Her design is interesting to look at and is animated very impressively in the original Space Jam, especially for the time. And whilst her character at its core is a simple love interest, at least she had a character. In the god-awful sequel, she looks like shit. And I'm not talking about her tits being smaller. I mean, her design as a whole is horrendously ugly and boring to look at.
Her what? Ah! Oh, God.
Right, how dare you insult Lola Bunny's beautiful breasts? She's a woman with thoughts and cares about her husband, Bugs. Fucking kill me, dude.
Bro. Was this motherfucker homeschooled?
How to, get that out. You understand. Why must you feel as though you have to make these remarks, okay? I don't understand why you feel you need to say this, okay? And these are all, I think, pre him becoming a drama commentary YouTuber. And I think these videos have since been deleted because, ooh, now 100,000 plus people are gonna see you say this stuff? Can't have that. That's not good. But more recently, do you know what he said?
Mannerisms, he's so sassy. To all the girls watching this who like sassy men, if this doesn't get your beef curtains in a twist, then I don't know what will.
So I've been informed that phrase is a derogatory one rooted in racism and misogyny. I don't know if you know.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? Rooted in racism and Listen. Referring to the labial flaps.
He's black! He's black! He's black! How can he? He's black! He's not racist against black women, he's black!
It's not even a racial term. It's not a racial term. That it applies it applies to all women. Okay? That's a general term. It's not to do with well, firstly, yes, he's black, but also it's not a racist term. That's just a general phrase. Like again, if you want to go for that, then why aren't you going after Katie for saying twat? It's that's what twat means. Twat is a derogatory word for vagina. That's all it is. Because beef is brown. Yeah, I think your racism might be showing a little bit, Lois. if you immediately think, steak is the color of black people. Come on. Oh fuck! This is pretty fucking awful.
Knows that, but the only way you would hear this phrase is apparently through pornography or
beef curtains. The beef curtain thing is explaining Katie's video. Hold on a second. Where is that? Let's see if I can get a transcript. Let's see.
Messages, and he goes, he says something like, "Oh, ladies, doesn't that get your quote beef curtains in a twist?" Now, if you don't know what that means, the term beef curtains is basically a derogatory term to describe women's genitalia, and there's so much I could talk about with this, because it's just a weird, unnecessary comment to say about a woman or women in general. If you don't understand why that is called that, just do some research. But it's just giving misogyny. Women already have so much pressure on them.
Just do some research. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're the one who brings it up. Okay, you're bringing this claim up. You explain it to me. Okay, you're the one on a stream right now. Take some fucking responsibility. All right, it's not. Oh, you go do some research on your own, bitch. You should have done the research before coming on stream to talk about it.
Here's also my basic line here. So my understanding is this person's a sex work positive radical feminist, right?
No. She's a sex work exclusionary radical feminist.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. No. I will correct that then. In that case, I kind of have a little bit more time for this take because, like, people can say what they want about sex work, whatever, but the two don't really line up with the feminist perspective very well. And if that is the take, I think that's this probable line of like misogyny and everything else is at least a bit more fucking consistent, I'll be honest. Because like the whole thing you get with like sex work, positive like feminism, especially in the UK, it didn't go very well over here, frankly. It caused quite a lot of fucking damage. But okay, that makes sense. That's interesting. That is interesting. So what's her general viewpoint on like sex workers then?
So from what she had tweeted about it recently. Let me pull up the tweets. Okay.
She really hates OnlyFans? Interesting.
Which, by the way, if Alice is her friends, I do believe somebody told me that Alice has an OnlyFans.
It's a difficult one to let me bring this up. The irony of being called a swerve and a misogynist for speaking out about the porn industry while also having to defend women for being victims to the industry and having empathy for the people like Lily Phillips is so telling on how little people understand the world. People replying to my take saying I am not open-minded about porn and it's been around for ages, so like shut the fuck up, LMFAO. Some people are just coping with their own addiction and it shows. Sex work is all abusive and exploitative in her eyes. I mean, my views on like sex work and everything else is like, particularly like things like prostitution, probably are a little bit more brutal than a lot of people's. But then, like, I look at, I think my position's pretty informed by stuff that's happened in the UK, like setting up the red light district and the skyrocketing rapes from it. And also stuff like Germany, they set up legal brothels and basically, listen, people who get into sex work do it because they need money. They should not be in the position where, like, they end up in brothels and they're getting paid fucking McDonald's wages. I don't want to, I don't support that kind of shit. I think normalizing this stuff is really damaging to people. But that's just my view. That's interesting. That surprises me. I'd expect her to be far more, I guess, normie with the takes for this community. That's pretty radical for that space, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. This is a trend that I'm seeing a lot with these younger guys getting into it. I say like I'm some old person, but they're like really, really sex negative. And just from what I'm able to tell, it's just like a generational thing, you know, where it's like, you know, Lewis earlier is talking about the calls not being necessary when a call is definitely necessary. Right.
Yeah.
But they're just overall generally very sex negative. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely a radical take for that community.
Yeah, that is like again, I think from my perspective, I've argued with people about this. I'm like, I think porn falls under like different categories of like some. I've got friends who are porn actresses and they just like doing that content. They like sex and they like making money. I'm like, fuck it, more power to you. Sure, do whatever you want. But like, I also know people who've been pushed into things like escort work and the impacts it's had on them. It's very hard, I'll be honest, to be like sex work positive when you've seen the end result and some of your friends like literally ending up completely fucked up from it. So like it, you know, but that it is interesting to see the pushback.
Her take, though, from what I'm able to understand, and I, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but there's this one of the large pushing points that I'm seeing from that kind of political philosophy is that it's all like an addiction, and that addiction is like an issue, so we need to institute like bans and protections against pornography because of its addictive properties.
Do you know, I cover a lot of people who just goon too much, and I kind of agree with her. Listen, I'm not saying ban porn, I am saying bring back shame. just bring back a little bit of shame. Okay, I just feel like if you're gooning in a Discord, stop.
Yeah, gooning in public is a totally different thing. You know, I take it and I do it on my own, like a fucking normal person. Okay, like I don't like the Cam Nuggets hopping into a Discord on his
Yeah, I think it's about the nuance of the
insane.
take, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's carry on. Fuck.
Or adult media or anything sexualizing women, because I personally haven't actually heard that terminology ever. Okay, I have never heard those words used.
I'm pretty sure the only woman you've ever actually spoken to is your mother, so I don't I don't know if you're like a good base for this.
Describe female genitalia, and apparently that was the point. What? Dude, you can't.
What is the back of Jesus fucking... No, moving on.
You are indirectly and directly showing us the kind of person you are, okay? So now you know everything there really is to know about this situation. It is not so black and white, but there is so much censorship going on. There is an unbelievable amount of it going on. People like Cataclysm talked about it in their videos, specifically because she was somebody who was censored by him. But if you want to hear about that, definitely go watch the live stream that she still has posted to this day, because, you know, she still very much stands by this information, as do I. But it's important to know that he also censors in different ways. Like, for instance, apparently at the start of one of his videos, he said to his audience to comment down below as if he had done something terrible, because Cataclysm had just released in stories on her Instagram about what he was saying and what he was doing. So to cover it up, he would censor those like Cataclysm who were actually talking about what he was actually doing, and then he would just ignore anything else that seemed like it would actually call him out, because everybody else was just following what he asked them to do, which is borderline manipulative and honestly insane. To the point that that is my main issue.
Hey, if you're enjoying this content, please make sure that you comment on the VOD that you enjoyed it. I don't shill enough. Give me money. Sub, like. Listen.
I can't believe you would manipulate your audience.
I know, I'm a monster. Do you know that if you write something in a super chat, I will read it? Much like Wick TV read out about Destiny's abuse allegations for like $5. If you want me to say something, you just have to send it in a super chat, and as long as it's not TOS and it's not the N-word, I'll fucking say it. How good is that?
If you proudly wore this on your
Enjoying
chest,
it's a strong word.
If you were like,
thanks, bro.
Yeah, I'm still friends with Alex. Yeah, you know what? And that's my choice. You guys can hate me for that. If you did that, I would actually still have a little bit of respect for you. But the fact that you're running away from all of it, acting like you get to do this stuff and hide from it, even though you did it. You made all these decisions. You don't have to be friends with an abuser, but you chose to do so, and you want to hide it from your fans?
Hold on, get settled. Censored, aka he deleted her and her friends brigading the comments. Like, I've had like accusations of deleting comments before. I never delete comments, by the way. But like, if you get caught by like the YouTube censorship, that's usually what happens. At least I always want to give the benefit of the doubt, because I've gone into like the held section like a month later and just seen like a ton of fucking negative comments, and I'm like, allow. That one's just calling him a pedophile, don't allow that. But other than that, like, yeah, fucking show me some evidence. Like, I want some hard evidence of people deleting comments always.
So that they don't know the kind of person you are? Dude, just be truthful.
N-word.
Like, for instance,
More
he made
room
a
with the
donation
199, thank you.
Okay, that got taken down, flagged, or whatever, and it basically almost took down his channel in his own words. Not to flex, but could never be me. Mine's still up. It's one of my biggest videos ever, you know? I don't mean to flex too hard, man. But in the wake of this, he, one, reposted the video, and two, to support him for working on reposting this video and whatnot, he made a Patreon. Okay, so that people who wanted to support him in the wake of this minor devastation could. And this would also grant you access to a members only Discord channel where you could talk with him and all of his other fans and whatnot about him and nothing but him, whatever, right? But then Cataclysm released her video and people started talking, and a lot of them started asking him questions about the situation. And you know what he did? He fucking deleted it all. Oh, dude, I gotta get I gotta get the fuck out of here. Honestly, if I made a Patreon, I'd probably be like, what's the minimum you can do? Like a cent? Is that something you can do? When people start asking you questions and your first response is to be like, get rid of it all. I can't handle this. I can't handle this policing and drama. Dude, if your audience, the only thing that makes you who you are on the internet,
Please, God, show some evidence for this.
it says, hey man, I don't mean to be a jackass, but why are you being a jackass? And your first response is, shut up, you can't ask me questions, I'm deleting it all. You're gonna ruin my career.
Like one guy
You
with
don't
membership
deserve to have
highlights
that
too?
career.
Yes, you can,
can't
same.
handle the stuff you cover in real life with some amount of class and nuance. See, because what you lack is nuance. Being wrong.
There's
is
been
the
no
quickest path.
nuance in this video, you fucking 16th century Tudor peasant.
What we need is nuance in the video that is like the most bad faith read of every single action this guy has taken. Holy fuck. I hate this twink. Oh, fuck. Do you, like, does anyone ever get, like, pain in their chest when there's just, like, insane cognitive dissonance? How do you go to sleep at night and not have heart palpitations?
To being right. Admitting your wrongs is the quickest path back to being a good person. Righting your wrongs, confessing your wrongs, being true to the people who support you and give you a job and a rent and a career. Okay? That is what gives you anything, everything. And all you have to do is be truthful. Like, honestly, if you said this, nobody else would have to say it. But you're avoiding it. You're running away from it. So this is my proposition to you, you nuance-lacking goblin. Come on my show. Come on here. I will interview you unbiasedly.
Oh, bro. Come on.
The most bad faith video ever. Come on my channel and I'll interview you without bias. Okay.
Oh my god. Look, like, Beckett, this guy makes a comment about making a Patreon for as cheap as possible, but has YouTube membership starting at $2.99. Listen, there's nothing wrong with making a bag out of this. There's nothing wrong with it. Just because I don't take a paycheck home from the channel doesn't mean that I don't think that, like, it's a valid way to make money. Right? It's because I don't want to deal with, like, fucking tax forms, and the channel doesn't make enough to, with other things I want to pay for from the channel. So I just outsource it. It's perfectly simple. Like, there's nothing wrong with making bag from this. Like, stop fucking policing people for it. Especially when, like, this guy's channel's not small. He's clearly making his living from this. $2.99 is cheap. Yeah, it is. It's not too much. It's like, listen, the reason creators don't have fucking Patreons anymore is generally because Patreon doesn't do as well. That's the reality. And it's so much work for so little return. If he's supposed to be true to the people who gave him his career, wouldn't he be doing that by staying friends with Alex? Isn't that what he should be doing? I think part of the big problem is there's a divide between how content creators are in public. And I mean, Diesel's point earlier about the fact that he was working for Alex, right? You generally don't talk shit about people you've done work for. Because it's bad business. It makes you look like a shitty person to work with. Like to other creators, especially if you are working like within editing or like script writing or whatever. But friendships are complicated. It sounds like a cop-out, but it's just a reality. Content creators who may not get on stream may really like each other behind the scenes, or vice versa. People can have like really good content relationships, but fucking despise each other. That actually happens quite a lot when you're working with somebody for a long time. You get sick of each other. Because, you know, YouTubers all have massive fucking egos. But yeah, I wasn't saying you were policing Oplock. I was saying about him with the Patreon thing.
I will ask you questions. That is what I will do, okay? I'm offering you this proposition. I will interview you. If you feel as though you have no avenue for clearing your name, if there is really a way to clear your name, because you really need to clear this up. Your audience, above all, deserves the truth from you. Until you clarify whether or not you support an abuser, while also covering almost entirely abusive content, I am sending you directly straight into the fiery, burning layers of loser hell. You will stay there until you confess to what you have done. Your audience deserves...
I'm not making cancel culture content, guys. By the way, talk to me or I will throw you into the pits of loser hell. Bro, come on. You need to confess your sins.
How has this guy not gotten more shit, dude? I swear to God, his audience must be dumb as rocks. Holy shit.
You know, it's really interesting. For those of you who didn't watch me during the dog pack thing, there's a reason many of us didn't want to just, like, unquestionably go after Mr. Beast over the business stuff. Partly because, like, it was all pretty vague. But a big part of it was the audience for that content is not a good audience to have. You can see... Hold on. Let's test this. I'm just going to use Cam Nuggets as an example here. Okay? Let's have a look at his recent views. 1.3k, 8.k, 5k. And he's got one here for Ice Spice with 132. 33, 66, 7k, 16k, 10k. Generally, you're reliant on an audience that isn't there for you. They're there for just, like, some random shit. Like, you want to be hitting over those things. Listen, 5k, I'm really happy that generally my videos do about 20 to 30k. I think that's pretty good. I think it's nice that my streams do, like, as well as they do. But that's because an audience is generally here for me. Because you build that over time. You don't just want to jump on these trending topics. Which I think it's part of the problem with this is what actual slop content looks like. This guy doesn't look like he does that, by the way, to be clear. That audience is kind of there for him. You can tell that from the views. It's not just trending topics. E-girls or I-ladies, Beckett. What the fuck is that? Is I-lady a thing now? Are we doing that, Parallax? Thank you for the show.
It's an e-girl that's past the wall.
Listen, fucking hell. I refuse to comment. Let's go.
There's an apology, dear. Suffer. Okay, let me break the theatrics for a second. Let me be Lewis McClung here for a second, okay? Not Detective Lewis. Do you know what it feels like to see all of these commentary YouTubers dropping like flies? It worries me. Because, personally, I don't have any skeletons in my closet. I've had a very boring life, okay? I've been a straight edge kid. I've been I was in one musical. You know, I didn't have many friends. I kind of just watched shows, stayed inside, and didn't shower enough as a child. You know, I was a very cloistered. I kind of just watched shows, stayed inside, and didn't shower enough as a child. You know, I was a very
Please stop watching drama YouTubers who don't understand how to handle their own dramas, and please stop watching people who comment on other people's relationships who've never been in a relationship. What the fuck do you know? What the fuck do any of these people know? Like, they've got no life experience, and they're trying to talk with authority. Like, we'll get to the Papa Gut thing, but I think he asked Papa Gut, it's either him or Kate, do you not think YouTubers should talk on things that they understand or have knowledge of? What knowledge or understanding do you have of any of this shit? Like, it's so frustrating. God, the state of our society. Are you really going to start taking relationship advice from this living fucking depiction of a virgin? You could literally take this man's image and post it on the Wikipedia page for virginity, and it would be accurate. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on.
cloistered individual. Like, I didn't do anything, okay? But that kind of makes me the perfect YouTuber in a way, even though my life kind of sucked and I suffered with a lot of depression.
It doesn't, actually. It means that, like, when you get big, you're gonna fuck up really hard at some point. This always happens. Every time people who are actual, like... Oh, fuck. Okay, this is the meanest thing I'm gonna say. People who are actual fucking losers, and many of us are, okay? Many of us are nerds and geeks. I have a very nerdy life. It's a lot more boring now for me than when I was, I guess, this guy's age, frankly. But then they get success on YouTube, and it's the first validation they have, and then they go fucking crazy. Sean, too, it's always the ones that don't shower. True. How hard is it to shower? Like, do you not like water? Do people not like water? Fuck, even as a kid, like, I love having a bath. It's nice to relax. Play with a rubber duck. It's fun. Freaks. All of them.
Depression because of it, but somehow I still worry that I'm going to be involved with some person and they're going to turn out to be terrible. I only wish what he has brought on himself. Okay, his own decisions.
The monkey's paw curls, bro. Holy shit.
I don't want him to be thrown off the face of the earth or sent into a pit or whatever. What I want is for him to tell his audience the truth and stop lying to them. That's simply what I want. Audience member, my beautiful audience members, those who I cherish more than any earthly possession I have, because without you...
Listen, I love you guys. I love you guys. I say this all the time. I appreciate that you come out to the shows, like watch and like chill out and chat. I love you all, including the lurkers. But fucking hell, talking about like your audience the way he does, especially like in his like comment section, like in his community section, talking about it's like, I can't believe I can't believe all of you chose me as your commentator. Come on, guys. Come on. I ladies nuts. Oh, Jesus, thanks, Parallax. I hate when Becca covers these creatures because now if I bully them, it looks bad on him. No, you can. But listen, I don't fucking care. I listen. You're all independent actors, and if people, the one advantage I have, the only advantage I have, is any time that somebody has come for me and being like, you're a bad person, my response is, I know, I say that in my content. When are you gonna... Beckett's mean. Okay. That's what the 5 saying. Yeah, no, it's just like, who gives a shit?
You, I would have nothing. But I worry for you that you will become hateful, weary, because of all of these creators who are being terrible. Jesse, he's bad, but he's not the biggest villain, okay? He's kind of just a kid who's being really dumb and lying and knowingly lying and silencing people, and that's the biggest issue, okay? I worry for you because I want you to know that it's not your fault, okay? Even though that's a crazy thing to say. It's not your fault. It's not you who latches onto creators and then those creators turn into terrible people. It's not your fault. And I'm not saying you should see it happen and feel nothing, okay? It's only human to grow attached to the content you watch and then feeling terribly when you entrust it into somebody and then they fuck it. They fucked it. Oh, yeah. Just know that it's not you.
Gamma, the only reason he feels brave having these takes without considering his cognitive dissidence is because he genuinely does not know anything, has never been checked. Yeah, like, look, I've been pretty mean to Twink Beckett through this stream. Unfortunately, I'm protected because there's absolutely no way he'll fucking see this or give a shit what I have to say. And if I am wrong, if fucking Lewis McClung watches this stream, I'm very happy to talk to you about any of the comments I have made. But also, you should, like, God, I hope that you don't, because if you care what random streamers are saying about you, you're gonna have fucking issues, bro.
I actually do hope you talk to Beckett. I hope that happens. I think you really should talk to him. He's really good. Beckett is fair.
I would jokingly hit on him the entire conversation. Jokingly. No, no, I kid. But yeah, like I've been really mean to this kid. He's like 20 and clearly has no life experience. And fuck, the video I'm working on at the moment is talking about like the communities that existed in Encyclopedia Dramatica, and we kind of like a big part of that is like we forget or pretend that there aren't teenagers online or young people, and the truth is that this guy just needs to grow up a bit. It's fine. It's fine. This isn't the worst video I've ever seen.
No, here's the problem.
Bad.
Listen, you say, oh, he needs to grow up a bit, but here's the thing, right? He's got 300K subscribers. He's young. He's incredibly successful. It's done. He's not gonna grow up anymore, right? Because these things are gonna be like reinforced now because he has his audience. And what I see happen is that like guys like this end up just carrying those beliefs into like their massive success. And then as they get older and life gets more complicated, they end up fucking themselves in the ass, right? Because that was like what I'm Alex was when he started. And then he got some more like shit in his life. You know, he had some like weird relationships. And then like every single ex came out of the woodwork, right?
Yeah.
And like even though the brick thing is bad, I'm not trying to excuse Alex, but even before that, I knew that Alex was like a bad boyfriend because just from the small experiences he had with women I knew, they would tell me like, "Oh, Alex doesn't shower. Oh, Alex doesn't know how to clip his nails. Oh, Alex doesn't know how to shave." Those are all true, by the way.
Yeah, and it's the truth is that like this relationships are really fucking hard. They're really difficult. They're really complicated. I had a partner. So for those that don't know, I legally changed my name many years ago. And part of the reason for that, this is a bit convoluted, but the TLDR is part of the reason for that is my old name used to be a bit of a trigger for like PTSD. And I had a partner, whenever she'd fight with me, she'd use my like old name to mess with me. Like to try and get more of a reaction out of me. Relationships are complicated and difficult, and it's not as simple as it gets portrayed. It's like you will very rarely hear a story from commentators like this of this woman was abusive to her boyfriend. It almost never happens because we don't really talk about like the shit men go through in relationships. But there are so many layers with these, like with these kind of stories where it's not just as simple as man bad, woman innocent. It's just not the case. And that's a much harder conversation than many of these people want to fucking ever have. And you can also tell, like, and this is true of men and women, if you meet somebody and their like first thing is like, all my ex-boyfriends or all my ex-girlfriends were like bastards or bitches, that is a red flag. Because how people talk about their exes is how they will talk about you. And I'm quite careful. Like, most of my relationships, I dated actually some really cool chicks. And like I was not a good partner. I was just like I had too much of my own baggage. But a couple of them, like my ex who tried to stab me, I'm like, yeah, she was fucking crazy. Like you have different levels of these things. Ironically, I hate the lack of nuance of all of this fucking content. It's so frustrating to watch. Mama Max is a good example for this, actually. Like, Mama Max managed to sweep his abuse allegations, which I've always found fucking wild. Because even the call he included, he sounds fucking crazy in it. You know how to pick him? Yeah, listen. Moving on.
Okay, it's all on them. It's all on them. But thank you so much for watching. Oh my god, I really appreciate your time. And if you out there are a fan of Jesse, just know that I do feel for you, okay? And I understand if you're mad at me. And I understand if you're feeling terrible about this situation. You want to take anger out on people. I don't mind, okay? If you want to be mad at somebody, it's fine. It doesn't bother me, all right? If you feel terrible about the situation, if you're angry at me, if you're angry at the situation, I understand. I won't take it personally, okay? And whatever you were doing, whether it was art, crocheting, drawing, painting, doing something with your hands or your mind beautifully, whatever it was, it looks amazing. I don't care if it's not finished yet. It will be. You will finish it, and it looks great. And don't forget
me
to take care of
drawing a
yourself,
portrait of
shower,
Adolf Hitler. Oh my god, thank you, Lewis McClung. I knew I was doing a good job.
Oh fuck. Okay, let's have a look at this fucking. Where is it? Let's watch the. So, after all of this, Papa Gut like watches the same content we have. And then he has these two on for a conversation. Let's hear their defense. I'm going to be honest with you. All of this is vastly overblown at best. Worst case scenario, essentially, is that he's maintained a friendship with somebody who's a piece of shit, which you're a YouTuber. Like, it's really interesting that at the end he's like, my worry is I'm going to end up in a, friendship or relationship of some kind with someone who's a terrible person. Yeah, it's YouTube. Everyone here sucks. Everyone here sucks. Like, stop collaborating with people ever if that's your concern. Because that's the actual reality. This was incoherent nonsense. I feel like I've learned nothing about Dankey Jabo from gay American ripoff Beckett. True, thank you. What type of coddling childhood did he have? The type where his parents never told him to not wear corsets, okay? At least with my parents, when I came home wearing fucking, like... Guys, I wore a trench coat. And I got comments about it, okay? My family were like, dude, why can't you just be fucking normal? And they were right. Fuck.
All right. I got you in here. Now we just have to get him in here, and then we should be good.
Okay, cool.
Is that everybody? Is there anybody else?
All right.
I think that's everyone.
Okay, very good. All right. So I finished the video. I think my biggest issue is it seems like a lot of energy for something that seems to boil down to him just being maybe socially inept. So I don't know where you guys want to start. If you want to start from like the first text message or Instagram message that he had sent out or that we received, where the I guess the infamous annoying
I had new
orange
rocks.
Conversation.
I had new rocks.
First, I want to ask you a question. As a YouTuber,
Mhm.
would you say that you need to be educated on the things you talk about, like as a baseline thing?
I mean, it probably helps. I generally.
What do you mean? This is the guy who's never been in a relationship, apparently, who has a sheltered life and is apparently in his own videos saying he grew up without friends. How do you manage that? I was a complete fucking loser at school and I had friends. Okay? Like, you were apparently apprenticing to be a tattooist. How do you end up in that position if you are this sheltered? The fuck? My God.
Speaking, I think most people on YouTube are not educated when they talk about. I think that's one of the whole potential issues with YouTube,
right.
And even when it comes to like alternative media sources, is there's
also if you're questioning like what like I listen if I'm going out and not wearing like nice clothes, I tend to wear like probably German issue paratrooper military boots. They're super fucking robust, guys. Seriously, army surplus for boots. Keyed, affordable, and good quality.
Literally no level of nobody's held to a standard on YouTube in general.
Well,
even
there's
for the
no
broad audience.
standard that is high enough.
Yeah, well, there's no like
Right.
official standard. Like you don't take a test to be a YouTuber. Anybody can come and talk about anything. They can be right or wrong. It doesn't really matter as long as they aren't inciting violence. You could pretty much say whatever you want.
Sure, I agree, right? But that is also a problem when it comes to talking about things that involve other people's livelihoods, right? For instance, I personally just messed up entirely on the Blake Lively situation. Had to apologize for that because it was a big mistake, right? But that's just the thing, right?
Wait. What's the Blake Lively thing?
I think the original allegation is that Blake Lively was like a massive piece of shit, but then it came out that she was suffering some like workplace abuse stuff. But that's like a really cursory glance that it was like, oh, she's like being a bitch, but then in reality, it's actually that she's being treated really badly. But most of the coverage in the beginning was about how she was kind of like an asshole.
Interesting.
It's normie content, so we don't know about it.
Jesus. It is really fucking difficult because like it feels like, listen, he's getting bigger and he's like been around a year from what I can see. Like with this channel, like his oldest content's like a year ago.
He covered Ava Chris Tyson. I wonder if I wonder if he
interesting.
used your thread.
That's an interesting question. Let's have a look.
Yeah, right there. Ava Chris Tyson is a gross loser.
Have a look.
illustrate a growing opinion. What does that mean?
What's this?
At the beginning, it said it was to illustrate a growing opinion, so it was filmed in multiple parts. But like, what does that mean?
Oh, it means that his like opinion grew over time. See, like part of the problem with the Ava Chris Tyson stuff is that there's so much stuff in it which gets put down to like transphobia. It mentions lava like 5 months ago. He doesn't use our thread in it, which is interesting. I'm kind of interested now over whether he like ever addressed the fact that like Alice used racial slurs in her commentary. Cancellation of Mr. Beast.
Oh, I'm sure that one's just great.
Yeah. See if there's anything else there. To be fair to him, he doesn't really farm like single topics, which is like surprising. Interesting. Okay. Have a look at this.
And opposed to such unacceptable acts. So, first things first, he denounces her behavior, which is a good step, but obviously he has teams and teams of lawyers backing
Justice
him up.
for Weddle.
He didn't even write this, which kind of pisses me off a little bit.
Way.
But maybe he did write it.
Oh, he mentions Dogpack.
I don't know you, but I know damn well that there's definitely more that we do not know about that offender. Jimmy, what is going on, dude? What have you been doing? What else do we not know? Okay, go watch the new Dogpack video, listen to what Jake has to say, please. But what the actual hell is going on, Jimmy? I don't know you, James. I don't know you, but I know damn well that there's definitely more that we do not know about that you have done. No matter, I know for a fact, okay? I know for a fact there is stuff you have done. This is disgusting. Holy crap, okay? This man, Jake, had to run a marathon after not sleeping for over 30 days.
It was a war crime! I fucking listen.
Oh my god, these motherfuckers don't look into anything, dude.
They really
Holy
don't.
shit.
The real problem is the Keemstars who drum up drama, and all of us do better research than you. God, I fucking hate these people so much. But do come and talk to me. I'll be good faith with you. Oh, fucking hell. 30 was there for 11 days. Listen, I doubt he ever talked about... Did he talk about the end of the Dogpack stuff? It's really interesting that he talks about the Cinebat stuff.
Interesting. All of this Mr. Beast coverage never gets updated.
Yeah, funny that. Oh, that would be really inconvenient. I watched a conservative musical. Oh, go away.
Members of the audience, conservative rappers. I made one video about them back in the day, like probably almost a year ago now. It was a fun one to make because making fun of these people is so unbelievably easy. For instance, you know Tom McDonald? Oh my god, of course you do. Famous conservative Canadian, the guy who made the worst Christmas song ever made. No, screw that. The worst song ever made. Are you with me? Are you messing with me? How do you write this?
I don't know. I kind of played it like 40 times.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good.
Go, I cooked. You didn't. You burnt it. You burnt it, all right? Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke. You're Canadian. And why do you care? Conservative rappers love...
What do you mean? What?
Woke is a strictly American concept.
It's kind of racist, bro. Do you not care that Justin Trudeau has destroyed Canada while wearing blackface? Fucking hell.
Love to preach how much better they are than everybody else. That's the point. Because the people...
Fuck, projection.
People dumb enough to listen to this music and, you know, agree with them are just that. Very idiotic, hateful people who don't care who says it as long as they agree with them. Tyson James, for instance. I mean, people have made videos about this guy so much, and he drags his kids into it and using them as like some emotional shield for everybody else. It's weird. Like, for instance, a song called Two Genders. Oh, it's classic. It's from 2 years ago, okay? So many people made videos about it back then. It's literally just about him saying, there are only two genders, guys. You're stupid if you think so. Look, my kids are in the music video. That means I'm right. Classic line of, it's what's between your legs. Well, what about intersex people? People...
This guy is the biggest ally. This is Lewis McClung, best ally 2025.
There is no... Listen...
This guy was very clearly a racist incel at one point. There is no doubt in my mind about it.
There is absolute fucking compensation here, okay? What about intersex people? You can just say... I fucking hate this guy. You can just say trans people are valid. You know that, right? You don't have to like boil it down to like a tiny percentage of a fucking like demographic. Yes. You can oh fuck. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it. Fuck. Okay, let's go back to the confrontation. Fuck me.
I apologize for it. It's important to hold yourself accountable for these things, and he's not letting anybody reach him about it. I even messaged him directly, and he ignored it. So when you do that, it honestly feels like a kind of just like really idiotic thing to do, right? If you're going to make these decisions and then also hold your...
What if you're Matt Pitt and you only have one leg? I guess you argue with Bo Blacks about neurodivergency. I don't fucking know. Thanks, Jack, for the 5.
Self and everybody else you talk about at such a high level in front of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, then it's important for you to say something about it and do something about it, in my opinion.
So what is it that you're trying to like hold him to task for? Like, what is it exactly that you feel that he did wrong that he should respond to you guys about?
The biggest things I personally think he did wrong, and I'm sure Katie probably has a different point of view, is that he made a joke. Whether you think it was him calling Alex the annoying orange or not, I personally think he was just deflecting, but we can share different opinions on that. He did that and then continued to deflect and ignore and lie to cover up that initial incident, when that initial incident wouldn't have become such a big issue if he had just addressed it when everybody asked him to. Right? When, like, to those people, not even publicly, right? If he just apologized privately, this never would have been a situation, but he continued to make it a problem, right? He created this giant cascading event that could have been avoided by him just being less of a, you know, weirdo about it.
Okay.
Sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, for sure.
I think the way I see it is that, like, and my first mistake was I did a stream, and I spoke about this before. I shouldn't have streamed it, but personally, I didn't expect it to have kind of the reach that it did. If I had known that a lot of people would...
You ever notice that every time someone brings out accusations and they get pushed back, their first response is, I didn't really expect this to have, like, the reach it did. You're a massive YouTuber. Not massive, but, like, she's, like, 100k plus. You knew it'd have some impact. You're the same size as him, and you have audience overlap. This dude called himself an empath, unironically. Wait, does he actually? Did I miss that? Like, that's for the 2.
Holy shit.
You know.
Would go on to watch it after. I definitely would have made a video so I could cut everything up and kind of make it more coherent. But I think it's weird because when I was listening to you talk about how you took it as him calling him the annoying orange, I actually hadn't seen it. I didn't think of it from that perspective. In fairness, I can understand why.
How did you not think of it from that perspective? Well, how are you friends with Alice and not know that Alex's ex-boyfriend was called the annoying orange by literally fucking everybody?
Well, then it would be harder to make cancellation content, wouldn't it?
Listen, don't say the quiet part out loud.
I've never really watched Papa Gut, but like from what I can see, scrolling, like dotting through this, he's pretty solid at this. I don't really know his lore though.
Without like the full picture, I can see.
I've just realized that Oggy covered this as well.
Yeah, holy shit.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Can we call real quick? I know why you want to call. You don't want it to be in text message so that she can't screenshot it, so that she can't prove to the world that you might not do as you preach.
What? Again, you can't call people and just clear the air. Speaking over voice, you know, which is like much better of a way to have like a genuine conversation with someone.
Exactly.
You can't do that anymore.
Well,
it has
so-
to be in text explicitly.
Say so, we're all saying the same thing.
Poor Roggy. Being subjected to this shit.
How that may seem like an option. I think for me, and even I don't think Lewis, sorry, I don't know if I got that wrong, covered this in his video, but like he said,
When will we see you in a corset, Luna Moon, for the 2? Never. Listen, my dignity is not for sale. I'm not gonna shave on stream. I'm not gonna fucking do goals like that. I'm not gonna listen. It's just not that kind of content. Okay.
he obviously doesn't apologize for it, but to me, one-on-one, when we had this phone call, he admitted that it was wrong. I don't know if that was reiterated in the video that you just watched, but he told me he shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
And that he should have taken it more seriously. So when I made my stream, I was doing that with the knowledge that he knew what he was saying was wrong, and it wasn't him saying that Alex was the annoying orange. It was him just taking the piss, ultimately, just like trying to have a laugh about it. And ultimately, I agree with you. I don't think everything has to be that deep necessarily, but I do think with his entire platform talking about like abuse, and even I've heard him make comments talking about how people should be, like you say, like have more class when it comes to talking about abuse. So I think he's just a little bit of a hypocrite, and I think even if he was to come forward now and just be like, this is what I meant and I stand by it, I would genuinely respect that more than him just deleting comments and hiding and like
Absolutely.
yeah, just like pretending he didn't do it. Because look, I've said, like, you've made a video on me before. Like I did my Lily Tina video, and it was a terrible video. Yeah,
I
you did a
remember that.
video calling me out about the. It was a bad video.
I remember Lily Tino. I don't think is a particularly good person. I remember that one from what I remember bordered, in my perspective, a little bit of transphobic, right? And
Yeah,
I think it's one of those things where when somebody's like a bad person, you feel like you could say whatever to them. You know, I get it, but I understand.
Yeah,
what you're
it was
saying.
just
Okay.
some of that, like, that wasn't like fully thought out. I do disagree that like people talk about YouTube slop, and I have a bit of a different like perspective on that, because the whole point of
Please,
God, this girl is such a yapper.
Please, can we end the slop content discourse? It's awful. It's fucking awful. Like, who cares?
I don't even know what slop content is anymore, because
Neither
we
do
all
I.
have different definitions of what that means.
Do I do slop? I don't feel like I do slop. I do some. Do I do slop? I don't think so.
I don't know what qualifies as slop. Do you like when you just don't care and you're phoning it in, or is it?
I mean, because if that's
reacting, period, or
yeah, like. See, I'd call Lewis, whatever the fuck his content is, slop, because it's just like thrown out. That's what I'd refer to as slop.
I would call it woke scold slop. So I'm just even compartmentalizing it more.
Oh fuck.
if YouTube was to, you know, sit and talk about whatever you want and whatever you do, and like I don't think there should be this standard that means like people can say this is just like slop content, because I think people expect a little bit too much from, like, if you're sitting and doing something you enjoy and you're sitting and talking about stuff, obviously it's an opinion whether it's slop content. But when it comes to obviously getting facts right and then making mistakes, I do think you have to like own up to that, especially if you know you have a platform. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I just had a question. So you said that you talked to him privately, and he said that he should have taken the situation more seriously, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he explicitly say that he was doing the annoying orange thing as a deflection, or did he just say he needed to take it more seriously? Because from my perspective, that to me, what happened here, if you want to answer, it sounds like he didn't explicitly say it. What it sounds like to me is you guys looked at it and you had this interpretation that he was just trying to like meme the situation, which now that I hear your perspective, I get why you have this reaction, where you thought he was saying, when he's like, why are you following this abusive piece of shit? Which we know I'm Alex is. Like, he's one of the very few times where like this is like a legitimate threat to society, unironically.
Yeah.
So we know this is like a legitimate piece of shit. And you're like, or that was you asking him, or some other person, or somebody asked him why you still follow this piece of shit, and he's like, oh, I don't follow the annoying orange. And you thought that he was just trying to pretend like he didn't know who I'm Alex is, and like, oh, the annoying orange, and he's memeing. So I get if you have that perspective, like you think he's a disrespectful piece of shit.
I like the idea that I'm Alex is like a genuine threat to society, because like the only thing that can stop a bad YouTuber with the video is a good YouTuber with the video. Like the implication is wild.
Look, the truth is that, like, I'm Alex has done some fucked shit, but also, I hate to say this, so many YouTubers have. And, like, what's the real implications? Like, unless, I don't know. Like, it's drama content. We're all fucking with each other. I just don't... I hate I Am Alex. I really, because I watched the Slanzo stuff unfold, but also at the same time, because of how people reacted to the iNabba stuff, they were like, we have to focus on Alice and I Am Alex. There's literally no space to talk about anything else. And I'm just like, I don't think you guys care. I don't think you guys care. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Listen, you just don't like a YouTuber. That's fine, but don't pretend you're on a moral crusade. Okay, it's just not true. It's just kind of bollocks, frankly.
Invalidating, every form of abuse out there. From my perspective, it sounds like he just thinks it's funny to call I'm Alex an annoying orange, because I guess they share similar qualities, and that's his meme, and he thought that would resonate more. And
Can I ask you a question really quick then?
Sure. Well, hold. Yeah, just let me. I just want to let me finish my thing.
Sure.
And then when we come to this situation where he says he should take it more seriously, I agree with him based on my interpretation too. But since he said that, you feel like it affirmed your belief of his interpretation. When to me it just is him saying like, yeah, you know what, I shouldn't have called him the annoying orange. I should have just called him an asshole or something, or just said like, yeah, I should have unfollowed I'm Alex. So I think that he's saying he should have taken it more seriously in the context of not calling him the annoying orange because it's immature, not that he was just trying to meme and deflect.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I think because, again, I don't think this was included in the video that you just watched, but I, when I had this phone call with him, when I asked him about it, he was very obviously acknowledging that, like, he shouldn't have said it. But when I asked him explicitly, because he reached out to me and he seemed nice, to be fair, like he was friendly to me. He was okay. He explained a lot about like what I should do differently on YouTube, but it's kind of like a little bit irrelevant.
Okay.
But he did say, when I asked him, are you still on contact with Alex? Like, are you friends with him? Do you work with him? He said no comment. He said, I don't want to talk about that. And he just couldn't tell me no. And obviously being someone who is his friends with Alice, I was just like, well, I need to know that information, especially if you're reaching out to me, especially to try and, exchange YouTube advice and that kind of stuff. I just felt it was really weird timing too, because I released this big video. I've done a couple of videos actually where I spoke about my own experiences, and I just found it really weird that he would reach out to me and then he couldn't even tell me like, no, I'm not in contact with Alex anymore. And I think that to me made it like,
I understand that. Did you happen to record the conversation you had with him?
The really annoying thing is I did. And I had it on my computer for a really long time. My boyfriend edits my videos and it was on an SD card. I'm trying to figure out how to retrieve it. But then when I've spoken to people about like whether I'd be
What?
Does that not sound like the most like cop-out suspicious shit ever?
What do you mean it was on an SD card? Like,
who records a call to an SD card, right?
What the fuck? So it was on your computer, then it was on an SD card, and your boyfriend edits your videos, and now you're trying to work out how to retrieve it? It's kind of weird.
What would she be recording a call with?
Yeah.
Her fucking camera? Like,
well, I mean, even more so, why were you recording the call? Like, actually, this didn't occur to me before, but like, I know she says in her stream it's a little snaky because she went in to ask the question. But, like, this is actually a little bit... So it sounds to me like right from the off, your intention was to go after him. And that's fine, by the way. Listen, I'm not judging you. I've done this. Listen, I'll be straight up. I've done this. But when I get in a call with somebody, there's like two reactions I'll have. I guess there's three states. Either I'm not recording the call. That's like the most common situation. I am recording the call and I'll tell you. Or if I'm right in the middle of a fucking drama, I'll record the call and not tell you. And then basically say, give a statement about something. And it's only if you challenge that I'd be like, listen, I actually recorded this call. And you can either like agree with me and just be like, listen, I don't want to admit that. Or I can release the call and prove it. Those are like the three situations. And generally, like, the ACCs, like, reinforce this in me, because people will just, like, do shit to you. Like, one particular, like, YouTuber who I'm on very good terms with, but occasionally we'll have a conversation about something that's pretty, like, there's, like, levels to the drama, and both, like, he in particular has a situation where he falls out with people. So I just say, listen, let's just record the call. He's fine with that. But this sounds like you sat down on a call with him, which he was saying was to like network. It sounds like a networking call, and right off the bat you recorded it, which is fucking weird. It's on an SD card. Plug it in and drag the file out. Yeah, like, what do you mean recover it? Like, what'd you do the SD card?
I guess you like formatted the card, right? And that's why she's saying that. But
so what you're saying is
either way, it shouldn't have been on the SD card anyway.
Yeah, like, why is it, like, how did it end up there? I had a call with Parallax recently. He was like, is this recorded? And I said, no, and it wasn't. Like, if you ask me on a call if it's recorded, I'll tell you it is. That's all right, though. On that particular subject, if Parallax does come out and lie, I'll just fucking burn him to the ground. And I won't need the call to do it.
Able to, like, you know, release it.
Sounds really
it's
ominous.
a different story because
I
I didn't
understand.
tell him I was recording.
Yeah, I get
so,
the whole
situation,
yeah, I get like the legal potential aspect, and then also that like weird
Yeah.
behind the scenes creator boundary. I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole
Listen, if you think he's lying and you're making these claims, you actually should release the call. I think you're absolutely fine doing that. This is weird cope.
the whole go ahead. I was just going to say the whole that he won't denounce I'm Alex even in private. Like that definitely to me sounds concerning, considering we know the kind of person
It's
I'm Alex
concerning
is.
and
Yeah.
it's strange.
Yeah.
But the question I wanted to ask you is that you were trying to make this this difference between him making a joke or deflecting, and I think that it's pretty a big potential that he's doing both. You know, like he's trying to make a joke to deflect, or deflecting while making a joke. And either way, if it's both or neither, if it's both or either, it's still an issue.
Listen, I mean, at the end of the day, we're never going to know exactly how he feels unless he tells us. And then, like, if he's watching this, he could literally just listen to what I'm saying and just say, "Oh, I actually meant that," and he gets a free pass. Like, let's just be absolutely honest here. There's really no winning in the situation.
Which
if
would
he
be
was,
a problem.
yeah. But to me, I try to be like reasonably faith, I guess, about somebody. He looks like a young. Well, he's like 20 years old, I think. He looks like a young, probably a little edgy because he's a young man that thinks beef curtains is funny, and that thinks that comparing people to the annoying orange is funny, probably socially enough, which a lot of YouTubers can be. I'm not calling you guys that, just to be clear. Sometimes
They are.
I would
especially
like to be clear that I'm pretty sure he's older than I am. That's the thing. I'm also very young.
Oh, you're 20. What happened when I looked up his age? Sorry,
I'm pretty sure he is 21.
Oh, well, he's still
21.
Young. He's still very young, you know. And I feel like he just kind of was being immature about something he probably should have taken seriously, but he wasn't trying to. When we say deflect, I interpret that as he's trying to downplay the negatives of I'm Alex by pretending he doesn't even know what you're talking about. But
which you could be.
In Louis' video, he accuses Danky of trying to hide by having a call, then recording it to disprove to that point. Yeah, also, actually, hold on. She sat there saying, I shouldn't release the call because there's a crater line, but you did leak the DMs. What the fuck? Like what? Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're prepared to leak the DMs but not the call, I'm going to assume until I see that call does not sound the way Casey says it does. Male feminists won't let women talk. True and typical.
Doing by
he could
making a joke out of it.
Maybe. I just think that he thought that it was funny, and he was like, oh, yeah, I shouldn't have followed the annoying orange. Like, trying to say he's a piece of shit and almost trying to have a little camaraderie around the person who also thinks he's a piece of shit. It's definitely down. I think it's downplaying, but I don't think the intention is there for him to be malicious. That's the only thing that I don't think.
Do you think, though, if that was the case, he would, like, he should have told me when we spoke, like, yeah, no, I don't work with him. And I said, like, he could have explained that to me on the spot.
Yeah, I think that, like, if he's still friends with Alex, like, that's extraordinarily concerning. That either shows that he doesn't care about abuse, or he's just very young, naive, immature, and possibly doesn't even care enough about like a female perspective, which is
a big point in the video you just watched was my whole thing about what you just said.
Can we, like, okay. I really fucking hate to say this, but actually, I kind of just don't care if someone maintains a friendship. Like, are we really saying that no one can, like, change, grow, learn? There's not, like, any other... I was like, oh, no, okay. He put, like, I am Alex. The level at which he's at is anybody who was friends with him now should end that friendship or they're a bad person.
It should definitely be on the people who are friends with Alex to make that decision, not everybody else. Like, we shouldn't be judging people for being friends with Alex, and it's like, he should be allowed, like, okay, let's say Alex is like a manipulative piece of shit, and he definitely is, because trust me, I knew him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But it's like, if you are friends with him, and it's like, okay, if we just like if everybody just drops this guy, like, how's he ever gonna like learn or like have anybody there? You know, like this whole idea that it's like someone gets canceled, so everybody has to socially ostracize them, so they have nothing and nobody. I mean, I get it, and you should determine what your level of leaving a friendship is, but I don't think it's anybody else's call to make that.
I think it's fine actually to say there are certain people that if you're friends with that person, I'm gonna like be like, okay, well that says something.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? But at the same time, I'm kind of like, the problem is this: a lot of these people. And I'm not saying this is necessarily true for Lewis or Katie. A lot of these people stood by and watched Alex do these things. They knew. They knew. And like, I think Alice had to like address this. She was like, oh, we are pressured by Alex into like making the rapist allegations against Lazo. You knew. You stayed in that friendship, and we kind of go, okay, well that's shitty, but like, that's the nature of things. I don't know how far... The problem is, you should be really careful with throwing stones like this in a house, right? There are definitely friendships I've ended over, like, content stuff, but those were content friendships. And I've said before, like, if Diesel or Chris got, like, cancelled for something, like, depending on what it is, like, would probably dictate whether I ended that friendship. And, like, if Diesel came out, like, was like, yeah, I had a shitty relationship, had some recording of some fights, I don't know if that would end our friendship. I'll be honest with you. I just don't... Alex is an abusive piece of shit, but also it's not like he, like, fucking murdered somebody. He's just a really shitty boyfriend. And, like, the strongest thing in there is that he pushed Alice. Right? He, like, slapped her or something when she was, like, squaring up to him, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
But, like, again, if that's the case... I want to see these people hold someone like Inaba to account. That's kind of like being my consistent standard for like judging these people. Because the shit with Inaba and his like partner was, in my opinion, way fucking worse. And everyone swept for it because they didn't want to go after Inaba. So, I don't know, listen, I carry that bias. I think this is all virtue signaling bullshit, is my position. These people have temporary allies in mortal enemies. True. What do you think? I mean, do you disagree with me, Diesel?
No, I definitely don't disagree. I mean, like, I don't give a shit who people are friends with, right? Like, I'll definitely look at someone sideways. There are people that I'm friends with that are friends with people that I'm like, I fucking hate that guy. And I'll tell them, but I can't make them not be friends with that person, right? If there's like some insane drama that's going on, like, if I know the parties involved, I'll, like, ask around about it and have conversations about it, and that'll determine what I do, right? Because even with the I'm Alex stuff, right, even before that all came out, there were people, like, I had separated from because of their relation to like Alex and all that stuff. So it's like you make that decision, you make that call.
I think it
but-
depends what that relationship looks like. I care a lot less if it's just like a friendship behind the scenes where they like DM each other. Like if you were still making content with Alex and like actively sweeping for him, that would be a very different story, right? Like, but what I can see is somebody who just doesn't really want to talk about a previous relationship that they've had and may maintain like DMs with this person. I just don't care. Very quick.
And it's complicated because of Dankey's like working relationship as an editor too. So that adds a layer.
Just not simple. Why was the INABA stuff worse than Alice? The INABA stuff was worse than Alice. Most of Kirsty's document is bullshit. About 99% of it is bullshit. But what's not... Hey, Goal, thank you. Welcome to Coping. The what's not is the stuff with INABA's dog. The stuff with INABA's dog, this dog sent his partner to the hospital. It like tore her up. And she was clearly scared of it. Even if she had like, people sweat for this and they're like, well, clearly she liked the dog. I'm like, you can like a dog and still be like, have an animal that's clearly not trained and not safe to be around people. And she had to continue living with him, or like they continued living together. And he moved the dog back into the house. Now, it's fine. Listen, lots of people are going to prioritize their pets. I get that. But the stuff with like biting her and dogs are put down over that. That's the reality. And it like looks to me like he guilt tripped her into that not happening, into not rehoming the dog. And this dog like went for her multiple fucking times. He actively put her in danger. And like, whatever you want to say about I Am Alex, he never sent Alice to the fucking hospital. And when Kirsty was in the hospital, like, he was trying to like defensively tweet to like protect his dog. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. And all these people fucking swept for it. Listen, I don't know about Katie and Lewis, but no one wanted to talk about it. And INABA's response document, by the way, I had to point this out to Chris the Narc. You can go back and watch the stream where he covers it. Is real fucking weaselly. Because he never actually denies the allegations. What he does is he mentions them, then moves away from them in the same paragraph, so he doesn't have to. It's real fucking weaselly shit, actually. And I fought with Now Recording over this. I think the INABA stuff is actually, like, just because of the dog stuff is way fucking worse than anything that happened to Alice. It's, yeah. I listen, I've carried the frustration with that shit for a while. And, like, it would have just taken rehoming the dog or, like, sending it to somewhere. Because it clearly, I think they got it during COVID. It clearly wasn't socialized. And Shibas are, like, notoriously actually kind of problematic dogs. People think they're really cute, so they don't realize, but they can be real vicious.
Said, right? If you are making content, and almost everything he makes is about abuse, and usually it involves a woman on either side, right? So if you're going to be friends
most
with
abusive
an abuser,
situations
or even
will have a woman on either side, you know.
Correct. Yes. Which is the point, right? If you're going to need this perspective, this point of view to make this content and not just be a jackass, right? If you're going to make content about a woman's abuse in either way, then you have to understand that abusive people are not those to coddle. They're not those to,
Explain that to me on the spot.
Yeah, I think that, like, if he's still friends with Alex, like, that's extraordinarily concerning.
Okay. If you are making content, and almost everything he makes is about abuse, and usually it involves a woman on either side, right? So if you're going to be friends
most
with
abusive
an abuser, or
situations
even
will have a woman on either side, you know.
Correct. Yes. Which is the point, right? If you're going to need this perspective, this point of view to make this content and not just be a jackass, right? If you're going to make content about a woman's abuse in either way, then you have to understand that abusive people are not.
Then no one should make content on abuse. The problem is that, like, again, you've got to have, like, nuance to this, and part of the problem is that people talking about this are really young. They don't really do people remember the Minecraft drama last year where it was like, listen, he put his arm around me on the sofa, he's a rapist? This is part of the issue, where people who clearly have no life experience are talking about accusations they don't really understand. None of them have had real relationships, and it's ruining people's lives. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. And there's like a world of fucking difference between like quite serious abuse allegations where somebody is like separating somebody from their family. Like it doesn't even have to be like, doesn't have to even be violent. Like I'd say like the I Am Alex stuff. Like I keep pointing to like the shove or whatever, but like it's quite clear that I Am Alex was like emotionally shitty to Alice. I will say this, reading through their messages, it also seems like that whole relationship was a bit of a toxic mess. But yes, he was not a good boyfriend. But I'm going to be honest with all of you. A lot of relationships are not simple. They're not romance stories, okay? They're complicated and they're painful. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. And it's kids talking about them. And I do mean people in their late teens, early 20s.
Those to coddle. They're not those to, hold dear. They're people to, sure, talk with and understand, but not to forgive, not to work with and take advice from. Because according to him, and in certain situations, he might still be taking tutelage from I'm Alex, which is a big issue, right?
Sure, that's probably...
Were you taking tutelage from him? You've got the same sort of thumbnail style. You've got the same yellow text with faces in it. I mean, look at this one here, like just this one here. And then you look at fucking some of his thumbnails. They're remarkably similar. I don't know. Seems like a weird stone to be throwing, bro. What the fuck?
Design. They have the same content design. They do the same editing technique.
That
It's
would
a
be
big
well.
problem.
Well, the whole similar content style. That's how all these types of communities work in general. Like, there's usually a community, and then everybody
it's not even
copies the same
vaguely
style.
similar. It's almost the same.
Well, yeah, but that's how like.
Are you
all of
fucking
them
kidding
are
me?
in
He
a lot
was
of,
the
like, if you look
editor
at
for
some of
I'm
the TV
Alex, you fucking idiot. Yeah, of course they were fucking similar. He was the one making the videos. Like, what kind of fucking retarded argument is that?
videos. There's like 1,000 Sunny V2 clones. There's a ton of different clones in every community. There's usually like somebody that's a leader. So that by itself, all I'm saying is that by itself doesn't communicate to me he's still talking with him. If in private he's dancing around it, like I can understand that making you feel uncomfortable. Totally get it. But that's so far, that's the only thing that like really is saying something to me is like, oh, he's still maybe too comfortable with Alex in private, but I feel like that's not enough to warrant like super intense energy. And then also, sorry, I just want to when I look at his content, like nothing that he's doing is particularly interesting or original. It's all the public narrative about the person he's talking about has already been set. He can just take what people are already saying, interpret it with his whatever humor or whatever he has, and then put out a video with very little intellectual perspective on it. Like, he's not analyzing a situation. He's like, okay, what are people saying about Blake
Which is
Lively
the same
on
thing as
TikTok or,
Lewis
whatever
McClung's
else?
videos, by the way.
Yeah.
I looked at plenty of them to like understand this fucking guy. I looked at plenty of Dankey's videos, right? Like this content is all like, you look at the thumbnail, you know exactly what the take is gonna be.
It's all
right?
very similar brackets.
I mean, when we're talking about all these like cringe people on TikTok, it's exactly what you think it is, right? It's like content where it's like, this was a dumb mom. She wouldn't give chicken tenders to her kid.
It's like so Jar, yeah. This is one of my biggest criticisms for Jar. He's a commentator who has no critical thinking, and it's not. He just picks the narrative that he thinks is winning. That's it. And listen, get your bag. Do that. This is my criticism for people like Quinthio, Cam Nuggets, plenty of other people. But like, okay, we in the commentary community get a lot of shit for apparently following Keemstar's takes. But we all disagree with each other on plenty of fucking things. Constantly. All the fucking... You only have to look at the current Destiny discourse to see that. Like, you can see some commentators not wanting to talk about it, others like me who are like, come on, guys. You know? And you can see, like even with the Einabber stuff that I've just gone over, no one agreed with me on that except for Xylee, after I'd gone over it. I was the only one with that narrative. Didn't burn any bridges, didn't ruin any relationships, just... It's fine to do that over here. They can't do that. They get fucking cancelled for it. The minute you step out of line. Fucking hell. God, and you can see why they do it as well. Look at the fucking views on this shit. If you can make an awful lot of money telling people what they want to hear. Like, just insane amounts of fucking money doing it.
You know, he's talking about
Right,
the
which he's
17
allowed to
papers.
do, right.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't think that a lot of people have like this super. There are very few YouTubers who sit down and try to really sit down and analyze specific behaviors and why people are engaging in specific behaviors. He's just pumping out content, which most people do. So for me, like, this deep level of education that he should or shouldn't have, I don't really. He's not
Sounds like
doing
schoolyard
it.
behavior.
It's not a
All of
deep
this is
level of
schoolyard.
education. It's a basic understanding of respect, is what I view it as.
Oh
If you're going
my
to,
God, this guy's such a
even if you
woman
cover people you
respecter.
don't like, right? For instance, this video about Jesse, I wanted to make it still with a little respect in my heart for him as a human, right? He needs to live, he needs to make money, right? That's why I make it clear. I don't want to end his career. That's not at all.
I made it with respect. Oh, fuck off, bro.
This guy is such an F slur, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, Gay Beckett is super fucking gay, man. Come on.
All my prerogative. My whole goal is for him to be truthful with his audience. I'm not here to be malicious because I have a basic respect for him as a human, right? And if you don't have that, then you can't make YouTube videos in good faith, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm not the YouTube police. I can't make him stop making videos. I don't want to make him stop making videos. My whole thing is that if you're going to make this content and then be a jackass about things in private, then you're subject to scrutinization because of these strange actions and words that he said.
Sure. One thing I want to say is that, like, you had mentioned that he wasn't real willing to apologize in private. But then you had mentioned when you had a conversation that he seemed to acknowledge and apologize specifically for the joke that he made about the annoying orange. So it sounds like he is trying. Maybe he's not giving you the exact answer that you want, and maybe it's not satisfactory in some instances. Like, again, not like disavowing I'm Alex, but it sounds like he's trying.
But he did not respond to me.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
she's probably given the scenario, she's the one that matters more, the three of us, right? Because she's the one that has the,
He didn't respond to me. Like, bro, why would he? Dude. I have 300,000 subscribers. Why wouldn't he respond? Oh, fuck. Listen. Sub count so doesn't matter. It's so painful how little it matters anymore. Essentially, unless you've got over like 1 million subs at this point, maybe, yeah, actually, do you know what? Unless you've got like 1 million subs, I don't think you should be doing this whole kind of, well, he didn't respond to me. Lots of people don't respond to me. Do you know why? Because I don't fucking matter. That said, though, fucking respond to my DMs. Stop being cucked, you fucking coward. Right. I kid, sort of. I showed you my subs, please respond. Yeah, look, the truth is that if your audience doesn't really overlap and you're not getting shit from it, why respond? Even if your audience does, frankly, people will just forget about it. It just goes through the cycle. That's the reality. No one cares.
The past, and she's the one that would take it more personally, which is understandable. So she would be the one that matters in his response to anybody, I would say. And you're friends with the girl that I'm Alex.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of connection there. So it makes sense for him to respond to her. It makes sense for him not to respond to you, and that's not me criticizing you, but it makes sense why he wouldn't respond to you specifically.
Yeah, I think the other part to it that kind of made me continue to like talk.
Do you know what? It's really interesting that both of them jumped on this stream to defend themselves. I was thinking this earlier, but Papa gets like, what's his concurrent? Like 200 to 300? It's not super fucking high. I'm actually really surprised they jumped on. Like, I'd expect YouTubers, once you're over like 100k, not to really give a shit what a stream with like 200, 300 concurrent on has to say. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. Streamer views are valued a lot more than like video views. I would argue, 200 to 300 concurrent is like pretty fucking big for a streamer.
Oh, my ego.
Okay, all right.
400 to 500 at the most. Yeah. I don't know. I don't view it that way. I think, listen, if you're like 1 to 2K, maybe. But like when we're talking about big streamers, we're talking like 10 to 15K, right?
Talk about it publicly was
They want to be drama channels. Yeah. They're just normie about it.
that when we had the call, he also said, when I asked him, like, are you still in contact with Alex? He made the, like, I don't want to talk about that comment, and then proceeded to talk about it and tell me how
No, Falgi, you're still really fucking soy. Fix yourself.
Alex gave him his career. Like, if it
Okay.
wasn't for Alex, his family wouldn't have, like, had food on the table. Like, Alex paid his bills. He owes him a lot. Like, he couldn't just drop him. And again, the reason why I haven't really pushed that much is because I don't have the evidence to back that up. And I know that if he wants, and that is completely fair, he can say that he never said that. Like I said, I did have a screen recording of it. I could try and recover it, but again, I just don't want to set this kind of this idea that, like, I'm gonna leak calls that I haven't even asked.
I get what you're saying.
No, yes, understood.
But I also think it was interesting to hear your perspective about kind of like comments he makes and how he's just like immature and he doesn't really think, because I do agree that sometimes people can kind of come across as terrible people without having a lot of intent. And I don't necessarily think that he intends to come across as an asshole. I don't think like he's the most evil guy ever. And I agree, like, with what most people are saying, which is like,
You guys are trying to damage his career, though. Like, you guys are trying to damage his career, though. Like, it kind of doesn't matter whether you think he's the most evil person ever if you're prepared to like put out hit piece content on somebody. Like, I don't think either of these two are the worst people ever. I'm still prepared to talk about them in a derogatory or non-flattering way. Holy fuck.
I don't think he should be cancelled. I don't really think that. I don't really agree with that anyway. It just doesn't really make sense to me. I don't unless you've done something like criminalizing.
Like,
I don't
I'm
really
Alex.
think. Yeah, like I don't think there's. And then in that case, like, it's not being cancelled. It's like it's a completely different topic.
Yeah.
But I think he could just do himself like so many favors, and I guess it depends how you view controversy. But to me, if I'm having people, like a large amount of people criticize me, for example, when you made the video about me, and I'll watch it and I'll take into consideration the points, and I'll talk to other people and I'll read the comments, and I'll come to a conclusion of like, do I need to say something about this, or can I just leave it? And for me, when it came to my thing, I was like, with you know the kind of turf comments and people thinking I was transphobic. Obviously, I can't say, well, that's your fault for perceiving it that way, because it's completely on me for, you know, doing a video that just didn't come across that great. And then I have to take responsibility for that.
totally
You
see
know,
her
even if
being a
I
turf.
don't think inside I'm like a terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. She definitely gives that vibe. not to do the vibes thing, but
I think, do you know what? I will say this about her. Like, I think there's something interesting about somebody in that particular space who seems to be giving quite out there takes. Like, these aren't safe takes for her to give, clearly. And,
Oh, yeah.
like, even if I disagree with her on certain points, I'm sure I probably would. Like, that's quite interesting. I didn't expect that walking into this. Like, I can pretty much, like, Lewis McClog, whatever the fuck his name is, I can pretty much guarantee that if I sat down and had a conversation with him, I'd know what his takes were pretty quickly, right, on a topic. Whereas with her, I think she'd surprise me, which it's kind of making me like her more. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't listen. She's clearly young and she's clearly like kind of annoying. But, like, I don't hate her. Like, or I'm not as annoyed by her as I am by him. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least she's got, like, a personality of her own, even if it's a kind of shitty personality.
Terrible person and I intended it. It's about acknowledging why people feel that way and at least just responding.
Yeah, well, I think that as a content creator, are always times when people are going to criticize you for something you did wrong, and you're not going to immediately see it because it takes time. If you do immediately flip, then that means you have no conviction. That's what I'd say. But sometimes it takes time for it to settle in, and you don't necessarily have to have a public, like, okay, guys, I had this big turn of leaf. I thought about this for 2 days. Sometimes things take a while, and especially in this scenario, if what you're saying is true, that Alex gave him a career, we're talking about a young person, I would totally understand, while even though he's wrong, why he has too much charity for Alex. Like, it's not right. But if this person was some kind of poor, and then Alex gave him a...
Didn't this Katie chick spurg out last year? I don't know anything about her. Though you can tweet at me at CopenSeedYT and like DM me. My DMs are open. If you find something, I'd be interested. That's a really interesting point. No, I think you can change your position quite quickly as evidence changes, or you can just have a bad take, and then someone can point out for whatever reason it was a bad take. Like, I was talking to Gamma at the beginning of the stream about the internet anarchist stuff, and I'm like, a lot of the sweeping for him has been, in my opinion, like really fucking soft. And I think like Gamma was like, yeah, it was a bad take. I think that's fine. I don't think it's about conviction. I think sometimes you just rush to a conclusion and it's wrong. Maybe with friendships and things, maybe, sure, but I think it's fuck. It's obviously fucking policing. Just say that. Just say that you don't want to be friends with somebody who's I am Alex. Like, most of us will understand your position, and she's kind of going, I need to know this. It's like, well, you kind of have your answer then, but you kind of just shut up then. There are people who I don't like and I don't get on with, and I just don't talk about them. I just don't engage with them or their content or whatever. It's real fucking easy to do. It's not cancelable. It's not content worthy. It's just I just don't like that person.
A lot of, basically gave him an entire opportunity, which, knowing I'm Alex, it's possible that literally is almost like an abuse tactic, right? Like, he wants to get people around him by doing favors for them, not because he likes them, but because he wants a favor from them in the future. It makes sense why he wouldn't feel the ability to publicly disavow I'm Alex. I don't think it's right. I also don't think he's malicious for that. I think that that's almost probably... I mean, if we really want to get into it, probably we're gonna get like really fucking woke here. It's almost like a negative aspect of like toxic masculinity, where you feel like you have to stick by your friends regardless of the controversy they're in, because that's what friends do, and that's what men do. I know we got a little woke there, but like that might be
what? How is that? Fucking loyalty is now a toxic masculinity trait. What am I meant to do with this? What am I meant to do with that?
In the commentary mob.
What am I meant to do with that as a comment? Holy shit. Do you know what? If we had a little bit more toxic masculinity, more of these fuckers wouldn't be so obviously fatherless. Holy shit. Like, come on.
Be true. All right. I don't know specifically. I do know what it's like to be like a young guy, so I'm obviously going to be more charitable like young guys. That's and excuse my ignorance on that, but I just don't think that he's a malicious person. I think.
Well, I have the opposite stance as a young man in today's day and age. We were young men at different times, obviously, but I'm still a young man, okay? And as a young man who finds criticism as a treasure, I like criticism. I like when people tell me their position,
as a young man who's at the YMCA. That joke was bad. I'm killing myself. I'm sorry. I see how it is.
Listen, even the YMCA realizes what this guy's like. Fuck, if he likes criticism, he's gonna love this stream.
I know. Dude, he must be like eating this up. He must think, damn, this is the best day of my life as a man.
Fuck. It depends on the criticism, right? Like, it depends on the criticism. Like, I like constructive criticism. I have no problem with that. But there's also criticism where I'm just like, look, this isn't helpful. You're just annoying. Fuck off. Depends who it's from as well, right? If you respect the person.
Disagreement with me. I find it to be almost like another brick in the house that is my career. If I don't build with criticism, then I'm going to fall apart, okay? But when I see other people like me, young men in the world of content creation, trying to make a name for themselves, when I see how easy it is for me as a person who, again, sorry to be woke, I'm more left leaning than right, so I don't,
Sure, yeah.
I don't mind
me
being
too,
a little
yeah.
woke. But
listen, even amongst the Overton window, you're outside of the left wing, buddy. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nothing wrong with that. But still.
As somebody who has suffered with many different mental disabilities, I do not like using them as
Stop making it easy. Stop making it easy. Holy fuck. As somebody who is like mentally deranged. Oh, this kid wasn't bullied enough. This kid actually wasn't bullied enough. It's ridiculous. Look. Oh, fuck. Not everything needs to be a mental disability. Oh.
excuses. I don't care, right? I like to be the best man I can,
Dankjabo.
even as a younger
Yeah,
man
we've
in
got
the
a lot of
world
stuff,
of
but
content
not
creation.
enough.
All right, and when I see other people say, "Well, he's just a young man," he might not know. I'm a young man. I know. It's that easy. Okay, it's that easy for you to figure out that you are wrong, or when other people for telling you are wrong from that side. For instance, women telling you that what you said is wrong, and then you just brush it off and don't care. When it's as easy for me, another young man, to care, to not brush it off, to listen to those people and apologize. I do not see the excuse for him because it's just that easy.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I think.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I kind of agree with that because I think a lot of the time people do get away with stuff kind of under the idea.
Moral luck, yeah. Like this is a problem. Okay, I'm a little sympathetic in some respects because like I think a lot of younger guys went through a period where they were like very feminist, very woke, or very like trying to be a good ally or whatever this shit is. And I think everyone hits their like random point where they kind of break away from that and realize that a lot of it is kind of bollocks. Okay, like one comment I get quite a lot is, Becca, you're so nice to people from minority statuses. You're such a good dude. It's nothing to do with being a good person. I just it's just I just treat people as people. It's really not very difficult. That's not a moral position. That's just being normal. Okay, but I think a lot of people are really desperate to like have this ethical position. They have to be the good guy. I've spoken about this before. A lot of people are terrified of being the villain, where the reality is that we are all the villain to somebody at some point. Okay, we're human. We all do bad things. That's just reality. And once you get past that point, some people never get past this point. When you get past the point that you don't need to be the hero in every aspect of your life, things get a lot fucking easier. Okay, there are certain things you're going to care deeply about. There are certain like aspects where you're like, this is like a principle, but for a lot of things you're just going to let it slide because you can't do that for everything without going completely fucking crazy. And that's kind of like the linchpin moment for a lot of people, like how you deal with that, because some people go completely over the waterfall. What will happen is they'll get criticism for something that's like a soft moral position for them, and they'll get a lot of criticism from people who really care about that moral position. Like this actually happens with people like with veganism quite a lot. A lot of people care about animal rights. They just don't want to, they're just not full hog like I'm going to become a vegan, and they get so much shit from it, and they're told they're a bad person and they hate animals, so they hate vegans. They hate the entire position. They will do anything to go after vegans. I have had people DM me of like, can you go over vegan content? Can you attack vegans for me? I'm like, no, dude, why do you care? And then that's like the first step in a lot of people's like villain arcs. It's fine. You can just be like, listen, this just isn't that important to me. I have this when people DM me with like, you say retard and you say autistic, like, how do you view that? I don't view language policing as particularly important to me particularly. That's how I view it. It's just not a priority for me, so I don't do it. Some people think that makes me a bad person, and they are welcome to that position. That's absolutely, it's a legitimate position. I'm not even mad about it. It's just I don't care.
idea of, well, that they're still learning, but I don't think that necessarily comes down to a young man thing. I think that's just young people in general. And although I do agree that there is an element of that to consider, because like I wouldn't want to be crucified for every mistake and everything I've said online that I regret, obviously. But I do think this situation is just slightly different.
Well, I've got
because
very bad news because you've just
all
done
of
that to a YouTuber.
Yeah. It's just this unironically didn't need to be a fucking content cycle. It's one of those things that it really is like the definition of a nothing burger.
his videos are about abuse, and I don't, there's no problem with that. Look, I don't care. I don't think you necessarily have to have been through abuse to talk about abuse. I don't think that's the case. I mean, I talk about things that I've not been through, and I think I can give a pretty valid and nuanced stance on them. But I think when you're talking about, like, if you listen to his videos and you listen to his attitude, and he knows how to talk about abuse in a relatively good way in his videos. So it just makes you think, if he is just stupid and naive, why doesn't that come across as much in his videos when he talks about abuse? Because he knows exactly how to talk about it in videos. And then to me, knowing the context of his relationship with Alex, their past, that what he's done for him, it was just like that kind of joke, whether it's a joke about Alex being the annoying orange or deflection, is just poor taste. And yes, that doesn't make him an evil monster, but I think running and avoiding, like, people will say, well, I wouldn't reply either, like if I had a mob of people on me. But I think, like I said, because he talks about abuse, I think you kind of should reply. And if you don't, it does just
a response to his audience in which he says the opposite opinion too.
What do you mean?
Well, he will always say that, well, abuse is the worst, right? And as we can all agree, abuse is one of the worst things in the world, right? And he will always talk about how bad it is, and then behind closed curtains, he will make a joke about it, right? And instead of saying and denouncing that, he will instead just run away from it and try to hide the fact that he did this. That's the problem.
Sure, yeah, and I get that he deleted messages too, but again, like, it seems like he did apologize to some extent in private. So I don't know the exact thing going through his mind, but it's not like he wasn't trying. I don't think that, like, he was necessarily always running away. Maybe he's getting advice behind the scene of what he should or shouldn't do, or how he should or shouldn't respond to the controversy. I don't. He is. It's probably true. I mean, a lot of content creators will get that. I have people who reach out to me and ask me, like, what they think they should do. Sometimes you just don't say anything. I think
with Alex personally,
it could be. I don't really know. When it comes to the way that he talks in his videos, I've never watched his video before. It sounds like you guys are saying that he seems to have a pretty intelligent understanding of abuse. I might be true. I almost doubt it. And the reason is because people know how to recite things. Just because you've memorized a script in some capacity, you've heard other people say a thing, doesn't mean that you have a deep understanding of it. And so for him to make potentially good points about different abuse doesn't necessarily mean that he analyzed.
None of these people really understand abuse. Fuck. None of them are in relationships. How would they know? Like, what does Lewis know? I keep coming back to this. But
He's walked a mile in their shoes. Okay, he's thought
an
about it
empath.
through their eyes. He's an empath. Yeah.
Fucking painful.
Is the situation and came up with, like, okay, this is probably what they're feeling here. It's more likely to me he watched someone else's video or he watched someone else's coverage and they said something and he said, I'm going to take that and I'm going to regurgitate that and it's going to make me sound intelligent. So I wouldn't doubt that. A lot of people perform. I could be wrong. Maybe he's, like, super emotionally intelligent. Very doubtful by the way that he interacts. He seems like a very emotionally unintelligent person, which, again, from my perspective, I used to be very emotionally unintelligent. It took me a very long time to generate that. I don't know that he's as educated. Hey,
Thuman.
To me, I think that you guys understandably had an interpretation of this situation of the annoying orange. We'll call it the great annoying orange controversy. And you had an interpretation and I have an interpretation, and we don't know which one is necessarily correct. But I think that when you look through everything through your lens, I understand where you're coming from, but maybe it's possible that lens isn't necessarily correct. And some of these other things need that support structure, that lens, in order to be accurate. But to me, since that lens isn't there, I think it's more likely that he was just making a joke about calling Alex annoying orange and then calling him a gaslighter. I'm not
Okay,
on the
well,
same
here-
page with you guys. Like, I'm not going to be able
let's
to
run with that for a
agree with
second.
everything that you guys have to say on it. You know?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's run with that for a second. Let's say it
Sure.
was just a needless joke, okay? He still deleted messages. He still had to apologize for it in private and then tried to erase any proof that he ever did talk about this, i.e. the deleting of messages that he had with Katie. And then he moved forward with it and then tried to act like there was some kind of controversy. And in one of his videos, he said, put in the comments below that I did something terrible, right? Covering up all of this that was happening, which is one of the biggest things that really stands out to me, is his covering up of things directly on his YouTube channel, right? And then he moves forward, keeps making videos about this abuse and whatnot because it's what gets views, right? So I see all of this, right? I see Katie's video. I see him continuing to cover these things with a lack of nuance. Apparently, in one of his videos, he said that a woman cannot be beautiful if she is a mother. Apparently, that's what he said. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Did you see him say it?
Yeah, I saw
No,
that.
I have not watched the video.
Was there
Oh my god.
wider context to this? Like, fuck. The thing is, I don't trust Lewis, like, in any way, or his read on this shit. Fuck.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would
I
just
have
make
seen
sure you
that.
confirm it within full context,
Yeah,
because sometimes
he
you
says-
don't want to get into a situation where like you're affirming something about somebody without like 100%, you know, just not your for
Right.
yourself.
But again, like,
well,
let's say he did all that, right?
Yeah.
Then my problem still stands
Let's
is
say
that he is lying
hypothetically
to
he did
his
all that.
community. If you have to boil down what my issue is, what really makes me angry is that he is lying to his community on so many different axes that he didn't have to lie to them on. He could have just outright made like a community post and said, this happened, I'm sorry, yada yada. But he didn't. He tried to cover it up verbatim, put something in the comments that I'm a bad person, and that's not okay. That's
Can
why
I
my energy in that video was
I-
terrible and angry.
I have a question.
Can I just add?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you can. Yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say, like, I think as someone who makes videos on abusers, but also has made videos like an hour-long video talking about my own experiences, I know firsthand that you kind of gather an audience of people who can relate to you. I mean, you gather an audience of people who have been abused or have been in situations like that, and kind of
Yeah, I'm
find,
sure a bunch of people who
like,
feel like they're
solace in-
victims gathering together on the internet is going to be really healthy for them.
Oh my god, this is just so fucking... Like, I know I'm not providing much commentary through this. I'm kind of just in fucking awe of it.
I don't want to steal your stream. I keep not saying anything.
I mean, what's your general thought? I mean, this is this is the most of it you've seen, right?
Yeah, this is the most of it I've seen. Dude, the fact that they're not able to provide evidence for a bunch of claims that they keep making constantly is a humongous fucking red flag. Okay, every time a drama like this happens where people are exposed, right? And then people start getting scrutinized for it, and then they're answering questions. When the person being questioned is saying, I don't have it on hand, but I've heard him say that.
Yeah.
And then that constantly keeps happening, or I think, I feel, I think this, that, and the other thing. You end up putting it in a position where it's like, okay, some of this must be a lie, right? and the only reason that people aren't going to check is because all these fucking videos are like an hour long of some TikTok glub shitto who's bad to their parents or bad to their kids. And it's like nobody gives a fuck to watch those videos.
I mean, again, this is why I say, what's the context of the comment? Like, again, oh God, also, I think part of the problem is, let's say he is a misogynistic piece of shit. Let's just say hypothetically he is. Are you surprised? Are any of you fucking surprised? This is part of the problem. Like, yes, YouTubers can be bad people is not a stunning out there take. It's just, you know, fucking reality. I want to see how Lewis copes when he ends up in his own controversy, because the way he is heading, he's gonna end up there.
Dude, his audience is gonna eat him alive.
Yeah. He is gonna have to be like squeaky fucking clean. We all have bad takes. We all like fuck up. We're human. and we're constantly putting out content about, like, I guess, like, controversial things, or like things that people will have like multiple takes on. If this guy can't take an L, he's going to be in some real fucking trouble. And I get the sense that I don't know if he can take a serious L. The question is as well, like, what happens, like, if it's relationship drama, if it's like I Am Alex drama, like an ex comes out with, like, he was actually just a really bad boyfriend. Like, and then that gets spun up, because part of the problem is the audience he's kind of encouraging is one that will latch on to the smallest thing as drama content. Which is dangerous. It is a dangerous game to play with your career. This guy is possibly the weakest person on YouTube. I don't think I've seen it this bad. Look, I mean, like a lot of the old SJW YouTubers were like this. This isn't unique. He's almost a bit of a throwback, actually. Ironically enough, he's kind of a throwback to I Am Alex. This is what I Am Alex was like. Is that fair, Diesel? You know.
Oh my god, no! I just had like a fucking brain blast when you said that.
This is exactly what I Am Alex was like.
This is exactly like I'm Alex. Holy shit! This is exactly how it started with I'm Alex, where he was accusing other contemporaries of being like really bad people, trying to ruin their careers, and then going on live streams to say that. Just like I'm Alex went on Tommy C. Here's this ginger on fucking Papa Gut saying this shit. Dude, time is a flat circle.
Really
man, this guy's gonna have it bad. Holy shit.
But he's also probably gonna make a ton of money before then.
He's gonna be so wealthy before that happens, don't he? Like, dude, he's gonna hit 1 million subscribers. And I abhor him for that, but you know, good for him.
Yeah, I think he'll probably hit 1 million. The fact that he is making this content with a consistent style and doesn't like linger on a topic, I think he'll probably do quite well. But yeah, there is no way this guy is not. He's gonna land in a controversy. They always fucking do, which is a shame. Like, but yeah. It's just I Am Alex Mark 2. History doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes. Holy shit.
In your videos. So I think almost putting myself in Jesse's situation and, you know, acknowledging that he will have a massive audience.
He's Jesse, right? The Dankey.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I just want to clarify. Okay.
You know, he has an audience of people that can relate. I mean, if you look at the comments, it's people talking about their experiences of abuse. So I think ultimately it boils down to, like you said, you may have a different interpretation, but knowing the call that I had with him, knowing what he said, his attitude, like the way he spoke to me in general, watching the comments he makes in his other videos, I don't think he's like the most evil person who is like out to, you know, just harm everybody. But I do think he is immature. And I think if you don't have that like level of maturity, then either apologize and continue making videos about abuse, or just maybe don't make it like your primary topic. Because to me, I don't mind having abuse as my primary topic. It's something that I speak about a lot, and I don't mind doing that because I know
seems
that
really
like, where
unhealthy.
I'm coming from is like,
yeah, listen, I don't know what happened to this chick, but like, and okay, I'm gonna say this honestly in case she sees this. On the off chance you see this, I've made a lot of jokes, but I say this as somebody who went through therapy myself. Go and get some therapy. Honestly, if you're not already, and I don't mean like seeing a therapist regularly, go and get some like invasive shit that is going to like get to the root of what is going on with you, because this is not healthy. Okay, you should not be bringing up abuse this much. I say this out of genuine concern. If you have been through some really bad shit, I hope you can deal with it and get better. I'm not memeing at all, because this isn't. Forming a little support group about abuse is not a good way to deal with it. It is just a constant reminder. Also, if you have been, and it sounds like it's enough that it weighs on you, maybe this isn't the sort of content you should be making. There's no fucking way this is good for you, right? Like, fuck.
Like usually correct. But I also know if I was to say something that someone disagreed with, I'm gonna hear them out, or I'm gonna comment on that, or I'm gonna think about my perspective. And just another thing I wanted to add, I know it's not as relevant, but there was the kind of debate on whether beef curtains was like offensive
Oh yeah,
or not.
really quick
and
before we
like,
get to beef curtains, because I have no problem talking about that. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
That's cool.
I've one thing. Let me just write that down. You guys mentioned before that he's trying to
just write that
like,
down.
backtrack everything and kind of delete everything and get rid of everything. And
Yeah.
the intention there is that he's trying to suppress the information. That's what it seemed. That's what I'm getting out of it. Is that a correct?
Yes, correct.
Have you ever have you ever thought about why he told you he was deleting his Discord messages? Because didn't he mess? He said, "I'm gonna
Yeah, he
okay,
just
I'm
said-
gonna delete them now." And then
Yeah,
delete
he
them, right?
said it was making him uncomfortable. Obviously, I didn't.
Very childish, if you ask me.
Yeah.
It's
I just thought
yeah,
it wasn't.
sure it might be childish. The only reason I'm asking is because to me, if he was trying to suppress the information, he wouldn't give you a heads up that he's about to delete everything. To me, he would have just started deleting stuff so that you wouldn't have an opportunity to screenshot.
I think he knew based on me having been in that call with him and me then messaging him again. I think he kind of had.
Hold on. Where is that? Okay, let me just go and find this. I'm kind of interested now. Fuck is it? Where are these DMs? Police Bureau, I was trying to tell you that SS is blatantly mocking abuse. Been on my channel, you'd realize that I've been abused. God, she really does mention it a lot. This chick mentions her abuse more than I mention my master's degree. Holy fuck.
I don't think she was policing. I don't think she was doing. So she wasn't doing that. Which no, police bro is trying to tell you abuse. You'd read as somebody who says, I don't. How can you be a common situation? But my if the reason that the people who said that abuse he did well, there's no whole feeling.
Delete all the messages too. And she's screenshotting them in real time and sends them back to him? The fuck? Like, that is literally real time. What's the time of this one? This conversation happens really quickly. He comes in. So the DM, like the Insta DM, had already leaked, right?
Yeah, the Insta DM had already leaked. She had posted them to Twitter already.
It's really weird. Yeah, listen, I mean, I have a general rule as well. Like, I won't DM anything sensitive somebody who, like, leaks. I'm just like, look, we can call, but I want, like, the context there. Do you know what I mean?
This feeling that I potentially may have come.
And
like,
he
spoke about
apologized,
it
so what the fuck
publicly,
does she want? Yeah.
Which is why he was like saying, "Oh, no hard feelings," and then tried to make out that like I was as bad as him for quote policing his social media. So I think he did know from the start, or was very worried that I was going to, because obviously he was growing quite fast. I mean, he'd like shot up subs wise.
Dude,
so
I'm
I
sorry.
think he
This
knew. I
had
mean,
to
he
be
knows
like
what
a coordinated hatchet job. The language, like, he was growing quite fast. Like, okay, this guy was like a contemporary growing at the same time as these people. And they didn't like, I don't know, I guess the views he was getting, and they felt he wasn't doing like good content. Like, I could easily see this being a completely malicious hatchet
Yeah,
job.
this is very, very, very hatchety. Where's this guy's channel? Like, I had it up earlier. I'm always tempted to go to his social blade.
If you look at his most recent video, there's a bunch of hate comments on there.
The Ashley Trevino.
Have a look. Talk about the allegations. Can someone please explain the allegations? She is too old to be... Okay. This video suggested above literally... You're on you, and I was on your side, but no response so far. Looks really bad, man. But this, I'm subbed. Answer for the allegations. Good mate / lad. Please try and make your thumbnails better, at least a bit different. No need to be lazy. Listen. Fuck. I feel like criticizing people like this or talking about this community is like a filter. Because, God, if... I've said before, you get the audience you deserve. If this was my audience, if this was you guys, I'd quit. Holy fuck. Honestly, I've watched all the videos criticize Danky. You all make drama out of anything. Nothing in any of these videos is worth all the bullshit. Go touch some grass, please. There are way bigger issues than someone following another person on social media and making a dumb joke about it. True.
Dude, 186 likes on that one.
Can you please
Holy
make
shit.
a video addressing the allegations against you? Jesus. Am I gonna end up with these people in my fucking comment section again?
That's what I was thinking as I'm sitting here. I'm like, great. I want to do like a video covering this because it's so fucking soy and cringe. But I don't want to listen to these people for like fucking a month in my comments bitching and moaning.
God. Fucking, I mean, it seems to have taken a views hit on him, to be fair.
Dude, if we're talking just numbers alone, Lewis McClung was punching down.
Yeah.
He was totally punching down, dude.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Does this guy have a Twitter?
Of course not. None of these fuckers have a Twitter, dude.
They're all afraid. They're afraid of the...
They don't want to be on. They don't want to be on Elon's X.
No, he does.
To be honest,
he
I
does.
agree. It's terrible. Oh, he has a
He
Twitter?
has 211 followers, and his last post was August 10th last year. Oh, no. No. October 24th last year. Okay. God, that's fucking... Okay. Okay. Fine, fuck it.
The internet's like, and I wasn't planning on talking about it publicly. It was until those last messages, and then when I messaged him again to try and talk to him, he just wouldn't respond, and then I was just like, well, you know.
Can you blame him? You were screenshotting his messages and sending them back to him. No wonder he didn't want to fucking talk to you. Holy shit. I don't understand why you wanted to talk. Sure, the last thing I sent him was instantly screenshots of the DMs between us. Come on, bro. Fuck off.
I'm not gonna watch you talk about abuse all the time, contact me to try and be my friend, and then you can't even give me the decency of just explaining yourself without deleting messages. Like, to me, I was just like, well,
sure, to
that's
me,
just weird.
And that might be what it is. To me, I find it a little strange that he would delete them and announce it, because he's giving you the opportunity. He's basically saying, hey, you should probably screenshot these when he does something like that.
Hear me out.
Maybe he's just an idiot.
Okay, maybe
or maybe maybe it's one of those out of sight, out of mind things. Like, I've deleted messages from like ex-girlfriends because I'm upset. You know what I mean? I could be too charitable. All I'm saying is I don't know if he necessarily was being malicious or if he's it's almost like an emotional thing for him. But yeah, let's talk about beef. Let's talk about beef gardens really quick. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll leave that to you, Katie. I'll leave that to you.
So, pretty much, again, I don't think either of you have really seen my videos, but recently a lot of my content is about the effects of like, I don't know if I can say, can I like say things on here?
Yeah,
Will I get you like
what? Like, just don't say like actual racial slurs. And
You're Lewis saying be a woman.
Say, like, slurs
a lot of my videos have been like talking about porn, and like just the effects of it on society and like general attitudes that kind of seep through into media. And for me, because I saw a few arguments saying, well, beef curtains is a term I've heard forever. You know, I used to work in a builder's yard and they used to say that all the time. But to me, that isn't an argument, because you could say that about pretty much any derogatory term, that it was used a lot and people have become desensitized to it. Obviously, I'm not going to police people if
But you say twat in your videos.
You are policing people. You say twat. Like, I don't, bruh.
Like, what? Like, this is the whole, like, listen, I realize that I get demonetized if I say the C word. Not demonetized, but like, it goes yellow. I'm like, I can't say that anymore. That's just anti-British racism. That's all that is. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
If you want to, if that's something.
I don't think that Dankey is living up to his own principles, says twat. Beef curtains is a sexist derogatory. Fuck off! Fuck off! Lewis accused him of being racist! He's black! Are you kidding me?
To be clear, you can be racist and be black, but by their
Listen,
logic,
I've heard what
I don't
you say
think they would
about
agree with that.
I've heard what you say about Mexicans, buddy. I know it's true.
Oh my god.
You walked into that one. That was easy.
Oh my god. Well, you know what? I don't got no skeletons in my closet. I did used to be a neo-Nazi. I get it. Yeah, I know how it is.
The neo-Nazi to goblin pipeline is so true. The British are just uppity Franks. Listen, I don't ban people in my chat, but you're getting close. Oh, fuck it hell. Also, I'm mostly Irish, okay, just to be clear. British is not a race. We get to hate you as much as we want. Hurtful.
Say it. It's not enough to get you arrested. You know, it's not a slur. But it is factually derogatory towards women. And I think a lot of the time when I hear people say that, it may be from a place of kind of not being educated, but I think that is the problem in general. I mean, I heard you say that you didn't understand why it was offensive, or I don't really know what your stance was on that. And again, it's such a minor thing from him. Do I think that makes him a terrible person? Again, no. But it's comments like that that come from him, as well as like a plethora of other comments that he's made that just come across that he is very I want to say slightly misogynistic, and I'm not throwing that term around loosely. I do think a lot of the things he says, he may not hate women per se, but when he makes comments like that, and again, the mother comment about how mothers can't be sexy, again, I don't know if the context is fully there for that, so I won't go too much.
Yeah, I would just have to see that. I mean, there could be a pattern of not being respectful of women. It's totally possible. I don't really know. My thing with beef curtains is,
he was really
I don't
disrespectful
think in
to Lola
today's
Bunny.
society, it's this.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I can't believe
she's like literally a WNBA player. Like, I don't understand. She's got hops.
She's got hops, true. And like most women in the WNBA, they should be fucking grateful for what they get. Listen, I'm sure the one fan of women's NBA is going to be really angry at that comment.
This outward, intentional, misogynistic term to use to like break down women. Maybe it used to be. I don't know. I think it's more of just kind of a gross way to refer to a girl's vagina, and I think that he just thought it was funny. I don't think it was like.
I think again, it's difficult because
it's about a mindset, not necessarily intention.
Yes,
Yeah, I don't
and
think
that's
he
the thing.
intended
He may not intend. But I would disagree. I think it was previously a more accepted term. Now it's more derogatory because of things like
I've
porn,
not
because
heard
of the standards
the
to
word
women's
used in
genitalia.
years.
So I do think, especially maybe it's
yeah,
just
it's
not a part of the internet that you're on, but there is already.
It's really not common in
Yeah,
Britain to say that anymore. It's like I think the last time I heard that term other than this was like maybe the mid 2000s. It's not.
I heard it in like the mid 2000s, maybe early 2000s. But it kind of like it had a little bit of a resurgence with the incel crowd from what I read. But now like that crowd has already died out too. Like I don't really hear it that much.
Yeah, like I think listen, unfortunately do you know what's really bad? I thought this earlier when I called Lewis a volcel. But like it really is a choice for guys who've never really had a relationship, isn't it? It's either you become like an incel or you become a femboy. It's like there's no in between for these kids.
Oh shit.
Imagine being a living 4chan meme. That dude's Kiwi farm page is going to be fucking hilarious one day. And I will read it on stream.
Already so much discourse about the appearance of women's parts, and always in a negative way as well.
Oh,
So I
are
think
you
terms
trying to
like
say that like the whole beef curtain thing is him saying that that's like an ugly vagina? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Well, that's
I
what,
think
if you ever see people online, and again, it's because of the side of the internet I'm on, because I talk about porn a lot. But if you ever see that term, it is always used as a way to insult the way a woman's vagina looks. Like, it's always been used like that. Obviously, they use it in other terms, usually in kind of joking ways. So maybe that was a joke, but it doesn't change the fact that
That was
to
very
most women, and
clearly a
again,
joke if you watch the
there will be
clip.
women out
Yeah. It's
Like,
just...
there's no way. You'd have to be so uncharitable to take that as not being a joke.
Katie, uncharitable? Madness, Diesel. How could she be uncharitable? She's the most
Sorry, I should understand. She is an expert on porn discourse.
Listen, Lewis is an empath, so I think he'd know.
there that say, I don't really care, I don't mind. But to
Either terrorize or feminize. Access with the two. True.
a lot of women, especially that understand why it's used, it is just quite like unnecessary.
Well,
I think.
sure. I would say it's on the same level
well
as I'd say it's like
yeah.
the same level as saying the guy has like a pencil dick, right? Like it's I think it's kind of like the same
Yeah,
thing. I wouldn't
yeah.
say you're being derogatory if you said. I mean, I guess you technically are, but I wouldn't care. Like it's just like a little. It's just like I guess a kind of a rude comment, but it's not that big of a
I
deal
see
to
what you're
me, yeah.
saying, right? Let me add something really quick. It's not necessarily that standing alone is the biggest issue, right? If that is the only thing he had done, we would not be here. It's the fact that it is on top of everything.
You know what? I actually don't believe you. I believe you would grasp at literally any straw you could find. Come on. You're trying to cancel a guy over fucking an annoying orange joke. Please don't pretend like you have any fucking standards for this. Come on.
Everything else, and in a vacuum it wouldn't do anything, but in this room with all of these different things that point towards him having a misogynistic tone or a mindset, or being in these spheres online, or having possibly in the past been in these spheres.
Yeah, hold on. Access is like it's gross, yes, it's derogatory, yes, but it's not racist and definitely not worth drama. He said it was a racist, misogynistic term in his video. Which is adding a whole new context to it. That,
yeah, like what is he implying about minorities' vaginas?
Listen,
you know?
listen. In defense of Lewis, there's no way this. The last time he saw a vagina was when he came out of one. Okay, like.
And I'm just a betting man here, but I don't think it was a minority's vagina.
It adds to this idea that he might have or still be in the mindset of somebody who is misogynistic, whether it's on purpose or not. And
This
it's
is
seeping
making me
into his conduct.
misogynistic.
That is what this kind of points towards. And it is
Do you think he's like a fucking like false flag plant? Like you watch his content, you just become more racist and misogynistic as time goes on. It's just like one twist. Actually, this is Nick Fuentes' boyfriend.
He's
It's all
literally
part of the
like the
scheme.
annoying. He's literally like one of those like annoying leftist people like talk about that wear like the fruity outfits and are outrageously moral flaggy, you know, and are just like really like twee and hipster. Like he literally is the epitome of that.
I regularly like a fucking look. I remember when I was younger, and we all used to talk about the rights of gay people and women. And that was a mistake. We should have listened. I've got a friend, he got a load of criticism. He's like a gay guy. Loads of criticism when we were like 18 because he voted for the Tory party. We gave him loads of shit for it. And I take that back. He was right. Listen, he was just right. We've gone too far. We've gone too far.
It's still an issue if he doesn't, you know, like acknowledge that that is a derogatory term, and using it to refer to people is not necessarily a good thing.
Okay. A genuine question. Do you feel like you properly communicated that in your video?
I mean, there are plenty of things I'd like to properly communicate in videos, but I try to make them shorter so that I'm not wasting people's time.
Dude, what a
I get that.
fucking
I think
what a
that,
fucking like dodge. What a fucking dodge.
Do you think you did a good job? Well, I'd like to do a good job, but really,
Dude, this guy should be a fucking politician, dude. Holy shit, that was an amazing deflection.
It was actually, yes.
I'm actually
do you know
really
what? I'm
impressed
actually
with
impressed.
that.
Yeah, that's. It is legit.
Dude, that like left his lips with such professionalism, like he rehearsed that, dude.
Listen, I understand why you're upset with all the child murder, but what's important is that we built the road. He is going to listen. I need to stop calling him Gay Beckett. This is just like Ginger I Am Alex. Or ginger, like long-haired I Am Alex. Or the gay I Am Alex. This is literally just I Am Alex. Platinum Ether with the 699. I mean, I don't think he's ever been with a woman who would want to listen to Ben Shapiro's Copycat in bed. Jesus Christ. Oh fuck. Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous.
I'm also very
video.
theatrical.
No, that's fine.
Persona.
I think that if that was what you wanted to communicate, that would have been a better focus of the video, because I think a lot of that video was just kind of making a lot of assumptions about the way that about what his intentions are with things. I think if you showed more that he's constantly has a pattern of saying misogynistic things, especially towards the beginning, to kind of prime the audience to understand what his potential mental framework would be, that would have maybe communicated things better to me. But so far, we have the beef curtains thing.
I really do.
We have the beef curtains thing, and then potentially he said single moms are ugly. I mean, I see a lot worse every day. I do talk about like a lot of red pills. So
of course, yes.
To me,
and
it doesn't sound
worse stuff is those people make that content. He makes the opposite content. So for him to have that mindset can be problematic.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've seen.
Oh my god, it's so problematic, guys.
I mean, there's this one group.
They're not
who
canceling
kind of
him, though, okay?
They're not canceling though. I fucking This is
big difference.
Agony.
Keemstar Style podcast. They made a video.
Wait, hold
on. He makes the opposite content. So for him to have that mindset can be problematic.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've seen some horrible videos. I mean, there's this one group who kind of do like a Keemstar Style podcast. They made a video on me. It was like 4 hours long.
The Fresh and Fit.
It was the most like grim video.
You
Fresh
think
and Fit
Fresh
covered
and
her?
Fit? Okay, probably.
There's no fucking way.
But like,
yeah, maybe.
You think Fresh and Fit is like Keemstar?
That's really insane.
You guys shouldn't be commentators. You have literally no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I've ever seen, and like they were just saying the worst things about me, and they were genuinely very misogynistic. But the thing is, I wasn't as I didn't really care about that, because like you said, I see it and I'm like, well, I don't expect anything different, because that is what that's what you are proudly kind of identifying as, is just a jerk. Whereas when it's somebody who is pretending to be morally virtuous,
True.
I think that's what annoys me more. If you're someone who
see, like, okay, listen, I know a lot of you hate this Katie chick, and I get you, but she's not wrong. Like, we're kind of like defensive of Janky on the basis that this is clearly a hatchet job. But to be clear, from what I've seen of his content, he would do the same thing to somebody else.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like he's not. We're not like saving one of the good ones. He's probably still I nearly got it yellowed. He's probably still an asshole. And she's not wrong. I kind of respect. I unironically, the more Katie speaks, she apps a lot. The more she speaks, though, the more I like her. Because I respect the position of, listen, if you're just a fucking asshole on the internet and you do asshole things on the internet, like, it's crappy, but like, whatever. But if you're somebody who's taking like this morally virtuous position, you can't back that up, she's actually just not wrong here. Like, it's just legitimately the correct to take. It is by YouTube standards. You're not allowed to say the C word, which is not fun for me.
Who presents themselves to be like morally good with everything. You've got the best opinions, like you never say anything wrong, and then when you do something wrong, you can't apologize for it. I think that proves to me that everything you speak about, you probably aren't speaking like the truth from.
I get that.
Because I think I think with content creators, the way I see people that are genuine and speak from the heart is they usually do make mistakes. I think that's natural and normal. But I think if you are going to make those mistakes, what also makes you like morally virtuous is to be a
Okay, but hear me out. I think she changed her opinion based on who she's around. Listen, that wouldn't surprise me, right? But I'd also say, like, again, it wouldn't surprise me, but she also is taking, like, principled positions which are unpopular in her bracket with the anti-sex worker stuff and anti-porn stuff. Those are not going to be popular takes, especially if she's taking, like, turfy positions. So, I don't know. I'd have to see more from her.
able to apologize for those mistakes.
Yeah, I understand
so I
that.
guess
I will say
yeah.
that his apology may not have been satisfactory, but again, it seemed like he did at least make an attempt at an apology. So it's not like he.
But he also subverted
completely-
an answer to a question she asked him.
Sure, absolutely. I
You
just I
also
think it's
did
more,
the
you know-
subversion
Yeah, I was literally
literally
about to say what
2
like,
minutes ago.
You literally just what? That's what you just. Oh fuck.
Oh, we were talking about nuance before. I think it's more than he didn't apologize, and you know what I mean. He seemed to have apologized poorly, and I just want to give him at least the credit for that. Just so that we're So yeah,
cool.
I think we're at a pretty good productive spot. I don't know if there's anything else we could
I
add
agree.
to it. So
Okay. Shut up. Goodbye. Diesel, thoughts and revelations.
So I hate these people. That's it. I think I'm gonna. So Lewis McClung doesn't have a Twitter. Danky does. I shot Danky a DM, even though he hasn't used Twitter in a while. I am going to email Lewis though.
You must have Instagram or something.
Yeah, but I don't use Instagram.
I know, it's because you're based.
No.
And because
But I'm gonna-
then I'd have to
I'm
get
gonna try and
Instagram
set
to get all the
something else.
thirst trap Diesel pictures.
And obviously, if I end up calling with Lewis, fuck you. I'm gonna end up being in a. It'll probably end up being a 2-on-1. So who knows? I might end up calling you.
Yeah.
That way it can be an even 2-on-2.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to talk to him. Just if you're gonna do that, just set up a time, and then we'll agree to it.
Yeah.
Becky, you may like her, but I still can't stand her. I'd actually be really interested to talk to her, like not about this, but about generally. I'm kind of interested in a content creator who kind of
Dude,
goes a bit against the grain of her bracket.
She's definitely got some wackadoo takes, but I mean, if she's able to like stand behind them and doesn't change her position based on who she's around, then that's like totally fine. And she's got a great future ahead of her in DGG when Destiny gets a hold of her.
Listen, I don't think she'd do well in DGG. Because I don't think she'd deal with Destiny's sex takes, from what I've seen. I think she'd. I think,
that's
she
true.
wouldn't get into. She wouldn't get into bed with him.
Wouldn't be the first time that something like that happened, though. I mean, he did suck Nick Fuentes' cock, and they could not agree.
True.
On less. So.
Yeah. To be fair, though, Fuentes is quite gay. And they're about the same height, probably, aren't they?
Yeah, so they could switch on each other. Yeah, yeah, we're really the experts to be talking about this right now. We're really helping the case,
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll talk to Lewis. I don't mind. Listen, you guys, they care about sub numbers. I'm sat here at 200. That's my 200, my average.
Dude, they see my main channel. There's no way they're gonna ignore me. There's no way.
Listen, Diesel's got the sub numbers. I've got the concurrents. Come talk to us. Oh, fucking hell.
Well, Becca, thank you for having me on. I didn't know this would become a duo stream.
No, it's nice. It's nice. I like having you on.
Yeah, no, it was good. It's
So-
almost like that podcast that we haven't gotten back to.
We really need to do an episode.
Yeah, I literally, it is on my to-do list to make 2 documents so that way we record 2 episodes and we can just
Yeah. I think we need to be less picky about topics and just sit down and talk about things. Fuck it.
Yeah, I think we need to be less picky.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna get out of here so that way you can do what you need to do.
Peace. That's better. Okay. Thank you for joining me while I explore my bromance with Diesel. Base stream, love you guys. Invite me when you get married. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna have a cigarette. Is there more stuff for me to do today? How long have we been going? We've been going for like 5 hours. Fucking hell. I'm glad I started early. Listen, I thought I'd have like no one here today because I started like fucking like 2:30. So early for me. The fanfics are gonna write themselves at this rate? True. True. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, fucking hell, my voice went. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're enjoying the content, please throw us a super chat. Become a member. If you'd like your name at the end of Cope and Seed videos, then if you become a molding member for $8.99 a month, you have your name on a video. If you'd like to give me content suggestions in the inbox, much like this one, by the way, this was a content suggestion. Then become a seething member. And if you'd just like to watch VODs that go members only, which happens every now and again, most of my gaming VODs, then become a coping member to get access to those. And don't forget to leave a comment down below telling me I suck and that I'm a terrible content creator. All these things and more can be yours for the low, low price of whatever bracket you want to pay into. Or, alternatively, you can just, like and subscribe. You're going to like and subscribe. That's also fine. Right, let me just do this. What the fuck else is going on tonight? I really picked this out my ass, I'm going to be honest. I really picked this out my ass. I was interested in the topic, especially with the recommendations, so it's fun. It was fun. I'm so sad I don't have money so I can watch the gaming VODs. I can't fall asleep to them that way. Eventually, what will happen is I'll start streaming on the second channel for like gaming stuff. I haven't played any more Fable though. I've waited. Nice. Didn't you get enough hate on the Erudite vid? I didn't really get much hate on the Erudite vid. There was only like 2 negative comments, actually. I was actually really surprised. I didn't get much pushback at all on the Erudite vid, and I was very angry covering that. I'm usually not that pissed off. But the Erudite stuff really, really annoyed me. But no, didn't hear much about it. So... Isn't amaretto that stuff to put in coffee? Amaretto sours is quite good. I love the Fable streams. They have so little Fable and so much insanity. I think the last Fable stream was quite a lot of just gaming, to be fair. What else have I been going over recently? I feel like I've been doing other things. I think actually I'm just trying to obsessively make this video. The first 15 minutes of it are done. I need to do the second half. I need to do the second half of the video. I'm going to try and do it over the weekend. And then I can move on to the next project, like, pretty instantly. Anyone who would be pushing back on erudite are pussies who would not take on your South African ass. True. I don't have much overlap with DGG, so it's probably not reaching very far. It's probably that's the reality. For Honor when? Soon, actually. I've been playing like quite a lot of it. Also, I dropped way too much fucking money on like fucking steel packs, so I could get like a cool look for my I could get a cool look for my character. So I'm playing a lot of Lawbringer at the moment. Chris, Beckett, the video I sent is Kino Insanity. I don't know if I'm going to get to it today, Chris. But how long is it? Oh no, it's like 40 minutes. Is family caught driving into desperation and violence? Oh, God. There was Lyrics is going over the bunk stream. Lyrics is going over the bunk stream? No way. So last night, for those who don't know, Bunk had a debate with Queeman, and it was fucking hilarious. I have to do it today. I will do it at some point. It looks good. Fuck. It was like I'll show you a bit of it.
It's very close. Okay,
sorry, you have established relationships with people.
This was fucking hilarious.
There's things like the distance.
So gay people don't know any women. Is that?
And like the whole thing's like completely insane. Okay, well I'm gonna send you to Lyrics when we raid out. I'm gonna give it like a couple of minutes though. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready. I should probably go to bed, to be fair. I've got shit to do tomorrow. Right. There we go. Kino Casino Mama JF stream. Yeah, I saw them mentioning something about that. Like Cameron sent me Carmen sent me a load of like the Mama JS stuff, so I will have a look at this because I am interested. I am very, very interested. Go sleep. Yeah, I'm definitely fucking tired. Yeah, this has been a base stream. I've enjoyed it. I hope you've all enjoyed it. If I speak to Lewis in the future, that'll be content. Lewis, if you watched to the end of this stream and you've clicked on the VOD, you can find me at Cope and Seethe on YouTube, at Cope and Seethe YT on Twitter, or you can find me at Beckett of Crabs on Twitter. Like you can just DM me. My DMs are open. Or like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Or you can leave a comment. I don't know. Do what you want. No interest in covering the cringes still fuckward pastors. I will at some point. So like I've got a whole backlog of content, but some of it's just like depends how I'm feeling. We told Beckett he killed her, and Beckett was like, no way I trust that man. No, my take's always been that Mama JF is in the walls. That's been my take from day one. I've always thought he murdered her. It's my opinion. But like it's grown over time. I think he redecorated the house and she's in the walls. Like I meme on it, but that's actually what I think. That's my actual opinion. Okay, Cyril, this was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Vince Hart, these messages he reads, lol. Go to live. Like, if you're on top chat, I think a lot of my shit gets, like, fucking blocked out. Bunks and Lyrics is chat? Okay, cool. Right, I'm raiding out. I will catch you guys in the next one. Go have fun. Say hi to Lyrics for me. Do the whole crab raid thing. Based. Have a good one. Peace.